Get started. If you're here to speak, please fill out one of these yellow cards as soon as possible and bring it up here to the city clerk so we could go ahead and collect those early. All right. City clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Present.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right. Looks like we have perfect attendance this morning. Next will be the invocation led by Pastor DJ Kreiner. I'm going to ask everybody to stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Gary Bredefeld.
Council President and those sitting on the dais, God bless you. To all those that are here present, let us pray. Well, gracious Father, it is another day's journey. And Father, we are glad to be in the land of the living, which means that you still have work for us to do. And as we've reached this momentous moment where we are gathered together in council for the sake of establishing and doing business on behalf of our great city, our prayer, Father, is that you would bring together minds, Father, that are like minds. And Father, where there is differences, where there is, Father God, division, our prayer today is that you would bring peace and be a bridge to bring us together in the name of Jesus. God, there are so many, Father God, amongst us that are not here, that are in schools. There are so many that are not of age to be able to understand and hear decisions. So it's up to us to act, Father God, as if we are one city. And so my prayer in the mighty name of Jesus is that you would do what you have always done, and that is bring us together. So that, Father, for the sake of the future generations that are to come, they can look back on this day and see a day, Father God, where both council and community became one city. And they end up acting, Father God, exactly what harmony looks like in heaven. So be with us today. Bless our president, Father God, in the name of Jesus. Bless those that are sitting in places of leadership in our city, our mayor. Bless our community leaders and bless our community. But more than that, Father God, bless Fresno to be fresh, yes. In Jesus' name, amen.
United States of America, and to the republic
City Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, we do have a few changes to the agenda, and I would like to announce that we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available via Zoom as well as closed captioning. And we do have an in-house Spanish interpreter who will briefly let the audience know his services.
Ok, por favor, todas aquellas personas que necesiten intérprete, levanten la mano. Thank you.
And also, just to let everyone know, there are additional seats up on the balcony if you are standing and would prefer to sit. If you go up the stairs, we do have additional seating in the balcony. As for changes to the agenda, would like to note that the March 30th agenda does jump from consent calendar item 1BB to consent calendar item 1DD. It is skipping item 1CC. There are no missing items from the agenda. Consent calendar item 1C, that is ID 23539, regarding a resolution to amend the council communication policy. That has been moved to the April 20th agenda by the City Attorney's Office. Consent calendar item 1L, that is file ID 23488, regarding actions to funding reimbursement from Fresno Unified School District. The last sentence in the scope of work in the agreement was cut off during production. The sentence should read in its entirety, in accordance with federal program monitoring, City of Fresno Park staff must meet same education requirements as after-school paraprofessionals in FUSD, including maintaining a high school diploma, being Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA, and or No Child Left Behind NCLB certified, and must provide documentation upon request for federal program monitoring. For consent calendar item 1DD, that is ID 23460, regarding the summary vacation of a temporary storm drain basin easement on parcel D and parcel E of tentative parcel map 2021-08, the resolution is not subject to mayoral veto. Consent calendar item 1JJ, that is file ID 23462, regarding on-call professional engineering services for the Public Works Engineering Division. Vice President Perea is recused from this item. 3:00 p.m. item, that is ID 23537, regarding a text amendment to Chapter 15 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to regulation of e-commerce parcel delivery warehouses. That was removed from the agenda by Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Chavez with no return date. The following items were removed from the consent calendar to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Item 1E, that is ID 23509, regarding an agreement with Activated Events for special events concerts at Woodward Park. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1.
City Clerk, if I
Yes.
may interrupt.
Certainly.
Staff has responded to my question this morning, so I will withdraw that.
Certainly. So
Item.
1E will remain on the consent calendar. 1G, that is ID 23498, regarding text amendments to permit residential conversions in office zone districts. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias.
City Clerk, the sponsors have addressed my questions this morning. I will also withdraw that item and keep it in consent.
Go ahead and keep that one on, actually, I have questions. So now pulled by Councilmember Esparza instead of Arias.
So 1G 23498 was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Esparza. We have 1J, that is ID 23490, regarding amendments to job order contracting agreements, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1M, that is ID 23478, regarding the Parks Department Summer Swim Program with Fresno Unified School District, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1Y, that is ID 23376, regarding an MOU with the Resiliency Center of Fresno, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1Z, that is ID 23289, regarding the Police Department Skywatch Helicopter Unit, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And finally, 1BB, that is ID 23492, regarding a cooperative agreement to purchase Motorola APX 8000 police radios for SWAT and tactical units, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. I have no additional changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And I'm going to take it over to my council colleagues. If there's any additional changes you'd like to make to the agenda at this time, whether it is registering a no vote, abstentions, recusals, removing an item, continuing or pulling from consent to contested, please do so now. We'll go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
Happy birthday, no items.
All right. Councilmember Arias.
Like to pull item 1T as in Tom to contested consent.
That is item 1T as in Tom. All right, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1B as in boy, 1E as in Edward. I'd like to register no vote on II. And I wanted to just ask Councilmember Esparza for clarification on his item of VV. Is this an appropriate time, or I was trying to avoid pulling it. I wanted to just ask him for clarification.
Go for it, Councilmember.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, if you could just clarify.
Yeah, sure. So VV creates a one-line change to the infill incentive funds. There's a couple $1 million left in there right now, to my understanding. This will expand the scope by taking the maximum size of a parcel from 5 acres to 6.5 acres. I've identified a couple projects in my district I think that could benefit potentially from expanding the size and the scope. Potential unintended consequences that I don't know about other districts, and they may ultimately overdraw. But I think that, getting that money out is more important than it sitting there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember, so just to confirm, you are pulling items Councilmember Bredefield, you're pulling items 1B as in boy and 1E as in Edward? Correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and a no vote on II.
On I. Councilmember Esparza?
I don't have any additional items to pull besides the 1G I had pulled in the middle of the changes to the agenda. I did want to make a note on item 1V, single V, not the double VV, that we already addressed. 1V relates to a partnership with Fresno City College for some tiny homes. As I've noted in the past to the public, I do work for the State Center Community College District as a humble economics professor, subject to the same contract as a couple other 1,000 instructors, and thereby have no financial interest or stake in any of the district's dealings with the city. So I'll continue to support that and be able to vote on that.
Thank you. Council Vice President Perea?
Yeah, I just need to recuse myself from item 1JJ because it awards a on-call contract to QK, which is a source of income and business interest of mine.
All right. Sounds good. City Clerk, just to confirm, we have items 1B as in boy, item 1E as in Edward, 1G as in George, 1J as in John, 1M as in Mary, 1T as in Tom, 1Y as in yellow, 1Z as in zebra, and 1BB as in boy, pulled for contested consent.
Concur?
All righty, sounds good. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Perea. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. All right, everybody, that's going to go ahead and take us to the fun part of today's council meeting, which is the ceremonial presentations. We have 4 proclamations. We want to award 4 very amazing people, actually 1 amazing dog and some amazing people this morning. So we're going to start with the proclamation for Victor E. Bulldog. I'll ask all my Fresno State friends to come on up to the front, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Let the dogs out.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Hey, how you doing? Caroline, hi. Thank you so much. Peter, how you doing? Good to see you. Can I get one of you to pull on that? Thank you, Brianna. Well, good morning, everybody. If you guys haven't heard the news already, we have a famed individual retiring from Fresno State University, and that is Victor E. Bulldog III right here. So give him a round of applause. It's a strange feeling being in a room where a dog is more popular than you, but that's how I feel every time I walk into the same room as this guy. He's been around Fresno State for 8 years. He has seen 25,000 students come and go in his time. He's probably been at more press conferences than Mayor Jerry Dyer has. So, you know, this dog has been busy, and he really has been a symbol of strength and resilience in our community for many years. I know that when people walk into a room and they see Victor, they light up just like I do. Everyone's getting in line to take photos with this guy, and you guys have kept him busy. He's traveled up and down the state collecting funds for Fresno State University so more children could have access to programs in college. He's helped raise funds for Fresno Animal Center, Animal Rescue Foundation, Fresno Bully Rescue. This dog has been incredibly busy over the last 8 years, and I think this is a retirement that is going to be most welcomed. And so I just wanted to make sure that we took the time to recognize all of his achievements. I know we have Victor E. Bulldog IV that couldn't make it today, but he's got some big paws to fill, and I wish him the best of luck. And I kind of wanted to hear from you folks a little bit about your experience with Victor and what his time has meant for all of you.
I'm going to try to keep it together. So I'm Jackie Glazner. I am the caretaker. I'm the executive director of the Fresno State Alumni Association, and I have been Victor's caretaker since he came to campus. And we have definitely traveled California, outside of California, supporting our Bulldogs and supporting our students. You know, even this past week, we are going through graduation time right now, and where we're recognizing our graduating seniors. And then we just had New Bulldog Day, and we're welcoming in the new Bulldogs that are going to be joining us. And it has really been, I mean, that's what he's done, and he's connected with our over 225,000 living alumni in the United States and up and down the state of California. So he's really served and connected, and is an amazing ambassador for Fresno State. So thank you so much for this.
Absolutely. Would you like to say a few words?
Okay.
Mr. Peter?
I better not.
Sure.
You won't get
It's your opportunity.
You won't get the mic back.
Well, I did want to make sure that we commemorated the occasion with a few treats for this guy. We'll make sure he enjoys his retirement. So we got Victor plenty of snacks, plenty of chew toys that one of my council members may have bitten already. But we also have a very special bandana.
And he's wearing it right now.
It says, I heart District 4. If you guys know, Fresno State is located in District 4. It's one of the crown jewels of my district, and super proud to have Victor E. be a part of that. And so, looking forward to your retirement, buddy. Thank you for everything that you've done for our community. He's a little camera shy today.
No, he's not. He really wants
Oh, he wants he's exercising a lot of restraint, isn't he?
And so are we, right, to make sure that he is.
Well, in that case, City Clerk, would you go ahead and please read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas Victor E. Bulldog III arrived at Fresno State in June of 2015 and has served the city of Fresno, Fresno State fans, and friends throughout the region for the past 8 years. And whereas Victor E. Bulldog III has spread smiles and Bulldog spirit on campus and in the community by way of thousands of appearances throughout his career, and has championed what it means to be a Bulldog, helping to highlight the 100 years of excellence Fresno State embodies. And whereas Victor E. Bulldog III wears a green V medallion to show the Fresno State's pride in representing the hard-working leaders and innovators of the San Joaquin Valley. And whereas Victor E. Bulldog III has welcomed 24,000 students and their families each year to experience the educational excellence of Fresno State with a diverse student body and nearly 65% first-generation students. And whereas Victor E. Bulldog III has traveled up and down the state helping secure funding to improve the CSU system and student experience. And whereas Victor E. Bulldog III has brought community members together to raise awareness and resources for animal wellness causes such as the Fresno Animal Center, Animal Rescue Foundation, and Fresno Bully Rescue. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim March 30th, 2023 in the city of Fresno as Victor E. Bulldog III Day.
There will be an upcoming event, changing of the collars, and can you talk a little bit about when and where that event will be?
Absolutely. That event will be on Sunday, April 16th at the baseball game. It's starting at 12:45 p.m. prior to the first pitch. And we will be, we have created, along with Orloff Jewelers, a ceremonial collar that will be transitioned from Victor E. Bulldog III to Victor E. Bulldog IV. And the president, President Jimenez Sandoval, will be the one that will be transferring that collar and his the power to the next mascot. So we're excited about that. It's open to the public. We would love to have you join us and celebrate Victor E. and Victor E. Bulldog IV.
Victor E., thank you for your service to the city. Enjoy your retirement. Go Dogs.
He wants to enjoy those snacks. That's right.
All right, so the next proclamation is going to be the Black Maternal Health Week, which is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza, myself, and Councilmember Arias.
Good morning. How you guys doing? All right, we have everyone come on down. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome again to City Hall. Appreciate our friends for joining us here. I know certainly from the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center, and I'll give you a chance to introduce all of the guests here in a moment. But I did want to note, just first and foremost, that this proclamation is one of those proclamations that we wish we did not have to do, but that is absolutely necessary that we do in order to bring awareness to a very serious, very grave issue here in our community as well as other communities, and highlighting the racial maternal disparities experienced by Black women, Black mothers to be within Fresno and the larger community. And for that work, we have the folks here with us to thank for continuing to work day in and day out to bring awareness, to educate folks. To many of us who work maybe in this public sector space or the public service space, this is an issue in terms of Black maternal health that we have heard of before. But there may be many of you here in the audience, or maybe some of you watching on Zoom, who are not aware. And sometimes when it feels like we've said something for the millionth time, that's really the first time someone is hearing it and someone is becoming educated and learning about the particular issue. And so I commend all the folks in our community working on this issue relentlessly and making sure that, again, for those folks who have not heard and are not engaging in efforts to help combat it, that we're putting it out there for them. And so I want to thank you all for coming down to City Hall this morning. Let's give them a round of applause. So before we hand off the microphone to my colleagues, I do want to provide Shante Davies-Balch an opportunity here to say a few words. And again, thank you to reaching out to our office, making sure that we put Black Maternal Health Week on the agenda and for our city residents.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. We're happy to be here. I am actually going to hand the mic to one of our council members, Nia. One of our council members, just to share a few thank yous. But I do want to just acknowledge all of our council members that we work with, and just say thank you for your continued support and your efforts to make sure that we're finding ways to partner and work together.
I'm waking up. Good morning, good morning. On behalf of the BWPC, the council, we want to thank our members of the council, Fresno City Council, especially Nelson, our council member Esparza. Nelson. And our council members for recognizing Black Maternal Health Week. Thank you to Council Member Arias for sponsoring our community event. And the Black Maternal Health is important, 24/7, 365. As a mother who has lost a child and a grandchild to the lack of access, it's very important to me, and it's an honor to be able to stand here and to participate on the council of BWPC. So thank you, Shantae, for your access and for you always advocating for Black mamas. We are grateful for being a part of the National Week of Awareness, Activism, and Community Building in our city. A special thank you to our partners of First Five, our cultural brokers, and Black Infant Health Program. I just want you all to know that it is an honor to be able to participate in changing the climate in our community, and that we hope that you would continue as partners, as the City of Fresno, you would continue to partner with us for access in the environmental change and the access for moms in our community to be able to have healthy babies. And so thank you on our behalf.
Good job. Thank you.
I want to hand it off to my colleagues to say a few words. Our co-sponsors on this proclamation, Council Vice President Perea, as well as Councilmember Arias.
Thank you very much. I'll just add that pregnancy and childbirth should be a time of joy and happiness, but unfortunately the reality is that we experience death, and unfortunately the Black community experiences death at a rate 3 times higher than other cultures, and so that is an important fact to acknowledge, and it just means that we have a lot more work to do when it comes to not only raising awareness, but to partnering to make sure that we are doing everything we can, because this is preventable. And so you have a partner in the District 1 office, and we will continue to elevate this issue and to talk about solutions so that we can help this preventable issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, again, thank you all for being here, being present every day, working on this particular issue, focusing on it, and making sure folks in our community are aware and want to be part of the solution. Thank you all. Clerk, while we snap a few photos, would you mind reading off the, clerk? It's game time. Mind reading off the proclamation? Thank you.
Certainly. Whereas Black Maternal Health Week, BMHW, was founded in 2018 by the Black Mamas Matter Alliance as a national week for awareness, activism, and community building, intending to deepen the national conversation about Black maternal health in the United States, amplify community-driven policy, research, and care solutions. To center the voices of Black mamas, women, families, and stakeholders, providing a national platform for Black-led entities, and effort on maternal health, birth, reproductive justice, and enhanced community organization on Black maternal health. And whereas racial and ethnic disparities continue to exist, with a rate of 13.4% white women and 43.1% Black women living in concentrated poverty and unhealthy neighborhood conditions. Societal norms, policies, and practices within education, housing, healthcare, economies, and environments have deepened racial and ethnic disparities. And whereas doulas are non-medical providers within the healthcare system with a specialized role who provide continuous support for pregnant persons throughout pregnancy, birth, and after birth, practices have been demonstrated to reduce the risk of preventable infant and maternal mortality for women of color. And whereas in California, 50% of maternal deaths are preventable, no woman or baby should experience a preventable preterm birth, and no woman or baby should die from a preventable cause in childbirth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza and the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim the 27th through 31st of March 2023 as Black Maternal Health Week in the city of Fresno.
All right, and I think we're going to keep Councilmember Esparza up there for our next proclamation, which is recognition of Women's Commission Scholarship recipients.
All right, thank you, Council Presidents. We'll move on to the next, not necessarily proclamation, but certainly fun presentation. This is an honor for me because last year we had the privilege here at the City Council of creating a the City of Fresno Women's Commission. They are an advisory body that meets about roughly once a month. They advise the council on all issues related to women throughout the city of Fresno. And so this was a project that myself, my chief of staff undertook and are very proud of. And to have these fantastic women meeting on a monthly basis and brainstorming different ideas and bringing issues to our attention really is to the benefit of this council and the entire city. And one of the projects that the commission has been working on is putting together a scholarship program. And today we have the honor of presenting some of those scholarship recipients that were selected through the process outlined by the Women's Commission. So I do want to invite the members of the Women's Commission that are here in the chamber to join me up here in front of the dais, as well as our guests from the Fresno County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. Mid-Valley Disposal, our partner, I believe, is present as well. And any scholarship recipients who may have been able to take the time to come out here in person. So please come on down if I named you. There should be several of you, I believe, in the audience. Let's give them all a round of applause. I knew there was a big group out there, a big group within the big group that we have here this morning at the chamber. Originally, when the program was outlined, to the best of my recollection, there were only, I think, 17 scholarships available for $500 each. I think once the application went live, they received several hundred applications from women in the city. Seeking a scholarship. And so with the help of the county commission and our partner Mid-Valley, they were able to expand the number, I believe, all the way to 52. Is that the number we're at? Right about 50. Right about 50 scholarships. So just about almost we doubled, nearly tripled the number that were available. So these folks have been hard at work implementing the program and making sure that the recipients, as many recipients as possible, are going to benefit from the program. But I think you're tired of hearing from me, and so I do want to pass off the microphone to the Vice Chair of the Commission, Laura Ward.
Thank you, and thank you for your chambers for establishing this commission. We have really enjoyed being able to create the scholarship program and recognize the women that were able to join us today. We were able to award scholarships to high school students, to individuals in 2-year programs, 4-year programs, and graduate programs as well. And of course, because of that overwhelming response, we were able to partner together with the County Commission, Mid-Valley Disposal, and Commissioner Macedo's law firm of Sid & Macedo, and recognize a greater number of women applicants throughout the county. And so we're just thrilled with the response and what we've been able to accomplish.
Fantastic. Thank you, Laura. Everyone else feeling shy this morning? Okay, it's quite a few of us. Again, I want to the recipients that are here this morning, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. A well-deserved award. We're all proud of you here at the City of Fresno. Proud of you for seeking out these opportunities and for getting an education here in our city. There are many things we do here at City Hall. We're solving problems, putting out fires on a day-to-day basis. But really, fundamentally, folks who are getting an education are part of the solution and part of the future of our city. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for doing what you're doing, as well as our commissioners and our partners. Clerk, I do believe, it's not a proclamation, but I do believe we have, for the record, a proclamation of sorts. Please.
Certainly. The Fresno City Council and Mayor congratulate the 52 scholarship recipients from the City of Fresno Women's Commission very first annual scholarship program. All scholarship recipients are women pursuing post-secondary education at a 2-year or 4-year university and are working to achieve personal financial independence. All recipients will receive a $500 scholarship sponsored by the City of Fresno Women's Commission, Sid and Macedo, the Fresno County Commission, and the Status of Women and Girls, and Mid-Valley Disposal. Congratulations to Abril Josefa Baez Anguino, Maria Fernanda Angelo Meza, Cindy Miranda Arreondo, Jessica Libez Areola, Emily Avila, Jennifer Guadalupe Bellino, Xiomara Baltazar, Frida Itzel Barreras, Flor Nicole Barreras, Destiny Ann Cervantes, Saria Harmony Shar, Raj Chow Han, Gabrielle Elise Collazo, Iris Cruz Rivas, Alessandra Esker, Lydia Genevieva Flores Lozano, Elizama Flores Mora, Judith Flores Mora, Amarisa Alia Gonzalez, Carlin N. Gutierrez, May V. Herr, Florencio Hernandez Rangel, Ann Hoon, Yvette Hardon, Valerie Samantha Lopez, Denise Martinez, Diesi Vanessa Mendoza, Melissa Guadalupe Monroy Gutierrez, Kiara Muhammad, Danielle Alexis Patton, Yexel Penzaloza, Palua Liste Quintero, Nidia Carolina Rodriguez, Estrella N. Rodriguez, Maria Guadalupe Savadera, Teresa D. Silva, Mitzi Michelle Sosa Perez, Victoria Sisak, Jennifer Valdez Hernandez, Tatum Tuck, Gina Vang, Jacqueline Vasquez, Yamale Vasquez Rojas, Erica Ventura Sierra, Gloria Villanueva, Anna Yang, Mackenzie Yang, Yao Yang, Tracy Yang, Guadalupe Zamudio Teye. Congratulations to each of you.
Congratulations to all of today's recipients. Let's give everybody one more giant round of applause, folks. Gonna go ahead and start the council member comments and reports section of today's meeting. We'll go in numerical order. We'll start with Council Member Carbasi. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually missed a proclamation. I forgot. Our beloved Mayor Jerry Dyer has a proclamation today. How could I forget? We have Fresno Animal Center's Pet of the Month presented by Fresno Humane Animal Service, sponsored by Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
We have a missing pup.
Small dog.
Where's the pup? Oh, boy. So I'm glad we have a lot of folks in council chambers today because you all have an opportunity to adopt a pet. This is our Pet of the Month. For those of you who don't know, we have a animal center that is operated or owned by the city of Fresno, but operated by Fresno Humane. And as many of you know, we do have a challenge in our city with stray dogs. We have a challenge with stray cats. And we are well aware of that issue. But we do, the longer we have our pets, our animals in a shelter, the more bad things happen. The more aggressive they become. And so what we try to do is minimize the number of animals that we have in our shelter. And we do that through adoption. And we do that through transferring many of our dogs out of state. And so today, we have a little puppy here, and I'll let you talk about our little puppy. And hopefully somebody here today will adopt this little guy. Little guy or gal? Guy, okay. All righty? Go ahead.
Well, I think that you said last time that you like a small dog. So we delivered. But my name is Hannah. This is my coworker, Araceli. We are both animal care assistants at Fresno Animal Center, and today we have Jax with us. Jax is a 3-year-old terrier mix. He's been neutered, he's had his microchip and all his vaccines, so he is ready to go home. He has such a funny, goofy personality. He loves making new friends, kids, dogs, everything. We took him to an adoption event this past weekend, and he did amazing. He played with kids, he rolled in the grass. He's a very good boy. So if you or anyone that you know are in the market for a new companion, Jax is a very, very, very good boy. And now I'm going to hand it off, and we have a couple new events coming up, so.
Hello, my name is Ariana Padilla. I am a community coordinator with Fresno Animal Center, and I go out into the community and provide education and resources regarding Fresno's pet population. This Saturday, April 1st, we are holding a free vaccine and microchip clinic at Holmes Playground from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So it's a great opportunity to get your pets vaccinated and microchipped if they aren't already. We will also be at Fresno State's Vintage Days, April 15th and 16th, so you can come find us then. Thank you.
Anyone? If you, then you can see them out in the foyer if you are interested in taking Jack home today. All right? And I might be out there in a little bit myself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on to council member comments and reports, starting with council member Carbasi.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. So it's been a very busy 3 weeks. It's usually a longer break than we normally have. We had Read Across America, and I was able to attend that at two of our schools in District 2. So we have 3 school districts in Northwest Fresno, but I was able to attend Bullard Talent, where there are some amazing kids throughout the city there, and then which is a part of Fresno Unified, and then in Central Unified, Liddell Elementary. And the kids were very well behaved. It's amazing the things they like to read today. They're far more sophisticated than when I was a kid at Malik Elementary. I did meet with our new captain for CHP in Central California. It's a very large region, but they're located here in Fresno. Retail theft, organized retail theft continues to be a very big issue. And coordinating with the district attorney's office, Fresno Police, and the CHP, and the big retailers that get victimized like CVS or Rite Aid, we're able to coordinate with them to be able to get them to report. That way we can start prosecuting these folks and deter them from committing these crimes throughout our city for these very large crimes. There was a telethon for the Advance Armenia Fund, and I'm grateful a few of my council colleagues donated to that. They were raising money. Stephanie Brugian with KC24 is actually in Lebanon right now. A lot of our Armenian families here have relatives that were impacted by the devastating earthquakes over there. And so money was raised to help fund that trip. It's a medical mission. A lot of local doctors attended. So the 2 other things, there was a Students of Promise banquet with Clovis Unified. It was my first time attending. It's truly amazing to see what the counselors at Clovis Unified do for their kids. They identify kids that go through things today that I couldn't imagine when I was a young person. And they don't just interact with them once or twice, they carry them and work with their families to make sure those kids can go to college or go to a trade school or have a real future, and they invest directly in their kids, high school students, and they give them a scholarship. It's truly amazing. Last thing, last night, the Audubon, you all know how I feel about the Audubon corridor and the traffic issues. Unfortunately, it's become, for those of you that drive in Northwest Fresno, that's your shortcut to get from Nice to Friant. And the community wants you going there to go see the river or just enjoy riding or biking in the area, but they don't want the traffic out there because people speed really fast and we don't want anyone getting hurt. So the city's committed resources, one of those things is, as we're deploying resources, we're polling the neighborhood to see how they feel. And we have a outside firm doing a study, but I want to thank the city manager for your help on this, and Public Works. The entire team was out there. Director Scott Mosier, Deputy Andrew Bonelli, the two Jills, Jill Gormley, Jill Aiello, and Scott Singh. Thank you all for being out there. It was well received. It was a great meeting. People were able to voice their concerns, but they were also able to have a say in the study for the future of the corridor. And that is my report. Oh, we had Woman of the Year yesterday. My Woman of the Year, Kim Shahadi, could not be there, but her daughter Lauren did a great job at speaking about her mother. But at a future council meeting, I think in May, she'll be here to accept the award, and you can see her infectious smile. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to serve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A few updates for the district that I represent. Starting April 11th, we'll begin our annual budget community meetings. Every year since I've been in office, I do several community meetings in the neighborhoods to obtain public engagement and input on the neighborhood priorities for the upcoming budget. And I intentionally do these meetings prior to the mayor releasing his own proposed budget for the year and prior to the council beginning public hearings. So it is an opportunity for folks like in the Office of Community Affairs to attend if they like to see what public engagement looks like at the neighborhood level. Additionally, thank you to city staff for starting work on the Palm Belmont bike lanes. I know those are a long time coming. Additionally, a thank you to the residents of Tower District and West Fresno, who for months accommodated the hundreds of homeless residents that we've been sheltering in the warming centers. We saved lives by ensuring that people were not in the freezing temperature unattended. Thank you to Paul Bralo for providing food and coffee for each of those folks who were being sheltered. I recognize that it had an impact on the neighborhood. So I want to again reemphasize thank you to the Tower District and West Fresno for accommodating hundreds of homeless residents in these emergency shelters. I have made a commitment to those neighborhoods that prior to us utilizing community centers in the residential neighborhoods as cooling centers, we're going to have a community meeting with the neighborhood to assess what operational changes we need to make prior to opening up cooling centers. There is a significant impact on the neighborhood immediate to the community centers. Again, this will be a meeting that we'll have prior to the cooling centers opening and an invitation to the Office of Community Affairs to attend those meetings to hear directly from the neighborhood on what the concerns are of these cooling centers and shelters. Lastly, I want to invite the council, the Edison High School students who have been organizing the Latino commencement for Fresno Unified have selected officially June 4th and McLean High Stadium as the location for the first Latino commencement, Fresno Unified. You guys are all invited to come. We're also going to be asking for some of us to contribute to the effort. They are trying to raise money to cover the full cost of that celebration. Thank you again to everyone for the outreach that you've conducted. And on today's agenda, we have several items in which we are acquiring additional motels, renovating additional motels, and opening them to shelter the homeless in our city. I want to reemphasize, although as a city, our primary responsibility is not to shelter the homeless or to provide service to the homeless, this city council and this mayor administration have been doing so, and we've been doing so, feels like alone. We continue to spend millions of dollars every day to house thousands of the unhoused in the city, and at some point we're gonna run out of these resources, and the community will see the amount of folks on the streets of Fresno increase, and it's my hope that by then we have a county board of supervisors who's willing to step up as the primary health and human service provider to provide actual housing options, not simply give somebody a food stamp check, but provide them a shelter to be under the roof instead of calling the sidewalks and streets of Fresno home. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, President. Just a couple of quick updates for benefit of the public. We continue to work on the trail that I've actually designated as a priority from Calawa to Peach. That's going to be the first segment. We're actually already speaking with staff on securing some of the property and obviously working towards the amenities. And, you know, I want to put that on your radar. Mayor, I'd like to do a operation cleanup there in that area for the canal. So we'll be working with your team on Beautify Fresno in the next couple of weeks, hopefully before May. Then also last night I had the opportunity to go and speak with some of the Clean Energy Climate Center folks that are interested in the public energy choice. Actually, it's myself and my colleague, Councilmember Esparza. So they have actually some data from Los Banos that went live last April, and now this will be their first year. I did request that information. They'll be sharing that with our team so we can go over what that would look like for, whatever version we're going to be exploring on that. And lastly, I want to thank the residents out by St. Anthony Claret for providing quite a bit of input and feedback on the trail work that we're doing. We're going to be setting up another meeting out there at the church multi-purpose room. I want to thank Father Alex for hosting us there. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes, I also want to thank staff for working with me in my office on a problem that we're having along the Sugar Pine Trail by Nees in Fresno. There's an underground tunnel, and people use it as a bike path and a walking path as well. And we've had homeless there just making a mess of the place. We had somebody camping out in the tunnel. And so you've been very responsive. We are going to continue to address this problem. We will be constructing gates to lock it up at night, just as we do on other parts of the trail, so they can't camp out there and wreak havoc in the tunnel, which they've been doing. So we will continue to address this problem. I want people to know, because many people have called my office, obviously very concerned, and so we will get this under control and address it. And I appreciate staff and police and code and parks working with my office to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Been a busy several weeks, as my colleagues have noted. I just want to provide kind of a sampling of things that have been going on in District 7 in particular. This last week we had our spring blitz of town halls all over the districts. And don't only just want to thank my staff in my office, but do want to thank administration staff for taking the time to attend, Public Works Department, Police Department, police districts in Southeast and Central, as well as Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch. Am I missing one department? Public Works. There were several departments that came out and provided really good updates to residents, some of the specifics that are specific to each neighborhood and that region. So residents very much appreciated it, the opportunity to hear not only from their council member, but also from the executive branch of their city governments and get some direct updates there. And thank you, of course, to the residents who took the time to attend one of the 3 town halls that was held. On top of those town halls, we also had a neighborhood watch meeting at Lafayette Park, which was attended. And again, thank you to Central Police and District for being a good partner there. Want to congratulate, yesterday we had a fantastic Woman of the Year event here in the foyer. I'm sure you'll hear about from council leadership. But I did want to congratulate publicly the District 7 2023 Woman of the Year, Christine Barker Dominguez, who leads FIRM. There she is, she's in the back. Yeah, there you are. Who leads FIRM and is doing great work. So much, in fact, that recently FIRM, Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries, was designated federally as a refugee resettlement agency, in which we had the pleasure, the mayor and I, of standing with Christine and the team at FIRM and making that announcement to the community just a few weeks ago. Well, thanks city staff again for a solid and quick finance and audit committee earlier this week. The finance department seems to be well organized and delivered the information, I think, pretty effectively. And when we have those meetings, I think it does help speed along some of the business here at the council level. I want to thank our code enforcement division, specifically the school area team, for their outreach out at Turner Elementary School last week, out there engaging neighbors, residents, students, and parents, even in the bad weather. So I want to thank, again, our school area team for always being out there and conducting that resident outreach, which is so critical to our functions here at City Hall. Congratulations to Clinica Sierra Vista, who had their ribbon cutting and grand opening over at the Link. That's the new housing development over by City College at Blackstone and McKinley. Any health clinic or health facility that's going to open here in the city is going to be utilized, and there is a need. So congratulations to them, and look forward to them continuing to serve the community. To piggyback off of something I think Councilmember Arias had mentioned, I think at this point, Councilmember, the council collectively is donating about 11 or 12,000 to the Latino graduation. So I think that those dollars are coming together. I know my staff has been involved in those conversations and those meetings. So I think it's great that we are supporting that effort. And lastly, this past Friday, I hosted an organization called CBDIO here in the council chambers, and that was regarding Senate Bill 227 at the state level here in California, which would expand unemployment benefits to everyone regardless of their legal status. So it would essentially open up the $485 million that undocumented folks contribute in their paychecks every year to them as well. And so for most of those folks who attended, it was their first time at City Hall. We got to welcome them and provide a workshop on that Senate bill that's going through the state process right now. And that will conclude my long list of sampling of updates. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I'm looking at my list, and it too is pretty overwhelming, so I'm going to pick and choose just a few things that have not been discussed yet. But in honor of my first 100 days in office, I'm going to be sponsoring the next 100 adoptions at the Fresno Animal Center. So, Mayor, if you would like to get that little dog of yours, I will cover your adoption fees. Nope, no pressure. No excuse. And just want to make note that my first community meeting is coming up, but that'll take place April 13th at 5:30 p.m. at the T Community Center. So this will be west of Highway 99. The address for that is 4718 North Polk. Jumping back to the free adoptions, if anyone does have any questions about that or would like more information, you can locate that on any of our social media pages, or you can call my office at 559-621-7817. I do want to say thank you to Executive Director of the Highway City Community Development Corporation, April Henry. Her team organized a block party at the Teague Center last week, actually. It was raining, but we still had a great turnout, so looking forward to partnering more with the Highway City Community Development Center. This Saturday, I will be hosting a community health fair block party at Inspiration Park from 11 to 3 p.m. This too is west of the 99. I want to thank all the sponsors and volunteers. So please come out and enjoy great weather, good food, and good family-friendly time. And last but not least, I just want to thank Council President, District 4, and my team for the great work that they did putting on a successful Women of the Year event, which was held yesterday. I want to congratulate all the women who were honored, but a special shout out to Detective Ariana Motter, who was my District 1 Woman of the Year. Congratulations. Thank you, Council President.
I have 3 updates on my end, all of which took place this week. The first announcement, a few months back, I was invited to Erickson Elementary School to meet with Mrs. Badger's 6th grade elementary school class. They had reached out because they wanted to get more involved with recycling, but they didn't have any recycling bins on campus. Late last year, me and my office took out about a dozen recycling bins for the students over there. And over the past 3 or 4 months, they've been collecting recycled goods on campus, selling them, and using those dollars to buy groceries for families that can't afford them. And so I want to give them a shout out. They're 6th graders, but they're doing incredible work. Hand in hand with that, every month our office does a Business of the Month where we recognize a small business or a local business in District 4 that we want to honor for their good work, contributing to our economy. This month we chose Aerozone. If you guys haven't been there before, it's located on the northwest corner of Cedar and Ashland. It's a giant indoor trampoline place. So we took the entire 6th grade class of Mrs. Badgers to go celebrate there. It was the best workout I've ever had in my life. We were there for an hour and a half. But I want to say congratulations to Aerozone for being our business of the month. Congratulations to Mrs. Badger's class for all the good work that they're doing, getting involved with recycling and charity at such a young age. Yesterday, I had the honor of presenting District 4 Woman of the Year to my friend Keena McFadden. If you haven't met Keena before, she is an amazing woman. She's involved in almost everything that goes on in the city in some way, shape, or form. I know her because she does communications and outreach for Business View, which is an economic hub in the airport district, which is a majority minority-owned small businesses. And I represent the airport district. I think it gets overlooked pretty often, but it is actually one of the major economic hubs of our cities. And these small businesses, these minority-owned businesses, these women-owned businesses are really leading the charge in that part of this district and that part of our city. And so Keena McFadden has been doing great work here in our city for 20 years, and I was honored to make her our District 4 Woman of the Year. Lastly, yesterday, the mayor and I had the honor of surprising one of our city employees. Andre Summers, who is the parking division lead here in the city of Fresno, last month was at the Ride and Shine car wash on the southeast corner of First and Bullard in my district when he saw an elderly man having a medical incident, and he was incapacitated. And our employee, Andre Summers, without hesitation, rushed over and gave the man CPR and essentially saved his life and was able to resuscitate him by the time the ambulance came. And so we were able to recognize Andre yesterday, who really is a local hero. There's a lot of things I enjoy about this job, but being able to honor, recognize, and celebrate our city employees who are making a difference is the best part of this job. And so congratulations to Andre Summers. Thank you for saving a life in my district and in our city. And that will conclude my comments and reports. I'll hand it over to the city manager and mayor's office at this time.
Thank you, Council President. I'm still trying to get over the fact that you had a workout. I love you, Tyler. Couple things that maybe weren't touched on. Last week in city of Fresno, we had a fire symposium. We had over 600 firefighters here in our city, and they were here all week. And it was some training that was provided, and training much needed, but just important to us. It was an economic generator for us in terms of hotel stays, et cetera. Also had the opportunity to attend with Council Member Esparza the Clinica Sierra Vista at the Links, which was much needed in that particular area. And then Councilmember Arias and I had the opportunity to be at the Monarch ribbon cutting, and I know that's been spoken of, but 57 affordable housing units in a very prestige apartment, but in an area that is very much neglected and forgotten. And then the last thing I just want to touch on was I had the opportunity to attend Saturday night the Fres Yes event downtown. And for folks that think that downtown isn't happening, they should have been there Saturday night, because we had about 20,000 people down there throughout the Fulton area into the Brewery District, and it was an incredible event. So there is a lot of things going on downtown, and we just got to start believing in it, and it will follow. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, City Manager's Office?
Nothing today.
No updates today. All righty. We have a couple of scheduled appearances, 2 to be exact. We're going to allot 3 minutes for each of these speakers. The first one is an appearance by Charlene Evans to discuss the lack of service veterinarians to spay-neuter Fresno's community and feral cats. Charlene, please join us up at the front. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Charlene Evans. We are here today because we voluntarily trap, neuter, and return community feral cats at our own expense. We know TNR works because we are seeing progress in our neighborhoods. But as of March 1st, individuals like ourselves no longer have direct access to the critical, low-cost veterinary services, spaying and neutering, for feral cats. And without the availability of these vet services, there is no TNR program, period. We have included a copy of a recent column from the Fresno Bee by Merrick Wazowski titled, "Lacking Trap-Neuter Return Services, Fresno's Feral Cat Problem is About to Get Worse," which explains our claims that the current system is not working. It's your handout number 1 from me. We need an ad campaign educating Fresno on the value of a long-term TNR program and the importance of spaying and neutering all pets. Handout number 2. You might be surprised to learn some of the reasoning people come up with for not spaying and neutering their pets. In Fresno, cats are a disposable commodity. People bring home a kitten. It grows up, they lose interest, and they just release it to fend for itself. This is the beginning of a community cat. Or they say, she's going to be an inside cat. I don't need to get her spayed. The cat gets out, she gets pregnant, they don't want her or her kittens. More community cats in the making. My last handout, I'm sorry, I got lost. My last handout is an accepted chart showing the possible population growth of an unspayed female and an unneutered male and their kittens over an 8-year period. The result could be 2,072,514 cats. 2,072,514 cats from 2. This is my problem. This is your problem. That's the end. We're looking to Fresno for a long-term funded TNR program. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. I do want to remind folks that we do have the balcony open upstairs. If you're needing seating, you could go up to our 3rd floor and have seating in the audience upstairs if you wish. Our next scheduled appearance is by Ann Adams to discuss the low cost of spay-neuter program. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, thank you. Hello, my name is Ann Adams. I'm a private citizen, and I spend my free time and money fixing community cats, sometimes referred to as feral cats, in my neighborhood to help stop the cat overpopulation that we currently have. I'm among dozens of citizens that are doing this today. I'm here today to request that Fresno designate specific city funds towards a cat TNR program that offers low to no cost spay and neuter of community cats, as well as public education of the benefits. Community cats start off, as Charlene explained, being someone's pet that was abandoned or allowed to go outside when it has not been fixed. The kittens are then not socialized, are scared of people, and can be referred to as feral or homeless, which we call community cats. Either way, they're unowned cats. TNR is a means to trap, neuter, and return a cat to the location it was found in. Why do we need it? Because Fresno has an overpopulation of community cats that are not fixed, and therefore we have thousands of new kittens born throughout the year in commercial and residential areas, increasing the cat population. Why should we care? Even if you personally love cats, we are running out of homes for cats here in Fresno. We have an overabundance of kittens, and nobody wants to adopt. And cities across America are also full and cannot take our extras. If we don't stop the population, we will have kittens born in many more backyards, and none of us will be able to care for them all. TNR programs are the only system that has proven to work across the US and around the globe to curb and eliminate community cat populations. TNR has been more successful than euthanasia or legally forbidding the public to feed the cats. Please refer to the handout that I submitted that cites dozens of documented successful TNR programs at curbing cat populations in all sizes of cities versus other programs attempted. Fresno is the 5th largest city in California with a cat overpopulation, and we do not have any funding to date to address it. Up to this week, we had no vet locations offering any community cat spay or neuter to the public. And just a few months ago, we had 4. Most have all stopped their services, saying it's due to the city contract with Fresno Animal Center. Yet, Fresno Animal Center has not been able to fix any community cats for over 8 months. They say they're working on it and they don't have vets. I've been a recruiter for the last 25 years. There's no such thing as not being able to find viable candidates. The only issue is there's not an attractive enough offer, and this is not an acceptable excuse. Based on the Fresno city budget, it states we've allocated millions of dollars yearly towards the animal services, none of which are earmarked for TNR services to control the cat population in Fresno. And this is per the Fresno Animal Center, who has the city contract. I'm asking that you please allocate funds specifically to address the overpopulation of community cats through a funded TNR program and hold them accountable to get the vets we need to get this going. This is an urgent issue. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you. As a reminder for folks in the audience, we do have Spanish translation services available, if you don't mind. Yeah, go. Oh, okay.
Muy buenos días a todos en la comunidad. Si alguien ocupa equipo de interpretación, si tienen unos cuantos diapositivos todavía disponibles, les damos la bienvenida. Estarán en la mesa de atrás por si alguien lo necesita. Si en algún momento están teniendo cualquier problema con el equipo de interpretación, favor de levantar la mano y su intérprete les puede asistir.
Thank you very much. All right, we are going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. But here's the deal, folks. This is the longest agenda that we've had since I've been on the city council. We will be here late tonight. On top of that, we do have close to 70 comments that want to be made. That does not include the folks that are queued up online to speak. I assume that's going to be a lot of folks as well. So I am going to go ahead and take an hour's worth of public comment at this time. Everyone will get 2 minutes to speak today. 2 minutes, public comment. We're going to go for an hour. And we're going to prioritize items that are on today's consent or contested consent agenda before we approve that. So if you want to speak on that, we're going to prioritize you first before we get to unscheduled communication. The folks who are here to speak about Cesar Chavez or the spay-neuter services are going to have to wait a little bit longer. Whatever we don't get to by about 11:15, we're going to have to hold off until the end of today's meeting. I apologize. It's unfortunate. But that's what we got to do to make sure that we're able to get to some actual city business today.
And for those people on Zoom, the council president has indicated we're taking public comment on consent calendar and contested consent calendar items now. So if you're speaking on consent or contested consent, please keep your hands raised on Zoom. If you're speaking on unscheduled or some other matter, please lower your hands at this time. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
If I may, I know just in the context of your parameters today, I did want to have the city attorney address the Cesar Chavez Boulevard item.
Sure.
And why it's not on the agenda this morning.
Absolutely.
As previously expected.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. It's not on calendar today because at the last meeting it was a resolution. A resolution requires only one vote, and subsequently the mayor did not veto the item, so it didn't come back.
Okay. Cesar Chavez is not on the agenda today. We will take public comment on that, but again, we are going to prioritize folks who are here to speak on the consent agenda today. Some of these are not filled out very clearly. I'm going to get through the ones that are clearly here to speak about consent agenda items, and then I'm going to ask anybody else that's in the audience that wants to speak on something that's on the agenda to speak at that time, and then we'll get to the unscheduled communication thereafter. So thank you for bearing with us. We're going to start off with Natalie Delgado, here to speak about the e-commerce text amendment. Natalie? Natalie Delgado, are you here with us? Okay. I'm going to give her a second to get down here.
And Council President, I would note that's also no longer on the agenda.
Mr. Elizondo, you're on deck, okay? So just be prepared. Mr. Elizondo, I think it's safe to have you come up while we wait for the... Oh, you know what? She's coming in right now. My apologies.
Peace
let
be
me
with
get
you.
to her first. I thought she'd be a little bit longer, but there she is. Natalie?
Okay.
My apologies. Good morning, Natalie. You have 2 minutes. Make sure that we are staying focused on items on today's consent agenda, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize you pulled it.
I'm gonna make an exception for this one since I called you. You're fine.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Hi, give me 1 second. Okay. My name is Natalie Delgado with Leadership Council, and I'm making comments in reference to item D23537, the resolution for initiating a text amendment relating to the regulation of e-commerce parcel delivery warehouses within the city of Fresno. While we agree that adding a conditional use permit is crucial in regulating warehouses, there is still the ongoing concern. Okay, got it. Okay. While we agree that adding a conditional use permit is crucial in regulating warehouses, there is still the ongoing concern that land in a lot of South Fresno neighborhoods, including Jane Addams, West Fresno, South Central, and Southeast, is zoned for districts in which the city currently already allows warehouses. We ask that there is protective zoning, rezoning away from industrial and business park zone districts, which also allow warehouses and a broad range of industrial uses, as the city has previously committed to consider through an industrial compatibility assessment, the Southwest Pacific Plan and the South Central Pacific Plan. Any outcome for where warehouses are allowed must not further concentrate such uses in impacted South Fresno neighborhoods. The conditional use permit requirement should be strengthened by requiring a public hearing, more than one community meeting, as well as follow-up community meetings that identify solutions to the impacts caused by the warehouse projects, and a wider distance of notification beyond 1,000 feet. We request that there is a pause on warehouses and other industrial development until this and other pending plans are completed to ensure interim protections for residents. We ask that this text amendment also be brought to the communities of South Fresno for input, as well as being brought to the district's project review committees. The city of Fresno must move forward with a holistic reform to address the many land uses that are constantly being introduced into South Fresno neighborhoods, which are having detrimental impacts on the health, safety, and well-being of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the chambers, Mr. Elizondo. Thank you.
Peace be with you. Where's Mr. Dyer? I have a message for him. A couple of months ago, he told me he knew who took the $600,000 from City Hall. Well, that money could be used when you guys run out of money for the homeless. Apparently, nobody wants to know anything anymore. Nowadays, the puppet masters has happened here in City Hall. I try to talk to people. They don't want to hear what I got to say. Everything that I tell them is critical, and I have facts and figures, and nobody wants. They turn their head the other way. They don't want to hear it. I try to make appointments with Mr. Arias. I've been trying for the last couple of months now, and there's still nothing there. I was just getting warmed up. Huh? Anyway, there's no shortage of water, as you know. There's a shortage of faith in God, and if you guys quit trying to play God, we might get somewhere, all right?
All right, next up, I have Andy P. Andy, you did not fill out the subject line of your yellow card. If you're here to speak about something on the consent agenda, you can come forward at this time. Is Andy P. in the chambers? Andy P. Going once, twice? No Andy P. We're going to move on to Alicia Jacoby, who is here to speak about homeless shelters. Alicia, are you present? Yes. Okay. Good morning, ma'am. You have 2 minutes. Next on deck will be Stephanie Blake.
Okay. I was placed in a homeless shelter with a project off-ramp program, and I was there, the Sands had closed down and moved us to another shelter. I went to the Sage Commons, formerly the Valley Inn, and they had a lot of problems there with the staff in the form of, they threw me out for no reason. They had, they don't follow, there's no type of, I'm getting all confused. There's no type of grievance allowed when they throw us out. They just, we just have to go. There's no way we can file a grievance or go above the lady that runs the place is 24 years old. And she does things like, the whole time I was there, I had no air conditioning in my room at all. They go and they come in our rooms when we're not there, and they help themselves to our items. And I was hospitalized twice while I was there, and they had gone in my room, and my room flooded. They didn't clean it up, and then they just go in and throw away all your stuff, And I got thrown out because there's a lady there mentally ill. They don't have any type of way to take care of those people, and they just kind of let them run amok and do what they want, and we're supposed to tolerate behavior. The lady spit in my face, and I kind of pushed her away. I got thrown out, and they told me that because I associate with the homeless advocate, here, the Des Martinez, that they took my name off the housing list, and I had turned in all of my stuff, and then I don't think that's fair, And so since September, I've been back out on the street trying to get a room, and they keep saying they're going to give me one, and they haven't. And I'm pretty, ill. I'm 56 years old. I've been out for 11 years.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll have to conclude your remarks at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Blake. Stephanie will be followed by Brandy. Morning, Stephanie. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I have multiple medical issues. This is in regards to the Fresno Heart Unit. Yesterday, they came and plowed through the stuff that I had been staying with for a couple of days, and I'm not feeling well. I have a virus, so I sequestered myself. They took my ID, my hearing aids, my money, all that stuff. They were teasing my animal. They took my heater and basically stole it right in front of me, and then nobody knew anything about it. It just, the terms that they're dealing with, they were teasing and laughing with each other as they were plowing through stuff, and it just, to me, it's not negotiable that they should be this way. I don't know who put them in charge of our lives, but they go through and pick what they want, and they take that, and it's just wrong. So that's it. And who can help, Who has the authority to help the situation?
Did you say Brandy next? Okay, yeah.
All right, Brandy, good
I
morning.
didn't want
You
to
have
pour
2
in if it wasn't my
minutes.
turn, but I thought I heard my name. Thank you. I want to stand with those who are asking for the Cesar Chavez name change. And I want to support and celebrate.
Randy,
on-
we're not taking Cesar Chavez
Yeah,
comments at
I
this
just
time.
was throwing it since I made, but I want to support and celebrate I have kind of a mix between consent, so I hope but
To be fair to the other members,
Yeah.
let's make sure we keep it focused on consent. Thank you.
okay. So if we have things that are both consent and things that are off consent, would we come back for the unscheduled? Okay. Okay, that would be, I want to support and celebrate the mobile medical centers on 1T. And the item with FCC working on tiny homes, as well as celebrate on 1V, as well as the work with Firm and Arte Americas, that's also on there. Regarding WW, trying to figure out how to change this since this is a mix, but want to ask that the city considers not just what you do, but how you do it. I want to, that is especially with those who are unhoused, as was mentioned before and will be mentioned over here, how people are treated are important. I will go more into it, but regarding warming, I was very grateful for that, but even how things are done is important. The fact that on the day of the warming centers, someone called an hour early, so regarding the shelters, someone called to tell people to get up an hour earlier than they normally would have, and so people were leaving there that day in the rain, which should have been open through the rain, but before the people who were bringing people to the shelters had a chance to come, because we were all expecting them to be up around a certain time, and they were up, and some of the people, especially elderly people, leave earlier than as soon as the lights go on. So some of the people who were on the list for the shelters go to the villa had already left and weren't able to be part of that, including one of our guys, AJ, who so again, we'll come back to that, but just ask that in hearing from people with the shelters with other things, how the city does things is as important as what they do.
Thank you, Brandy. Next up, we have Kristen P. Kristen P., are you still in the chambers? Kristen is up next, followed by Kevin to speak on the homeless issue. Kristen, followed by Kevin.
I have something I want to share with you guys. Can I bring it up?
Is it food?
Yeah.
We're not gonna take
No, it's
food.
something that we get served at our hotel. This is what we eat for dinner and breakfast.
We're
That's
not
what I
gonna,
wanna present to you
not
guys.
gonna take that. You have 2 minutes if you'd like to start
No, I'm
speaking.
gonna be the one to taste. I want to show you guys. This is what we get fed.
She wants to show you what it looks like.
No. That is a presidential privilege. We are not going to. You have 2 minutes starting now. If you'd like to begin speaking, you could do so at this time. Make sure you're addressing the city council and not the audience. This is your first warning, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Kristen Pothier, and I just want to show you what we get for dinner. Okay, that's what we get for dinner. You guys see that? Would you guys eat that? No. This is what I get for breakfast. I don't even get a bowl to eat the oatmeal in. For a month, we get 4 toilet paper rolls. We get 4 trash bags a month. We don't get toothpaste, we don't get razors, we don't get tampons, pads, none of that. We don't get mental health services, we don't get therapists to talk to, and actually everybody's getting thrown out because they've been there too long and they're in compliance because no one can find them somewhere to go, and I'm one of them. So somebody needs to step up and do the job. You guys need to get off your phone, sitting up there, get off your phone, and do your job.
Thank you, Kristen. Up next, we have Kevin. Kevin, you will be followed by Crystal. Kevin, are you in the chambers with us? There he is. Can somebody help Kevin out? Good morning, Kevin. You have 2 minutes, and you'll be followed by Crystal.
Yes, I understand. And good morning, everybody. The other day I was at the doctor's. I couldn't take my belongings with me because I was going to clinical services to see my primary care doctor. My belongings,
Kevin, I'm going to ask you to speak a little closer to the microphone for us, please.
Oh, yes,
Thank you, sir.
My things were taken, and there's no way for me to prove what I had. You know what I mean? Everything is gone. I mean, I have my medication, which is good, but you know, certain things that I did have are no longer there, and there's no way for me to prove that I have them. You know, I'm homeless. I'm on the streets. I'm 64 years old. Where I'm at, you know, Powerell said to stay there. They'll be glad to pick us up. If they haven't came by and pick us up, they have a heart team. They come by and they sweep our belongings away. It's not right. It's unfair. You know, something has to be done. We're losing everything we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Up next, we have Crystal. Crystal will be followed by Jerome.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union, and I've been here before or whatever when I was homeless, and I finally got into Summer of the Ambassador, which is good. I appreciate the help and everything, and like my sister was saying about her breakfast, this is our breakfast right here. Compared to hers, compared to mine, it's a lot different. We can get snacks throughout the day, and she doesn't have access to that. We get access to unlimited toilet paper, unlimited everything. The only thing that I would ask or appreciate if you guys could look into trying to do is something to where we could be sociable. Like, we have an empty building at the Ambassador. Why can't we turn it into like a workshop? It gives people time to socialize, and it also gives them time to get into something to where they want to do experience, and it gets them to where they can move forward into permanent housing, because you can't put somebody in a permanent housing if they have no way to keep that permanent housing. We need mental health because people are just being depressed in there. I have to go back to my therapist now because I'm so depressed in the room. I can't talk to my brother. I can't chill with my brother. None of that. We have to go outside in the rain to visit with each other. So I appreciate it if you guys could look into doing something with that or whatever, something so everybody could be sociable with people.
Thank you, Crystal. Next up, we have Jerome Lopez. Jerome, you'll be followed by Arnold Miner.
Hello, my name is Jerome Lopez. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Unit. I'd like to discuss a few things real quick. I've been there for like 25 months there. And from day one, they told us that they were going to take care of my SSI for me there. They haven't did neither one of those because I have a bad foot. This is like one of the very first times that I was able to live with a girl and that I really love. And we had a pet, and one of the guys that was working there, he stole it from us while there was a fire there, and we never got a sorry or anything. I just wanted to let that be known. You know, the food situation, I think they could do a little bit better job than, like they said, they feed other programs there more food than they give us. You know, and as far as that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jerome. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Arnold Miner.
Thank you, man. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? Huh? I'd like to please have your word that what I'm going to say about the way that I'm getting treated and the people the way they're treating us at the shelter over at the Villa Motel, they very demeaning. You feel me? And the guy is showing favoritism toward non-Africans. Okay? I've been called N-word twice by staff. Okay? And I ain't did nothing wrong. I ain't got no write-up. I ain't gave no problem, nothing. They just come off the top of their head with the racial stuff. Okay? And they very demeaning over there. There's a lot of people in here, man. They treat us like less than human. You guys should go, one or two of you guys could go undercover and you'll see how they treat us. You know what I mean? We would appreciate that. And, you know, they threaten to kick you out. They threaten to kick you out and they throw us out in the rain. The other day it was raining. We had to get out at 6:45 in the morning because they not doing their job. They haven't completed the job that they got paid for with a substantial amount. And I really appreciate it if somebody would really go over there and see what's really going on. Now they want to strip search us. You know, they want to pat us down, go in our pockets before we go into place, sir. You know, that's for real. They really want to do that. You know, they want to implement that yesterday. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold. Next up, we have Papa Lou. Papa, are you in the audience? Okay. Papa, you'll be followed by Des.
I'm a veteran, retired Navy SEAL. And truly, I hear all the motels got the same
Sir, we're
problem.
going to need you to speak closer to the microphone for us, please.
I see all the motels around here got the same problem. I live in Travel Large.
Closer, sir, closer.
For 2.5 years already. They never do the case. The case manager really ain't doing the job. And that's the honest truth. In 2.5 years, I only have seen 4 people that really got a place to stay, and they're already coming back. Then the poor people that have been committed crime in there, and they bring it back in the motel. Why you putting people out for without a reason? Because they tell me, the matter of fact, this morning, if you go into a city hall, when you come back, you're going to have to go on the street. I said, well, we're going to see about that. Because either way it goes, y'all might be the staff member here, but the city council there, that's a different story. Somebody going to have to hear whatever we got to say. And I better speak with the city council, they go speak with another client like me, because we can help each other. And the orderly abuse in there is way too much for everybody. I mean, I'm mentally disabled, physically disabled, but I can just, I don't appreciate the way they talk to us. You know, because, like I told the young lady when she started respecting me, or they literally cussing me out, I said, lady, let me tell you something. I'm ordered not to be your grandfather. And then, you think I go to work to come back to this? I don't want to be homeless. Yes, the idea that for memory loss and all personal questions for why I need a homeless. And I thank y'all for the churches, but the people that running the churches, abusing us. They're reporting to you that they're doing great, that they're feeding 300 people, for example, Travel Large. Ain't no 300 people inside Travel Large.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Thank you. Next up, we have Des Martinez. Des, you'll be followed by Kevin Johnson.
Hi, thank you guys. I wanted to echo everything that the street family members have came up and said. We went through this with Pacific Valley Patrol last year when I came up here and literally begged you guys to please investigate them because of the amount of abuse. It took a full year for Fresno B to do a report, and after that, all of a sudden, voila, the city decides that they're too abusive. Well, this is what's going on with your staff members in every single shelter that you guys have. You need to have somebody else hiring the staff. Half of the staff that is supposed to be hired can't even pass a background check. So where are these people coming from? We have individuals that are being hired right off the streets, which is a great idea, but yet they're not even fully recovered through their drug. We have staff members selling drugs in these shelters. We have staff members using gang members that we are sheltering to bully the other individuals like Green Eyes. I was sitting outside the other day in my truck, doing absolutely nothing, talking to the street family members. There was a young girl that came outside, punching her fist, a Bulldog gang member. She came outside, punching her fist, telling Green Eyes that staff told her that she's talking shit, she's talking mess about the security guard. So she came out to beat her up, yet alone, I turn around, staff is in travels in the window, security's there, they're bumping up a staff member with no bra on and chanclas and the girl, the Bulldog gang member, they're sitting there bumping chests with another person. And I get into it with staff and security. Why? Because they're abusive and nobody's doing anything. You guys have abusive people in these shelters. They're re-abusing the population that you guys are saying that you're helping, that Dyer says he's helping. They're re-abusing them. This is more trauma, and we don't have enough mental health services here to protect them. Adult Protective Services is getting involved. We are notified to contact the police department every single time, and I will be down here every single time the police don't show up because Adult Protective Services is telling us to report these crimes. This is a crime, and it's on your guys' watch. Every single one of you, city managers, city attorney, every single city council member, you have a right to protect the people you're putting in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. Next up, we have Kevin Johnson. Okay. I can't read the name, but the resident of 1254 North Glen Avenue? Okay, sir. Good morning. Good morning, Eric. You got 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. I first would like to say y'all need to address the issue that's really going on behind these doors. Y'all sitting here, y'all not even paying attention to half the people's talking. Y'all looking down, looking over that way, looking at a phone. He looking this way, he looking down. She's looking down. Y'all not paying attention because y'all letting us know right now y'all don't care about what they saying. Y'all need to take that off the wall right there. That bottom line, it needs to come off. Because I don't think the public can trust y'all. Because y'all more like a funeral home. The funeral director left, and y'all the pallbearers trying to bury the homeless. That's all y'all is pallbearers. Our mayor left. That shows you right there that he don't have no concern about what's going on here. So he'll get a memo saying, oh, this would happen at the meeting, but he was here. Why he didn't stay? Howard. Why he didn't stay? Oh, I forgot, y'all the pallbearers. That's all I got to say.
All righty. The rest of my comment cards appear to either be related to trap, neuter, release, or Cesar Chavez. If I missed somebody who wants to speak to the consent agenda, please raise your hand. You could come on up and just state your name for the record, please. Mr. McCloskey, I'll get to you next.
I really wasn't here, but I'm on the other side of the homeless deal. My name is James Marshall. I live at 270 South Temperance. I'm in I-EDGE District 5, which I've known Mr. Chavez and his family for 25 years, even though he doesn't return my phone calls. But anyway, I'm on the other side of this deal, okay? My neighbor spent $75,000 getting the homeless off his property. This didn't come from him, that he might have been bragging. This came from the person that they paid the 50 dumpsters to remove. This is a major problem. I understand these people's problems. Somebody needs to do something, but on both sides of it. When I have homeless people come to me and tell me, be careful of this guy because he's a thief. Now, I've hired some of these homeless people to help me on my property. I understand there's a problem. But if you went out Kings Canyon Avenue, past Temperance Avenue, you see the brand new motorhome that are sitting there now. These are homeless people that tow companies have brought the junk, run-down old motorhomes. In fact, I say they're starting to sublease it. You know what I mean? They're intruding themselves on other people's property. So the laws that we have on the books, I guess they're not laws anymore. You know, loitering, littering, trespassing are no longer laws. So we need to just basically take them off. But when I have a homeless person come to me and say, hey, listen, be careful. This guy over here is a thief. I'm listening to these people that are homeless, that have been robbed. You know, this isn't right. You know, not only on our side, You know, I worked very hard for everything I own. Like I said, I've known Mr. Chavez and his family his father's one of my best friends. If we don't lock it up, if we don't chain it down, it will be missing. So something needs to really be done. But one little question to you. If we come back later, will we be able to speak on the Ventura Avenue name change?
If you want to come back, I will allow it.
Okay, can you give me
although
a rough,
maybe-
can it be after 5 or something like that? Because there's a lot of information there that wasn't brought up before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll get on to the next speaker
Okay.
at this time. Thank you.
I'll come back after 5. Hope you let me talk.
Bob, did I see your hand raised? Good morning to you.
Yeah, I just had a question. Point of information, is now the time to speak to public comment? Just on consent?
On consent only, and then we're going to adopt the remainder, the balance, and then I'll get to unscheduled communication at that time.
So I noticed there was supposed to be a hearing at 10:25 on the housing plan and all that. Is that postponed?
Unfortunately, it's not postponed. We're not going to get around to it in time, if that's what you mean.
Is that part of consent?
No.
Oh. Well, thank you. So we speak later on the housing elements, including 1W.
You could speak on consent now.
Is that part of consent? That's what I'm asking. The housing plan. What are you
It's
calling
a
it?
separate issue.
It's not part of consent?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If you would like to, are you finished?
Is it other people spoke to the issue
Here,
of heart?
let's get his 2 minutes going, Brianna. Okay? If you'd like to speak, we're going to start that timer.
Well, I may not be here in time for the housing plan thing, but I just wanted to bring that up. It calls for approving an agreement with Turning Point of Central California to operate Parkway and Valley Inn and emergency cellars in a total amount of $3.7+ million. Approve agreement with Elevate, Ambassador Inn, Villa Motel, and Travel Inn for $5.2 million. I guess my question is there going to be an audit of these folks? Because there hasn't been. You heard today from people that are staying in shelters that both Turning Point and Elevate operate. Elevate's now operating Villa. There has been some people here that spoke about that. All these shelters, some of them are having some real issues. Some of them are doing better. But just to give them a blank check for these $8 million, not as close to $9 million, how long is that for? We don't know. Is that for a year? Is that for 3 months? Every 3 or 4 months, I see more money being appropriated to Turning Point and RH Community Developers, which is Elevate also. So there's basically 2 providers of shelter services here in the city, and they basically get no big contracts to run these shelters. I understand there's very few operators around there. We don't want to say, don't approve this money, but we want to say, let's have some accountability. Let's improve things at these facilities. Let's look at what people are saying. I know Mr. Ari has held a public meeting at the shelters about a year ago where he asked for input from people there, and a lot of these issues came up at that point. So these are long-standing issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Is there anybody that wants to speak on the agenda items that start with the number 1? Those are our consent items, and those are the items that we're hearing now.
No accountability.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And I'll take somebody over there next. Yep.
Hi. Good morning, Council.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Yes,
Set off
Cindy
the card for you.
Pendino here
Thank
at
you.
Fresno Homeless Union. Number 1, I'd like to say on 1T, I'd like to say that I'm excited about that medical mobile unit, and I'm hoping that we can utilize it for our homeless. Also for shelters, I'm in agreement that the clients do need to have visitations with their family members. That could be their only source of support. It's all about family. We all know that. Also, lastly, I'd like to see a mental health worker on staff at the shelters also. But lastly, I do believe that we need to lighten the caseload of these caseworkers at these shelters. They are overwhelmed, and it is quite evident by the lack of work that they're doing for our clients and for the clients. And there needs to be some change there, and I suggest they hire more caseworkers with the money they're getting, try to get more caseworkers in there. Thank you so much, and may God bless our city.
Thank you, Cindy. You want to speak on something that's on the consent item, ma'am? Is that correct? Okay. Good morning to you. When you get to the microphone, please state your name for the record and be cognizant that you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Susan Rosendo, and I live on Kings Canyon, and I live at the Temperance intersection where there are a lot of homeless people. I see them walk by in my house all the time, all day long. I've even seen homeless with elementary children walking by my house. So I know there is a big issue of homelessness that needs to be addressed. Now, I'm just a simple person, but I'm thinking, if we're going to spend, as a city, all this money to change a name from one thing to another, why not leave the history the way it is and invest all of this money into a center to help the homeless people and to get them the medical attention they need, to get the appropriate food they need, the appropriate toiletries they need, and help them raise up? That is where the money should be going, helping the homeless. I'm just simple, and I'm just putting it out there.
Anybody else that strictly wants to speak about consent? I'll take you, and you will be our last speaker, and then we'll go on to unscheduled. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. Hello, my name is Brandy Phillips, and I'm with the Homeless Union people. And then I'm right there at the Journey Home, and I've been there for like 2 years, me and my boyfriend. And I feel like the staff they don't have the heart to actually move us forward into working and getting us, forward with our thing, like with our housing and stuff. The staff, I feel like the staff is just like they play favoritism. Some of them, why do they keep changing the caseworker? I have maybe 2 or 3 caseworkers already since I've been there. The breakfast and the dinner, the food itself is terrible. You know what I mean? We don't really get that much to eat for breakfast. We only get 1 or 2 little item, one packet of the oatmeal, and then just 1 yogurt. I had a pet right there. A fire incident happened, and so one of the staff was there, and they took our dog. They took mine and my boyfriend's dog, and they kept it. And we never got our dog back or nothing, And I feel like nobody was trying to help us to get the dog back or anything, And I just feel like this is not a turning point, It's not giving us the turning key, to where we need to go, really. Maybe you guys should just check on the staff, and make sure, they're doing their job the way they should be treating us, and feeding us and stuff, That's all I got to say. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm Reva Williams. I stay at the Travel Inn. And talk about favoritism. When you run downstairs and tell staff that your boyfriend hit you or whatever, and they don't call the police, like you asked, security, you ask them to call police, and they're just laughing at you saying, well, she's on one or whatever, and all that, that's favoritism. And that's how it is run down there. It's who you are, you know what I mean? And who you know, and all that, and I'm the one that left, you know what I mean? And anyhow, I don't understand the favoritism in, the program. I don't understand the favoritism in the program, I asked security to call the police because I had an incident with my boyfriend, and he laughed at me. And I said, well, I'm leaving. I got my stuff to leave, and he said, aren't you gone yet? I said, you're going to be laughing when you're on the unemployment line. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
We have one Zoom speaker, Lisa Flores, before we go on to unscheduled communication. Good morning, Lisa. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, and I will be coming back later and speaking some more because I had a plethora of things. But today I want to talk about your action plan, your annual action plan for housing on page 57 of AB-65, homeless and other special needs activities. In the page, about halfway down, you talk about federal entitlement funding, which, you know, if you violate people's civil rights and or your contractors, you actually could not get this federal entitlement money. Just to give you a heads up, it talks about supportive services. Well, what exactly are those supportive services that you're planning to provide in the almost $100 million that you're doing under this item? And what are the achievable goals? What are the deliveries? I do not see adequate deliveries in this document. You know, what are you going to provide? You talk about the HEART team here, which is real interesting because I highlighted it. The HEART team managed street homelessness by providing compassion, response, lawful and effective outreach. Now, based on the community, based on the citizens of Fresno that have come forward today, has that been met? And should you really be putting it in this plan for the feds? You know, I have a lot of questions in regards to your action plan and it being, how can I say, deficient. And also to let you know that I've reviewed plans like this before professionally. And if I got letters from the community or if I got emails or if they picked up the phone to call me and told me what was going on and how the money I was administrating on a grant or an entitlement was, I would look twice into providing and approving any sort of grant or entitlement.
Thank you, Lisa, for your comments this morning.
Thank you.
We have one more Zoom speaker that hopped on, Carla Martinez. You have 2 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll keep my comments really brief. I just want to voice support for item 1R and would recommend that when tenants need further legal assistance, they are streamlined to the eviction protection program. And in addition, have landlords attend a fair housing workshop on what their responsibilities are as landlords so tenants are not facing the brunt of their responsibility when advocating for themselves. Thank you. I'll come back later for additional comments.
Thank you, Carla. City Attorney, is it acceptable to approve the balance of the consent calendar at this time before moving on to unscheduled? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Bredefield and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0 of Councilmember Arias not present on the dais. Okay. We are going to move on to unscheduled communication at this time. I'm going to take them in the order that I have them here. We're going to go till 11:45. We're going to get through as many as we can. We'll hear the rest at the end of today's city's business. I'm not sure what time that will be. After lunch hour, I hope to have a better idea. If you want to stick around, I hope to give you a better time estimate. But we'll allow 2 minutes. We'll go to 11:45, and then we have to get to general administration at that time. The first person I have here is Linda Martinez. Linda, are you present? Good morning, Linda. You have 2 minutes. You will be followed by Adela Leon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Martinez. I am an organizer with the UFW Foundation, and I am here to speak on behalf of all of our leaders in our community, all of our farm workers that continue to fight, to strive, to be essential to this nation. And I am here to support Cesar Chavez Boulevard because it would be a great honor to be there once a year on his birthday, bring resources, bring more revenue, be there for our farm workers, continue to support them, their testimonies, their stories, the struggles that they have been there, the struggles that they have faced. And I really support this because it is a time for the community to get together. All of these organizations can come and bring services once a year and support each other. Thank you so much. We have more leaders here that are going to share their testimony because we are here y sí se puede. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Now we have Adela Leon. Adela, are you in the chambers with us? Adela going once, twice. Seeing no Adela, we're going to move on to Brandy Sherman. Brandy, you will be followed by Dr. Kapoor. Do we have Brandy Sherman in the audience? Trap, neuter, release. Once, twice. No Brandy. All right, Dr. Kapoor, good morning to you, sir. You have 2 minutes. You will be followed by Michael Lynn Lewis.
Good morning, Mr. President, and the members of the City Council and esteemed staff of the City Council, George and Wyatt and Gregory Bedford, City Clerk, and City Attorney and Assistant to the City Attorney. Thank you very much for giving this time. I am here basically in support of your decision that you have made about Cesar Chavez. Thank you very much. Here it is. I strongly support it like that over there. I'm here to let you know that you have given us the best gift on Cesar Chavez's 96th birthday. And I also would like to suggest that you stay united in the face of any challenge or controversy that may arise. Some wise man said some time back, the ultimate measure of a man is not what he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but what he stands at the time of challenges and controversy. And I'm very glad that you have been very steadfast and very determined in making this decision, and we wish you all the best. And I am waiting for the celebration, along with many other people, since 1993, when the issue came first time like that. So thank you very much for your support. And you do have probably some challenges ahead, but I'm pretty sure you will be able to handle that. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. Up next, we have Michael Lynn Lewis. And on deck will be Willie Lopez. Good morning to you.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
I'm glad to be here. I am opposed to this name change. First of all, I'd like to tell you, last week I had a chance to speak to some of the people in Sunnyside area. And one of the things I remembered was having to read, or not having to read, but wanting to read some stories by William Saroyan, who talked about the fairgrounds on Kings Canyon, talked about Ventura Boulevard. Also the Armenian community who established a long time the city of Fresno just next door to us, as a matter of fact, and who contributed to us, to this whole community. All the other ethnic groups who have committed to this community and the success of Fresno as it is. California Avenue, which houses Edison High School. California Avenue and Edison High School brings a lot to the African American community. We have produced a number of people who have worldwide recognition, and that should not be erased. What you're doing at this point in time now, you're erasing history. You're erasing all of the efforts that a lot of people, not just one group, made to contribute to the success of Fresno. If you look at a lot of some of the things that this change would mean, it would mean that any scholars in the future trying to find some of the landmarks that were talked about or things like that would have to really go and search for that and look for that. I don't understand that, especially when I know that 2 of the council members have been on the Board of Education or had something to do with education. I cannot understand why you would want to wipe out history, wipe out literature, wipe out some of the things that make our community great. So I'm asking you to reconsider this whole name change. Yes, Cesar Chavez did a lot for the farm workers, and that's one group of people that he stood for. I myself boycotted grapes and lettuce long past the time that the boycott was over in support of the farm workers. So it's not that I don't have empathy for it, but I just don't see where 10.5 miles of any kind of street should be named after one person. I would ask you to consider naming another plaza, another street, or something else
Thank you, ma'am.
for
That'll
him.
conclude
Thank
your
you.
remarks this morning. Next up, we have Willie Lopez, followed by Mr. Guyona on deck.
Thank you for allowing me to say just a few words. What comes to mind is the fact that when I was young, I was in the 60s, I didn't really appreciate a lot of the accomplishments that were going to take place in the future at that time. What I remember was that I was kind of annoyed because there was a whole lot of people at my house where my mom was cooking and having people come over, and I had to be a host. I had to carry a big old coat to the closet and hang it up for this gentleman who was an African American by the name of Jesse Jackson. I didn't know who he was. Cesar Chavez was sitting in the garage. At times, my mom would have him talk to me about put some sense into this kid. Later on, I got to meet Robert Kennedy at one of the ranches here in Delray, because that's where I'm from. But at the time, I didn't know. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't have an idea of the future. Well, here we are. This is the future. I'm standing right here before you. Out of respect for people like them, for Cesar Chavez and his accomplishments, the least we can do is start to honor him like other cities have done and give some respect to a hero of this nation. Thank you very much.
We have Venancio, followed by Mary Haskin. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Venancio Gaona, and I live at 5209 East Hamilton Avenue in the city of Fresno, not the county. Members of the council, we applaud the city's approval of the March 9th resolution naming the avenues in honor of Cesar Chavez, or Cesar Chavez Avenue. The Latino community in the city has been redeemed by your action. Your council action has corrected an injustice that was committed 29 years ago. The renaming is fitting, for we will be observing the 30th anniversary of Cesar's passing. There are 11 states and many cities and school districts that recognize his birthday as an official holiday. There are streets, parks, schools, and other public spaces that grace his name. We honor the legacy of Chavez for his struggle to uplift the spirit of the disenfranchised. He repaved the road for farm workers' children from following the crops from one town, city, county, and state to another, to better life through education. 40 years ago, at the death of Rufino Contreras, a 33-year-old farm worker slain during a bitter strike in the Imperial Valley, Cesar eulogized him with these words, quote, "True wealth is not measured in the money or the status of power. It is measured in the legacy we leave behind for those we love and those we inspire," unquote. He was convinced all human beings are endowed with human dignity, with the capacity to make unique contributions and create our own future. Let us honor him in peace and dignity. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mary Haskin. Mary, you will be followed by Grace Solis. Mary, followed by Grace Solis. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Council. Pleasure to see you all today. I come to you under my hat that you have all granted me as the first Executive Director for Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch. In my capacity in visiting all these neighborhoods, I've heard various cities. Born and raised in Fresno, attended Edison High School in 1987, so I come with the capacity to stand in the gap to bridge between the police department and city council and marginalized communities as well as North Fresno communities. One thing that I have noticed is in the community in 93706, they feel particularly marginalized and forgotten about city council. So I apologize for being late in the game on this issue with renaming Cesar Chavez. I don't think anyone in West Fresno opposes Kings Canyon. Well, I take that back. There may be some that oppose it, but it makes 100% sense to name Kings Canyon Cesar Chavez. What doesn't make sense is renaming California Avenue to Cesar Chavez. I saw the map and how it flows, so I can understand the logistics, but it doesn't make any sense, and I stand as an ally with all my brothers and sisters that California Avenue should stay the same, or name it after a prominent African-American Fresnan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have Grace Solis. Grace, you will be followed by Paul Garcia.
Good morning. My name is Grace Solis, and as a child, the school bus dropped us off in the fields with my mom and dad to work until it got dark. Farm work was a way of life for us. Luckily, though, Cesar Chavez came along and convinced my dad that he should send us to school, which we did. I mean, we continued. He gave my father the wherewithal and the courage and everything else to stand up for himself against the farmers that we worked for. So we were all successful. We were able to go to college and be homeowners, voters. I represent many, many people who grew up like me. We have worked, and we have studied, and we have progressed. And I think I'm very happy to hear that the board, that you have named Cesar Chavez Avenue, finally, after all these years. It's an honor long overdue, and I want to thank you and commend you for your actions.
Thank you, Grace. Next up, we have Paul Garcia. Paul, you'll be followed by Sue Williams. I believe it's Williams. Sue.
Good morning. I would just like to bring to the council's attention the significance of the address 1405 East California Avenue here in Fresno. Almost 30, it was actually 60 years ago, Cesar Chavez founded the National Farm Workers Association at that address. At that time, it was the Edison Social Club. It doesn't exist there anymore, but it was a significant event that took place. You can probably imagine how difficult it was to organize farm workers to come to a convention like that. Farm workers who lived in poverty, small rural communities, some lived in labor camps, most spoke only Spanish, and many had no transportation. But that significant event, 60 years ago, led to some very significant improvements in farm labor conditions. I would like to also say that hopefully sometime soon, we will come to the City Council and ask you to approve designating that site as a site of significant site of a location in the city of Fresno. We've already made a presentation to the Fresno Commission on Historical Preservation, asking for their approval. We hope to come back to get your approval. We'll expect that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Next up, we have Sue Williams. Sue, you'll be followed by Heidi. Morning, Sue.
Thank you for your time. This isn't about honoring a man, this is about process, and that's what I'm here to talk about. This item has been on the consent calendar twice, which is reserved for non-controversial items with no noticing. California Avenue was omitted from the agenda item and was only discussed by your body once. Both resolutions from last year and weeks ago included the following. Renaming a city street includes a deliberative process that provides guidance when reconsidering the renaming of city streets and included steps to ensure the process protects the historical significance of current street names. Surely, the city as lead agency would be subject to CEQA and require an environmental assessment, especially relevant as the 1993 resolution rescinding the council's action found that the names of Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California have special prominence and significance to the culture and history of the city of Fresno. Councilmember Story was told the committee would be formed, and Councilmember Perea was told that the public would have another chance to comment. And we were told to watch the PowerPoint presentation regarding the process to change these street names, that it would go before the Planning Commission and back to council. I respect this body's passion to honor someone who has done so much. But mandating a street name change that impacts 3,150 businesses and residents without noticing or following policy isn't something to be proud of. It's just bad politics and taints the results. We would ask that you reconsider your actions and engage your constituents. Create a dialogue that unites the community. I live in Southeast Fresno, but I proudly support my friends in Southwest Fresno and Ventura. We are one Fresno.
Thank you. Up next is Heidi. Heidi, you'll be followed by Jorge afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak today. I am passionate about this issue. I was here the first time it came. No street in Fresno should be renamed. Chavez did a lot of good, but I don't even think Chavez would rename an historical street, Kings Canyon. It represents our national park. It represents a river that goes to the farming community. Sorry.
Just speak closer to the microphone, please.
Oh, I think this is a frivolous and foolish waste of taxpayer money. When naming a new street costs nothing. I just don't think you have the right to erase history with all the businesses and all the peoples associated with 12 miles. We have 2 parks after Chavez. We have a school. How about a freeway? Rename a freeway. That would be wonderful. Okay? I think there's alternatives. Please reconsider this vote that you took and do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, Jorge, you're up next, followed by Gerline Bishop. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Guizar, and I'm here to thank you for naming the Cesar Chavez Boulevard. We're going to celebrate 30 years next April 23rd of Cesar Chavez passing, and I'm sure if Cesar was here with us today, he wouldn't be asking for recognition because he never wanted that, but we all love what he did and his inspiration and his legacy. It is essential for us, for him to be there in the boulevard for the legacy of Cesar Chavez and to make sure the other people coming behind us, they know why. And that he was here, he continues to change lives, even though he passed 30 years ago. Thank you very much.
All right, we have Gerline Bishop. Bishop, are you in the audience? Once, twice? No, Bishop. Okay, up next we have Sharon Williams. Sharon will be followed by Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Sharon Williams, born and raised 71 years in West Fresno. I applaud Cesar Chavez, but what I do not understand is how anyone could agree that you tear down something that's established and historic and a legacy to uplift someone else. You don't uplift the hero and kill one that's already been established. You just don't do that. 71, we walk. California is part of our legacy. Now, I know the geographics and the face of West Fresno has changed, but historical is in stone. We feel like, as African Americans, we're being erased off the map, or we're like little dots and not considered. Listen, my mother, grandmother went to Edison, I went to Edison, my children went to Edison, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren on their way. But when I want to tell them about my home, about Columbia and about Lincoln and about Kirk, I can't do it without talking about California Avenue. I cannot do it without mentioning that Martin Luther King used to be called Fig. But you gave Martin Luther King a change from California to north. But you're talking about 10-something, 12 miles for Cesar Chavez. Come on, you all. I'm looking at this board, I'm going, I've been saying for the longest, the demographics in West Fresno is changing, but progress, development doesn't mean you kill a legacy of a whole generation of people. Please consider, and if it wasn't supposed to be and you haven't followed the proper protocol and process, then all of that should be voided. And the people should have known. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, we have Mark from 520 East Kings Canyon Avenue. Good morning. You'll be followed by Mary Macias.
Hello, Council. My name is Mark Barbano. I'm born and raised. My name is Mark Barbano. I'm born and raised in Fresno, California. I'm just proud to say that you guys have taken something in the right direction. He was a good man, needs to be honored. I was good friends, and I went through this 29 years ago with my friend Brian Setensich, and I thought a lot of the hatred was erased and dispatch, you know. It was so bad that Brian, if you remember, I think Gary would remember, Mr. Setensich had to walk off. And I was just happy to see that. I was hoping things have changed in the city of Fresno. I mean, I think it's a good thing. It needs to happen. Cesar Chavez was a good man. He helped a lot of people. Those people put food on our tables and food on our shelves. And this honor has to be and made it happen. And I just want to thank you for going in the right direction. Like I said, 29 years ago when I was here with it too, it was like horrible, you know, the hatred and the bigotry. But thank you for what you've done, and I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Up next, we have Mary Macias. Mary will be followed by Al Romero.
Hello. I know we've been talking about the homeless. We should be focusing on the homeless instead of wasting our time and money on changing a street that's been there forever. Kings Canyon, I live in Kings Canyon. My father was a rancher and a farmer in Bakersfield, and he fought Cesar Chavez because he didn't really do that much for the people. It was the farmers that fed the people and all that. And speaking, all these people that are here with their little signs saying Cesar Chavez are not from my district. They are not from my district. They don't care what's going on. They're coming from outside. So I am just saying.
Mary?
What?
I'm going to pause your time for a second. Folks in the audience going forward need to be respectful.
I am being respectful, just like he was respectful
I'm not talking
for me.
to you. I'm talking to the folks booing you in the audience. All right, Mary?
No, I'm just saying a fact. I listened to what they had to say. The majority of the people that are here with their signs saying they want to change the name are from out of town, or they're no longer. I live in that district. I want Kings Canyon to stay. We have a lot of people that have businesses there. It's going to cost them money to change everything. Why would you want to change something that's been there forever? What's the purpose of it? What is the purpose of giving it to Cesar Chavez that a lot of people don't really care about? My father was a farmer. He got into it with Cesar Chavez. He almost got killed by people that were the unions and all that. I was part of that too. I was growing up. I used to pick grapes. I used to do everything just like anybody else because I am Hispanic too. But what I don't like is when people come in and try to destroy something that's been there forever. And Kings Canyon has been there forever, and we shouldn't change it just to make some people happy for something that he really didn't mean that much to the people. Maybe just to certain people, but not to the farmers and people that work hard. My father had a lot of people that worked for him. And let me tell you, they respected my father. They were against Cesar Chavez. And Cesar was just used by the union people and the people that came in. But let me tell you, please do not change the name. Keep it as Kings Canyon Road. We've been there forever, forever. And I don't like it. I don't like change. When we should help the homeless because we have so many homeless. It broke my heart to hear all these people that were here before me speaking what's going on with the homeless because I see it day in and night out. We should help them. That money should go to help them instead of the money to change the name of something else. So I'm an American first. I don't want any changes. My love is for my country, not for another country that we came from. Or I came from Portugal on my mom's side. I came from Mexico on my dad's side. I don't think we should do that. We should
That'll
leave Kings
conclude your
Canyon
time
as
for
it is.
today, Mary. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Al Romero. Al or Romero, are you in the audience? Okay. Next up, we have Jose Leon Barraza on deck.
I want to thank you, Council, for doing what you have done so far. A lot of people are...
Hey, folks, please be respectful out there. We have a long meeting ahead of us. My apologies, sir. Please continue.
No problem. I lived on 4730 East Alta, which is 3 blocks south of Kings Canyon. Turning it to Cesar Chavez Boulevard is a great thing for us. Everyone that's lived on Kings Canyon, and we don't even know where Kings Canyon and Ventura starts because Ventura is already there also, but it's called Kings Canyon. We'd like to have it called Cesar Chavez. We need a representation that is fair to our community. Our community is a lot of farm workers, and we support Cesar Chavez, and we support the name change. We need something that represents our community, our culture, and our people. The people are Hispanic, white, Armenian, all on Kings Canyon Boulevard. They all supported this when we last met. All we need for you to do is just say yes. That's it. Si se puede. That statement means yes, we can, and yes, we have. We just need for you to make it official, change the street, make us proud. I've been on 4730 since 1951. I have not moved from there. This would mean a lot to me. I'm a Mexican American. This would make me proud to be a Mexican American and on Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Al. Up next, we have Jose Leon Barraza, followed by Tom Crossland on deck. Good morning, Jose.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, President Maxwell. Jose Leon Barraza, Chief Financial Officer of the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. Our office is located on the newly named Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard in Southeast Fresno. And I happen to live in Sunnyside, by the way. I've lived there for many years. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. I have provided you a letter of support that has been signed by 22 small business owners that are operating currently on the corridor. And they're there, they're paying taxes. So they are very happy that you have made this decision to change the name. They also appreciate that you're providing resources to reimburse businesses that are incurring expenses because of the name change. And they also realize that there are there's a lot of work that continues to be done along the corridor. There's a facade improvement project that the city's funding that is being implemented. So we want to be proud of the corridor. We're going to continue to work very hard to maintain it. And by the way, in regard to the homeless, how about getting the county of Fresno involved? How about getting the state of California involved? They have resources too, you know. And actually, unfortunately, in that area of our city, there are a lot of areas that are not part of the city, and I live in Sunnyside, so I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you so much for your support, and God bless you.
All right, next up we have Jose Luis Barraza. Jose, you will be followed by Eddie Varela.
Thank you, President Maxwell. Members of the City Council, once again, my name is Jose Luis Barraza. I am the interim Chief Executive Officer for Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. Note, association. Association of members throughout Southeast Fresno. We represent both the tenants and the business communities in that area. Our targeted area is from First Street all the way down to Temperance, from McKinley all the way down to America. And we are mostly Americans. I'd like to thank you for your decision in this historic moment of naming Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard. It's long overdue, and I'd like to point out Hanoians, Armenians, who supported us as United Farm Workers in our times of need. So they were there with us. And so I say to you, and I like to remind people of the importance of this state. A gentleman today asked me, or stated to me, let the beauty of what you love be what you do. And I replied to him, nicely said, Gil, but it is not about me. It's always been about us. Nothing will ever change without us. One person can raise an eyebrow, but the entire community can move a mountain. Yes, it has been about us, understanding together and fighting for what is right. It has always been us. Never one person could stand alone and bring about positive change for the community. Cesar E. Chavez, an icon, a symbol that represents this image. Nosotros, us. I have known this to be true because I've been at the summit. And from the top of that mountain, I have seen great things happen.
Thank you, Jose. That'll conclude your time for this comments this
You have
morning.
it, and I thank you. I wish I could finish this up.
Sorry.
But hey, you got the point, right? Thank you.
Up next, we have Eddie Varela, and Eddie will be followed by Archie Ricks, Jr. Good morning.
Council President Maxwell and members of the City Council. My name is Eddie Varela, President of El Concilio de Fresno. I am honored to be present here this morning on behalf of our organization to join you in celebrating a historical naming of Cesar Chavez Boulevard after Cesar Estrada Chavez, leader of La Causa, the farm worker movement. Yes, ya es tiempo. It is time, nearly 30 years overdue, that our community goal is finally realized. We have been persistent over the years and presented our case to council members and allies sympathetic to our cause. As a result, we proudly say that we are part of a movement to advocate for a significant thoroughfare through Southeast Fresno to be realized and named after our historic labor leader and icon, Cesar Chavez. Our community never lost hope of our goal or gave up on the challenge. Instead, time and opportunity evaded us for the moment. And yet, our and your aspirations align at this moment in time. And you, a majority of council members, on a 6-to-1 vote, taken on March 9, 2023, made a historic decision to adopt a resolution moving forward with renaming the streets to Cesar Chavez Boulevard. We congratulate you on the art and craft of public policy making. We know that your decision-making is complex and challenging. We watch, observe, and read about your actions on the council, and each of you takes your council member role seriously and responsibly for the public good. To the teens and young adults in this chamber, or watching video from your favorite location, you are witnessing historical action set in motion by your forefathers.
Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate your time. Up next, we have Archie Ricks Jr. Archie will be followed by Keith Gooch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
He had to leave. His brother's in the hospital.
And who are you? Are you speaking on his behalf?
Yes, sir.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Hester Hensley. I'm his mom.
Please speak a little closer to the mic for us.
My name is
ma'am.
Hester Hensley.
Thank you.
First, I just want to say I think this is absolutely ridiculous to go trying to change what's already been established. This don't even make sense that we here fighting over street names when we got so many other things that we should be having our minds concentrated on. What sense does it make? Those streets already have a name. California is California, Ventura is Ventura, Kings Canyon is Kings Canyon. But what I come to say is that my family moved here in early 40s, and they worked the fields until the late 60s. And the only reason we left the fields, the blacks can contest to this. Cesar Chavez wanted to charge us union dues to work what we've been working for 40 years out in the fields. My time up already? I think they speed it up when I come up here. Anyway, my family moved here in 1940, and we worked the fields. My brothers, I had two brothers, it was 9 of us, but I had two brothers that had back problems for years because of carrying heavy cotton sacks. Well, we picked cotton, we chopped cotton, and we wasn't getting but $1 for 100 pounds of cotton at that time. My brother was carrying 700 and 800 pound cotton sacks to make a good meal for us. We turned grapes. We cut grapes. It was only 9 cents a tray. Can you imagine how many trays did you have to cut to make a meal? So when you say he did a whole lot, we all did a whole lot. We're essential workers. We worked the fields more than anybody. We had to walk to Chinatown to catch buses. We had to walk to Chinatown to catch buses
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
go to fields.
That'll conclude your time for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keith Gooch?
Do
that
the
you,
right
Keith?
thing.
Good morning, Keith. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Mr. Arias, this is pretty much directed to you. Last year, when you guys spoke about changing the name, right, I called your office. When I called your office, I talked to Mr. Fernandez. And Mr. Fernandez, I said I wanted to talk to you. He came back and told me, and each one of you council members have one of the emails he sent me back, right? And then it's like he told me California was not in there, okay? And then he did also tell me you were the one who said, what will it look like if California is in there, right? Did you or did you not, right? That's what you did. You're not going to answer, I see that. But anyway, then from there, you did state, because I asked him, I said, hey, have you canvassed the city? Have you canvassed us? Have you talked to the people who live there? I live on California. It never has. I follow you. I voted for you, right? But the thing about it is transparency. is what it is. Hey, the one thing that you're not being is transparent, because you guys in here, it says the community will, hey, be, well, let me make sure I get it right. Before the name is adopted, okay, we will notify the community. Believe me, you put out emails all the time. It does not say one time in the email, other than when you guys adopted this, that anything about California being renamed. So anyway, I'm asking you, all of you, think about what you're doing. You don't erase history, you build on history, all right? I don't know how long you guys have been here. I've been here for a minute. I'm very essential in the community, all right? I played football at Fresno State. Hey, we lived here. We got a track at Edison. Okay, when Donald Trump came for the running horse, hey, we got 72 million, no, that 72 million, we got 34 million of that for West Fresno, which it was not allowed at first.
Thank you.
And you know it. Thank you.
All right, folks, the time is 11:45. There is some city business we do have to get to before the lunch hour. We have heard over half the comments. We will hear the other half, but it'll be after we conclude city business. Unfortunately, I don't know what time that will be. We have a pretty long agenda. I will call through all these cards when that time comes. You're also more than welcome to appear via Zoom if you wish to speak electronically as well. So thank you, everybody. I hope 5, but I don't know. I don't know. All right, City Council, we still do have some city business to get to today. No more public comments. I can't hear you. All right, folks in the audience, you're going to have to start clearing out if you're going to make noise.
I think we're still going right now. We're still.
All right, City Council, going to call this back to order. We're going to hear item 3A on the general admission. We do have a quorum. All right, everybody, City Council, please resume your seats on the dais. City Administration, we're going to get around to item 3A. This is actions pertaining to amendments to resolutions related to classification and compensation for the Emergency Service Dispatcher Classification Series. Who do we have to speak on this today?
I'd like
City
to
Manager?
introduce Vanessa
Perales. I believe this is her first time presenting in front of council.
A hell of a time, but good luck to you.
Right. Hi.
I apologize for the noise, but please, they're
Okay.
clearing out. You could get started if you
Yeah.
feel comfortable.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Hi, good morning. My name is Vanessa Perales. I'm a Human Resources Manager in Personnel. So the item presented before you today consists of 2 resolutions to assist with recruitment, retention, and efforts to address a variety of concerns in the Emergency Communications Center by adding 2 new classifications that will create a career pathway for emergency dispatchers that are not ready for radio coverage, as well as supervisors that desire to continue into a management position. The first resolution is the 9th amendment to the salary resolution, requesting to add the new classification of emergency services call taker and set at the same salary as emergency services dispatcher 1. Increasing the salary also of emergency services dispatcher 123 by 14.21%, retitling the classification and increasing the emergency services dispatch supervisor by 19.11%, and reinstating and retitling the emergency services dispatch manager and salary consistent with internal equity at the division manager classification. Existing MOUs with each respective bargaining unit will also allow for a 3% salary adjustment for the ESD classification series effective June 19, 2023. The second resolution is the 7th amendment to the position authorization resolution to add 1 full-time position for the civilian emergency services dispatch manager. And we're also available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody punched up. Would anybody like to address
I'd like
this
to make
item?
a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefield, and I heard a second from Esparza. Do we have any discussion on this matter, administration, council?
Actually, I just want to thank a few people because this is a very heavy lift. As you know, the department, we started working on this about 6 months ago. And I know all of you have received communications from not only FCEA, but some of the staff within the 911 center, which obviously had us turn this from 8 on the stove up to high. So I know Councilmember Carbasi was constantly checking in with us as well. He had been speaking with the mayor all along. So I also want to recognize all the staff from Personnel Services. This was a pretty significant shift on a very short turnaround. So I want to thank all the staff that are here in the front row and Vanessa for taking the lead on this and being able to put a plan together. I don't want to get too far into the details because I know we're going to be talking publicly here in just a minute, but just want to thank the staff for all of their hard work. Our fearless leader, multiple hat wearing TJ Miller, who is Assistant City Manager, also Interim Personnel Services Director, also Interim Chief Labor Negotiator, goes on and on. So thank you, TJ, and your team for all of your effort.
Thank you to the administration. This is a huge item. We'll talk about it more shortly. We do have an event coming up, but I do have a motion from Councilmember Bredefield. I have a second from Councilmember Esparza. We're going to go out to public comment, and then we're going to have a vote. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on item 3A related to dispatcher salary? Anybody punched up on Zoom?
There's no one punched on Zoom.
Okay. Seeing nobody, we'll go ahead and go to a vote. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Arias not present at the dais. Awesome. Thank you very much. Great job. All right, City Council, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. We're going to take time items first, and then we're going to get to contested consent afterwards.
Excuse me, Councilmember, I think before you officially break, because this is still part of the public meeting for the Brown Act purposes, we're going to be doing an event here in Chamber. I think it still needs to be part of the formal meeting.
Understood.
Sorry, I'll let the city attorney confirm that. We're going to be doing a press event here in Chamber with all council members, so it should still be part of this agenda item and meeting.
All right, folks in the audience, we're going to do a small press event right here down the middle of the aisle. After that, immediately we'll be breaking for lunch until 1:30. Thank you very much.
We're still live and we're on the live press event.
Test, 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 test.
get ready, Luis, Paco. Mandy, you can stay up here if you want. Claire, whoever. Away from me.
It ain't over yet.
Wasn't easy. White.
But only gotta show 10 seconds, you want TV anyway.
Not even. Not even.
If I'm lucky, they'll flash to my face real quick.
I got you.
We know it's going to be the Jerry Dyer show.
Oh,
It
yeah.
always is.
Featuring a couple.
We're just window dressing, that's all.
Couple flash shots. Yeah.
That's the only way I'm getting on cameras. You got me by the neck.
Out of the way. I'm sorry, Mayor. Sorry. That's the shot?
That's it.
That's why I gotta stand right here. Mom, look, I made it on TV. Can you get Jerry a picture of us on a shirt?
Come here, mijo.
Hi, Papa. Papa Jerry. The recording.
Oh, shit. No, we're just trying to get in the shot.
There's a big ego there.
I know.
That's what Gary, get in there. Make sure you guys adjust your white balance, please.
Can we get, some, a little bit of tanning going? Hey, Jerry, maybe. Take that photo? There you go. Jerry. Smile, Jerry. Se puede on 3, Jerry. Yeah, we'll send that over to Steve Brandell.
Yeah, that's
Oh, there's Sam.
Oh, I took care of you guys.
Sam, you want to come on up here with us?
Yeah, Sam, come on up.
Come on, Sam, you're just late. Sorry I missed all the fun, guys. It's all right, we got it.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, bro. Okay, we ready? Okay, I want to thank everyone for coming out today to this news conference. And I want to start off by saying thank you to this council for unanimously supporting a council item today that will effectively change the future of our dispatch center. And I really do believe that. I think all of you know that for many years we've been very challenged by the volume of calls that come into our 911 center. The Fresno Police Department's 911 center is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, call centers in the nation per dispatcher. And as a result of that, at peak times, there are dispatchers not able to pick up the phone in a timely manner from a 911 caller. And when we have certain types of incidents in our city where there's a large volume of 911 calls coming in, they simply cannot get to those calls. And there's a reason for that. But the demand has created a tremendous level of stress within our communication center for the operators. Stress that ultimately leads to increased sick leave, increased absences, and also results in our dispatchers seeking outside employment, going to another agency that perhaps pays better and has a less of a call volume, or perhaps just simply requesting to go to another job position within the city of Fresno with a less of a stress level. Seeing the number of dispatchers leaving has been disheartening, and that has been trending upward for us in the city of Fresno. And we as a city have conducted a comparative analysis of our peer cities, cities like Stockton, Bakersfield, Long Beach, Sacramento, Santa Ana, Oakland, and others. We also have looked at the pay as well as the volume of calls for the Clovis Police Department and the California Highway Patrol. And what we have found is not surprising. Our dispatchers are overworked and they're underpaid. And they have been for many, many years. And when you look back at what we did last year with our police officers, we had a police department with well over 100 police officer vacancies. It was difficult for us to recruit. We were not able to retain officers. They were going to other agencies for more pay and less work. And this council did something that was very, very brazen. And that was, we made the decision to make our Fresno police officers the highest paid in the entire Central Valley. And as a result of that, it's been remarkable, and our police chief will talk about that in terms of how that has increased his opportunity for recruiting and the retention level that has increased as well as a result of that. And so today's action by the council does something very similar. It is making our dispatchers, and rightfully so, the highest paid dispatchers in the entire Central Valley of California. And that means over a 14% pay raise for our dispatchers. That's in addition to the pay raises that they're receiving over a 3-year period of 3% each year. And it's also a 19% increase for our dispatch supervisors. And there's some other steps that are also being taken beyond the salary in terms of changing the practice within our dispatch center that will allow us to retain more of our emergency dispatcher ones, which will be emergency call takers now in many cases. We're also taking steps to build a new 911 center. And this council has supported the funding of that, and we are in the design phase and expect construction to be completed in 2025 with a new dispatch center. There's also in process, and our police chief will speak about this, of diverting mental health calls out of our 911 center into a center that will deal specifically with mental health type calls. And again, reducing the call volume coming in, as well as the challenge of having to deal with people calling in on mental health type calls. The increase in the salary will be about $1.2 million, a cost to the city, but I don't see it as a cost. I think we all stand here today and see it as an investment into the safety of our citizens. And the truth is, if we can't get public safety right, nothing else really matters in our city. And what is foundational public safety is having the ability to answer 911 calls timely. And so with that, I'm going to have our police chief come up, talk about the benefits of what the council did today, as well as talk about some of the successes that he has seen with recruiting police officers as a result of the contract that was passed last year, as well as the impact on the 911 center by diverting mental health calls.
Thank you, Mayor. Paco Balderrama, Chief of Police. I do want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to the mayor, our city manager, Council President Tyler Maxwell, who's been very supportive of this effort, but also Council members Kerbasi and Bredefeld, who led the charge to make this happen. You know, they did this for me because I do not control the budget, and I knew that this was a need. But I also want to thank every single council member because they're all supportive of this. They all want our community to have adequate service. There should not be long wait times when you call 911 when you have an emergency, and these are the things that we want to affect. A special thanks goes out to TJ Miller and her staff because they work very, very hard, very, very diligently to work with my staff to come up with all the stipulations and the bullet points as far as these new positions and how they're going to affect our hiring process and our retention process. So thank you very much, TJ, for the hard work. You certainly made this happen. You brought this home for us. Dispatchers are first responders. They are the lifeline between police officers and backup. They are the lifeline between the community that needs a police officer and help. And they are also traumatized when they have to listen to some of the critical incidents that are occurring on the other end of the phone. So they are first responders. As the mayor said, they're overworked and they're underpaid. And we have to fix that. You know, one of my favorite sayings is, if something works, you do more of it, and if something doesn't work, then you stop doing it and you do something else. Last year, with the help of the council and the mayor, we proved that we could recruit, we could retain police officers, and we are on track to have a fully staffed police department, perhaps the first and only one in the United States of America as far as a major city is concerned. We want to do the same thing with our dispatchers. But it's very difficult to do that when, comparatively speaking, you don't compare with other cities, other municipalities, and this job is difficult. Being a dispatcher is very, very difficult. A lot of stress, multitasking like I've never seen before, and it takes a very special individual. A couple of the goals that I think we're going to achieve by this move, by the city council and the mayor, is we're going to show our dispatchers that we do value them, that we do care, that they matter, that they're part of this team. And me as police chief, there's not a single position that is more important than another, including my own. We're all part of a team, and we all make things happen. And dispatchers are critical to public safety in our community. Now that I have this as armament to go out there and do a very proactive and very aggressive campaign, there's no doubt in my mind that my team is going to make it happen. We made it happen in the last 24 months with new police officers. We're going to do the same thing with dispatchers, and that includes the move towards a new communications center. You know, right now, if we were to hire all the dispatchers that we need, we wouldn't really fit in our current communications center. So we are on board and on our way to build a new communications center, which is also going to double as a crime information center, so we can keep a real-time view of what's going on in the city and be able to get the resources there when we need them. So thank you very much for this move. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. this city has proven time and time and time again that public safety is a priority to the city of Fresno. And now it's up to me and my team to make it happen, and I don't think we've disappointed yet. So we're going to continue that trend. Thank you.
I'm going to keep my remarks brief today, but I wanted to make it clear that this is a council that unequivocally supports public safety and our Fresno Police Department, and we are committed to bolstering and improving our Fresno Police Department by giving them the resources they need. However, when we talk about improving public safety and talking about that, if we're only discussing sworn officers, we're only addressing half of the equation. We know how instrumental our dispatchers are for the community and for our sworn officers for response times. And so our officers stay safe when they're out on a call, and they can have that clear communication with our dispatchers. So we've talked to our Fresno Police Officer Association representatives. We know that our previous vote to increase pay for our sworn officers has led to an increase in recruitment, has led to an increase in retainment, and I fully expect that we'll see that with our city dispatchers too, leading to better service overall for every Fresno, from North Fresno to Central Fresno and South Fresno. And so I do want to thank Chief Balderrama. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without the administration support, Mayor Dyer, the incredible support staff that we have over here to my left, our union reps, Brandon and Sam, my council colleagues. This was a joint effort, and I know the impacts of it are going to be felt very soon throughout our entire city. But I can't take all the credit. Although I am council president, I do want to acknowledge a couple of my colleagues up here with me today. Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Carbasi have been leading the charge on this for a very long time. You don't always see it in the public. They are very vocal about supporting our law enforcement, but I could tell you that's the tip of the iceberg. Behind the scenes, they're gathering support, they're doing their homework, and they made this happen today, whipping votes. And so I want to give a shout out and a kudos to my colleagues who also made this happen. And I want to hand it over to my friend and colleague, Councilmember Bredefeld. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You know, we've all seen on the news when there's a critical incident and there's a 911 dispatcher on the phone with somebody who's in distress, or there's something terrible happening. These are the ultimate professionals, and they're part of the police department and part of the team. Before you have a police officer come out, they're usually first in contact with a dispatcher. So they are a critical part of making our city safe. And we, like we did with the police officers, this council did, the mayor did, we made them the highest paid police officers in the valley because we value them. It's helped with recruiting, it's helped with retaining our officers, and now we're taking the next step with dispatchers. They've long needed the assistance. We're now providing that, and I want to thank my colleagues on the city council, the mayor, the administration, all the folks that have been instrumental in making this happen. We are a city that values public safety. And there are a lot of challenges that come with public safety, often due to the laws that come out of Sacramento, which makes it very difficult to make a city safe. But our police officers are doing it every day, led by Police Chief Paco Balderrama. And every officer who puts on that uniform, men and women, we are very grateful to them for the sacrifice and the service that they do. And we could say the same things about every dispatcher that shows up to work every day. And we have had a problem in the past with not having enough dispatchers, with having long wait times. That's unacceptable to all of us that serve our citizens. That's changing with this effort today. And I think our citizens can be very comforted to know this is a #1 priority for all of us. With that, I'd like to invite Councilmember Carbasi up here, who's also been instrumental in making this happen.
Thank you, Councilmember and Council President and Mayor, for the comments. So when someone calls 911 or even the non-emergency line, they're probably having the worst day of their life. And being able to answer that call quickly and professionally has always been and continues to be a priority, but now it's also a funding priority for this city. I am incredibly proud to have joined my colleagues to cast a vote in favor of the adjustments made today for our emergency dispatch personnel. And please make no mistake about it, folks, Fresno dispatchers are the first line of defense for public safety. And without them, our police officers, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, they would not be able to provide critical life-saving services to our residents. In the city of Fresno, every day, our dispatchers are fielding 1,200 calls or more, enduring levels of stress unheard of in a vast majority of professions, utilizing a very advanced set of skills to provide information to first responders while also communicating calmly with the caller. And we are finally taking the steps necessary to pay them accordingly. Now, there are a few folks I'd like to thank that weren't mentioned. I think Sam Frank was mentioned, and the overall Fresno City Employees Association. I want to thank our City Attorney Andrew Jans and CAO for giving me the information I needed to do my small part in this process. But I also want to thank the women that made this happen. Now, dispatch in the city of Fresno is a predominantly women-led profession. 90% or more are women. And there's a reason for that, because we can't get it wrong. I'm evidence as a man that we cannot multitask. But the women that really made this happen, we hear cameras really need to capture, are the women on that wall right there. In no particular order, forgive me. So we have TJ, Jennifer, Vanessa, Stephanie, another Stephanie, and Georgianne, and Yer. Thank you so much for making this possible and making this moment happen, because the hard work was done where you don't see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't know, did you introduce me? I mean,
Oh.
No, I'm good.
I forgot Mindy. Can you do Mindy?
No, Mindy, yeah, we have Deputy Chief Mindy Casto here as well. And then Larry Bolin, I believe you're the lieutenant in the communication center. And one of the things that was kind of overlooked is that we are adding back a civilian manager for our dispatch center. And many, many years ago, we had a civilian person in there, and we put in a sworn lieutenant. Sworn lieutenant does great, but the absence of a civilian manager really limits the mobility for our supervisors in dispatch. So that will give them an opportunity to go up versus going out and looking for another organization. And so with that, again, very, very proud of all the council, the decision they made today, and there was no debate, zero debate behind closed doors, no debate. It was 100% unanimous. We're going to do the right thing as a city, and we did today, and the citizens of Fresno will be safer for that decision. So with that, we'll open up any questions you might have. Tim? You want to, Mindy, or? I know I will tell you this, we hired 15 dispatchers last year, and we hired 15 dispatchers the year before. We added dispatchers to their overall complement. The reason we didn't add more dispatchers, at least my first 2 years as a mayor, is because of the number of vacancies that we had. It wouldn't have mattered how many positions we added because we couldn't fill them. So this will give us the ability to fill the vacancies we currently have, and also to be able to add to those as the years going forward. And I think there were 12 this time, do you know?
We have 15 vacancies.
14 vacancies right now in dispatch. 94?
It's 114.
With supervisors. 108 plus 6. 108 dispatchers, that's either emergency service dispatchers 1, 2, or 3. The 3 is a trainer. And then the supervisors, 6 supervisors as well. Is that right? Okay. I got it from these folks, so I hope it's close. All righty. Any other questions? Tim? Well, the pay takes effect immediately, and I know that our police chief is aware of the fact that we were going to do this today, and they have already set forth plans or plans in motion for a recruiting campaign that will be able to go out and to advertise this new pay scale for the city of Fresno. I'm very, very confident that what we're going to see in the next 6 months is an abundance of people applying to be Fresno police dispatchers, both new people and laterals from other agencies. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, John.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
That was,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay, that's thanks. Good job, Mike. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sorry,
This is a big deal.
I forgot
I hope
to.
you guys can pay him a visit.
Oh yeah, I was there last
It's
year.
gonna be a
I'll be
celebration.
back again this
It's
year.
gonna be a big one.
So you're smart, you know what to do. Thank you, sir.
Sam, cheers.
Thank you.
What can I say, man?
We will be, for those of you joining us on Zoom, we will be heading to lunch right now and resuming the meeting at 1:50. 1:50. Thank you.
a.m., and that is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 11. This is in District number 5. Councilmember Chavez, do you have any remarks on this? Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Councilmember Chavez, a second from Council Vice President Perea. Do we have anybody in the audience that wants to speak on the 10 o'clock matter? Anybody punched up on Zoom? One person?
We have one person punched up. Jean Ann, are you here to speak for the 10 o'clock item? You're on mute. Jean Ann Hurst?
Anybody else, City Clerk?
No, not at this time.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilmember Chavez, a second from Council Vice President Perea. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. We'll go ahead and take the 10:05 a.m. matter, that is a hearing to adopt resolution and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 17. Again, Council District 5.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve and a second from Esparza. Any public comment on this matter? Anybody punched up?
No, no one's punched up.
Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Our 10:10 was canceled with no return date, so we'll move on to the 10:15. Hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of a 16-foot wide alley adjacent to the south of Lot 1 and portion of Lot 2 to Walling Track Map. This is Council District 3. Councilmember Arias?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Have a second from Councilmember Bredefeld. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this matter? Anybody punched up? Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Go on to the 10:20 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider annexation application number P2103755. This is in Council District 4. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Did you wish to speak on this matter? Okay, I have a motion from myself, a counsel from Councilmember Arias. Any public comment? Any opposition up here? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. I'm going to go on to the 10:25 a.m. item. It's a hearing to receive public comment on the 2022 housing element and general plan annual progress reports.
Good afternoon,
Hello, Director.
Council. Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. Annually, the city is responsible for providing an update to the state on the status of our housing element and to provide an annual progress report on the general plan. Staff has worked diligently over the past 3 months to gather all of the data that is necessary for the annual progress report. They have a beautifully published document that's on our website. They've held a number of public input meetings, and I know Sophia is was intending to be here, but we have significant progress on our housing element, including a number of affordable housing projects that are underway, that are in process of being built at this time. And as a part of that, we have also provided updates on all of the policies within the housing element and all of the plans. And today, what we are simply asking for the council to do is to provide an opportunity for the public to comment on the report and to accept the housing element progress report so that we can submit to the state.
Thank you, Director Clark.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody wishing to speak on this matter in the audience today? Seeing none, we'll go to online.
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Hello, Lisa.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a good lunch and is well fed. Got a couple of questions about the housing element. First off, It is very behoovant to the city council of the city and the planning department to update and to educate all the project review committees for all the districts, especially District 1, since we're approving lots of new developments on the west side of the 99, because it would be really good to educate us about what the plan says, what the future is, and such. And also, too, in this plan, are you going to have deliverables? Because as I'm reading a lot of the plans that are coming out from the city, you guys do lots of vague language, and I understand why, but it's time to move forward, grow, and actually commit to deliverables and timelines. And also to, especially when dealing with housing, is where are individuals' right to redress. That's what I'm looking at, and that's what I would like to see in the element. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Carla Martinez.
Yes, hi. I just want to say that the annual progress report reflects that the city is still vastly behind on the RENA allocations for low and extremely low incomes. There have only been 67 permits to extremely low incomes, and compared to 0 permits in moderate income and 1,305 of above moderate income permits. We continue to see that we cannot rely on building ourselves out of the housing crisis. After year, we fall short of extremely low income units compared to above moderate income units. Such as last year, we saw only 58 extremely low income, but 2,134 above moderate income units. This clearly shows that it is not a case, as we have not met all our above moderate income units and our housing crisis has only worsened. Further, there are programs that continue to go unfilled. The following are just a few of the many programs that the city is failing to implement. Program 10A, there is still not a compiled list of financial resources for residents in mobile home parks. This was supposed to be completed in 2017. Program 27, to consider a residential rental inspection program and begin in 2019 and every 2 years thereafter. Also, Program 27, the city will present rezoning options for vacant land in high opportunity areas for council consideration. And Program 28, to provide relocation assistance. The annual progress report reports that there were no relocation assistance required during the 2022 program year. However, resident testimonies and experiences will tell you otherwise, and better outreach and education practices should be developed to ensure that residents who need assistance are able to access it. The city's current approach must change, and it is not sufficient in closing the gap to protect Fresno residents. Programs must be completed in a timely manner. Programs that aren't working should be revisited, and new programs should be introduced. Now is a critical time as the city updates its housing element in the multi-jurisdictional update, and make sure that they complete with the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. The state is cracking down on inadequate housing elements, with the most recent denial coming from Riverside. This is avoidable and preventable, and the city must do its job to ensure we are providing safe, quality, and affordable housing to all residents.
Thank you, Carla.
Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Okay. Anybody in the audience wish to comment on this matter before we move on? On this matter that we're on currently?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
You know, my name is James Marshall. I live at 270 South Temperance, but I also own a piece of property in Vista, California, and they built a whole lot of low-income houses. Now, what my question to you is there a length of time of low income? Because when they built them there in Vista, my son said, oh my gosh, Dad, we got all these low-income houses. What's going to happen? Well, the contract was only for 3 years to the city, and now those low-income houses has tripled. So is there a contract or a length of time for these low-income houses, or does it run out sometime, or does it just stay forever? That's my only question.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the hearing on this item. We're going to move on to our 10:30 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider development permit application number P2200565 and related environmental assessment number P2200565 pertaining to 14.78 acres of property located on the southwest corner of East North and Southeast Avenues. This falls in Councilmember Arias' district.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We're going to go out to public comment on these before we do a motion to approve. Anybody wishing to speak on this? Come on down.
There's an actual presentation too.
Okay. I'll take public comment first. We have anybody punched up online?
There's no one punched up online.
Okay. We'll take the one public speaker, and then we'll do the presentation. Good afternoon. Come on up. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Natalie Delgado with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm here to make a comment on the Coca-Cola distribution facility and hold the city accountable to its persistent racist pattern of placing industrial projects near communities of color. Despite the data on EnviroScreen that confirms South Central is in the top 1% of the most pollution-burdened areas within the state of California, the city continues to push industrial projects forward and place the health of residents last. Approval of this project before the South Central specific plan shows a lack of interest from the city to protect environmentally burdened communities and to use South Central as an industrial playground. The South Central specific plan must ensure that city planning is conducted in an equitable, safe way that prioritizes the quality of life and health of disadvantaged communities in South Central. Without this completed plan in place, it is unjust for the city to continue to push unequal land use decisions and policies. As you already know, South Central Fresno was selected to be part of the AB 617 Community Air Protection Plan boundary. This requires the creation of emission reduction programs to reverse the consequences of racist land use practices that concentrate industrial development in low-income communities of color. However, the city land use decisions completely contradict this grant. Supporting industrial project applications within the AB 617 boundary violates the city's commitment to the state to lower pollution and emissions. Despite this information, the city continues to approve applications for more polluting projects in what is considered a high priority area for the state. Over the last few months, SFCA and Leadership Council have engaged in negotiations with Reyes Holdings to develop mitigation measures that minimize the pollution and heavy-duty truck traffic impacts within the South Central community. This negotiation does not mean that LCJA and SFCA are okay with industry coming into their neighborhoods. When a city has continued to disregard communities' claims and experiences with industrial development and moves forward with industrial applications, we alongside residents have to respond to the poor decisions made by the city.
Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Was there anybody else in the audience that wished to speak on this matter? We have one more in the chambers. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello. Hi, my name is Isaac Serratos. I'm also with Leadership.
You have to speak a little bit closer to the microphone for us, please. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Isaac Serratos. I'm also with Leadership Council. So I wanted to just make mention of the CEQA violations that the project is causing. So the city continues to fail to ensure that the communities receive protections that they're legally entitled to under environmental laws. The city argued that the project is not subject to further review because of the impacts were previously analyzed in the GPPR, but to fully rely on a program EIR for its environmental review, it must review the subsequent project and analyze and adopt applicable mitigation measures. The city has repeatedly acknowledged that the PR is only a high-level document and the project-level review will be required for subsequent projects. But in this subsequent project, it did not do that further review. We submitted written comments detailing several significant environmental impacts, and this project will impose on nearby communities, which were not covered in the PR, and therefore must be addressed in a subsequent EIR. I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
We have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon. I'm sitting here dumbfounded. This morning, you guys brought up and were talking about African-American babies and mortality rates. And we all know the long history of environmental racism in Southwest Fresno. And here before you have an EA. And the gentleman that spoke before me talked about the violation of CEQA. And you know, my concern is when these big projects come through in the AB 617 area, there's no outreach from the city to engage the 617 committee. None whatsoever. I know they were hoping to start talks and deal with the land planning issues, land use issues, and nothing has been done because the city doesn't want it. Why? Because it's easier for you guys to sit there and okay these projects that are going to continue the historical environmental racism against the poor in Southwest Fresno. And I would want to ask each and every one of you, at what point does this stop? At what point do you truly, truly address the issue? Do you want a healthy community or do you want a sick community? Or is the only healthy community you want in North Fresno and not in South Fresno or not in Southwest Fresno? Where are the healthy communities that you support? Because it sure in the hell isn't Southwest. So now is the time to live up to what you preach, live up to what you stand for, because the duality that is coming through the city council and your land use approvals, it's sad. It's sad. It's disappointing. And I don't think that is what you guys all ran for office. You wanted to improve people's lives. So why do you want to continue to keep making them sick? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Kimberly McCoy.
I didn't want to speak to this item. I'm sorry. Let me lower my hand. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. I believe we have a presentation at this time. Good afternoon.
You gonna cue the presentation? Per Peterson.
Brianna, I think it's the one that came this morning.
Hello, Council and staff. Per Peterson representing Ray's Holdings. We're the applicant on this project. Wanted to take the opportunity, and I'll keep it very brief, we'll call this speed dating, to introduce myself, introduce our company, and introduce this project to you. This isn't a typical industrial project. We took a different look at this. It's the look that we take for all of our projects, but it caters well to this community and it caters well to this industrial park. So I said it earlier, I represent Ray's Holdings. That's a family of business. It's run by the Ray's family. I represent the Ray's Holdings entity, which then underneath it has a number of businesses that you guys would know. So our beer business sells the Corona, Constellation, and Miller that you'd be drinking. The Martin Brower business would be our McDonald's distribution network, so you'll see our trucks in your community, but we're here today to talk about Coca-Cola. Go to the next slide. So what makes Ray's Holdings different is our value and our cultures. You can see this through our purpose and our vision, but it's really in the values. It's people, it's relationships, it's the integrity, dedication, and excellence. And that's prevalent in everything we do, and I hope that comes out in the presentation today. Based on a series of pillars and... Sorry. Go ahead. Thank you. These 5 strategic pillars are prevalent in everything we do then. So I'm just going to touch on 2 of them. One's unlocking the full potential of all of our employees. So that's things such as training programs, warehouse to wheels. You come in, start working in the warehouse, you start working as a merchandiser, you want to make a career of it, we'll turn you into a driver. And then it's making a positive impact on the community. We do that through our Raise Cares program. Our Raise Cares program has a series of pillars as well. And I'll touch on each of these to some different level, but I'll highlight a couple of them specifically. So the first pillar is our community and our philanthropy programs. This is just a sampling of the programs that Ray's Coca-Cola Bottling has historically been involved with in the city of Fresno. I highlighted a few of them there in particular to call out, such as the Ronald McDonald's House, Boys and Girls Club, Fresno City College Ram Pantry, and the Fresno Rescue Mission. But this is part of our culture, it's part of who we are, and it's what we bring to this community. Another one of those pillars is our fuel and emissions. So this isn't just our Fresno facility, and it's not what I'm selling you on this facility. This is what we're doing as an organization. It's part of our culture. We're putting in automobile chargers across our network. For our project, we're proposing 12 of them when we open up. We're converting all of our service vehicles, our vans, our straight trucks, and our MHE to electric. That will be up and running when we open up the facility. And then we're phasing in the tractors and trailers, or the tractors, so that they're all electric, and I show our commitment for our phasing plan for tractors. And the two photos on here, one of them's a recent conversion at our City of Industry facility, and the other one's an electric tractor at our Downey facility. Another part of that pillar is our idling program. So this is something we put in 2021, and the results for us are staggering. The results for the community will be good as well. Interesting fact, we put this in 2021, and we are seeing up to 2.6% fuel reduction per site. We're doing it for a number of reasons. What the community is concerned about is not our fuel reduction. They're concerned about the environment and the impact to the constituents, but it balances out. It's both sides of the equation. It's that win-win that we're looking for. So we're not new to the community. We're not coming in from the outside. The building we're currently occupying was built in the 70s. Ray's Holdings bought the business in 2017 and has actively been looking to reinvest in the facility and reinvest in our employees. We started this in 2020, and in 2021 acquired the parcel that we're here talking about today. So it's 214 employees currently working in a 65,000 square foot building. After 40 years, 50 years, we've outgrown this building, and we can't use it anymore. It's too small, and it would be too expensive to convert into things such as solar and some of the other things that we want to do. That takes us to the site that we're proposing our development on, which is East North Avenue. This will allow us to grow the building. It's 205,000 square feet, will hold up to 285 employees, provides us direct access onto 99 and 41 off of North Avenue, avoiding Central Avenue, which is how we currently access the highways. It puts us located near similar businesses, such as our competitor Pepsi across the street, and it gives us a single building solution to reduce maneuvering. So some of these benefits I've pointed out before, but it gives us a much better site layout. It allows us to use from the general guidelines on how to design your warehouse. It allows us to use the best practices. We're able to shield the truck traffic from the roads. We're able to put in greenscape buffers, and we've been able to do that on this site, which we can't do at our current site. I mentioned it earlier, but it allows us to modernize our operations. If you've driven by our current site, which you can see as you pull up to Central Avenue from the south, it's a antiquated metal building. This will give us a modern building, which allows us to do things such as modern employee amenities, adjust our operations, and put in sustainable features such as solar on the roof to offset our building usage. I won't read this slide to you. This is something I'm passionate about. It's what I spend a significant amount of my time on, and it's our sustainability initiatives across the organization. But you can see these programs that are part of our Ray's Holdings program that we're bringing into our new building are the things that people talk about when they talk about a world-class building, and that's what we're building here in Fresno. So over the last 3-4 months, I've gotten to know a number of you personally. So this commitment slide I adjusted from what I presented at the Planning Commission to reflect some recent conversations with Councilmember Arias and Leadership Council. So we're committed to the dedicated truck routes and minimizing truck traffic and eliminating truck traffic on Central Avenue and the north-south connectors such as Cherry and Orange. We're dedicating certain number of our parking spots in the parking lot to rideshare parking to minimize idling in the neighborhoods. We have indoor-outdoor amenity spaces so employees do not need to leave our site and driving off at lunch and driving into the neighborhoods or communities. We've talked about our truck idling program, but we've committed to a program for construction and our ongoing operations that's inclusive of a ZEV plan. We talked about our sustainability commitment, which includes renewable energies to offset our base building usage. And then we've talked about our community outreach and extending that outreach to other organizations in South Central Fresno, and then our investment in a community benefit fund. So I'll pause there, Councilmember President. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Appreciate the presentation. I'll defer to the council member who oversees that district.
Thank you, Council President, to my colleagues. This has been a process for quite a few months now. Just in terms of background, the project was initially approved by the Planning Commission in November of last year. I'm sorry, by the planning staff and planning director in November of last year, and then was appealed and approved by the Planning Commission in February of this year. And then I appealed it to give the applicant and the neighbors more time to resolve some of the outstanding issues. I do want to start off by saying thank you to Leadership Council and the neighbors that are technically county residents in the South Fresno area where these distribution centers are centered, and the applicant who have been working pretty well the last few months to identify the issues that the neighbors have been raising for years now, and more importantly, identify some solutions. This project is going to be a really good example of how much progress we've made as a city in having applicants and distribution centers become more responsive to a neighborhood. As an example, you heard today that the facility will all be solar. All their vehicles will be electric EV vehicles. They have a far more aggressive plan than CARB even requires to transition to electric trucks. And they've recognized that. They've also, others have not been the best neighbors in the neighborhood. So the rideshare, just for practical description, when you have a facility like this that runs multiple shifts throughout the day, you have spouses and partners picking up their partners from work at different times of the day. And as they wait for half an hour or an hour to pick somebody off or drop somebody off, they tend to idle in the neighborhood, generating pollution in the neighborhood. Things like simply dedicating some rideshare space on site ensures that they're not idling in the neighborhood and generating pollution in the neighborhood. There is still some issues to be resolved by the applicant and the neighborhood. I know you guys are finalizing a community benefit fund agreement, as well as a couple of other items, and I'm confident that that will be resolved in the next couple of days. But I will, for the record, indicate that I am supportive of this application with some conditions that have been identified by the neighborhood, by the advocates, and by the applicant. And those conditions are as follows. I will provide the city clerk with a full record for these conditions, but I want to first outline them. The condition 1 is a dedicated truck route. This facility is located on North Avenue. The trucks will go from the freeway access and remain on North into their facility. So we are ensuring that the trucks are not going to the residential neighborhoods in order to get to the facility. Secondly, as I indicated, a rideshare space so that people can pick up their spouses and partners on site and not idle in the residential neighborhood. Outdoor, indoor amenity spaces to ensure that if their employees want to stay on site, outdoors, and eat, they don't have to wait on the side of the road to eat their lunch, but they could do it on site with the basic amenities of a facility of this magnitude would require. Idling of trucks will be limited to 2 minutes instead of the traditional 5 minutes. So no truck will idle for more than 2 minutes on site, again, addressing some of the pollution impacts on site. And lastly, renewable energy, as we've identified. They have a very aggressive plan to convert their fleets to electrification, starting 25% in 27, 50% by 2030, 75% by 2033, and 100% by 2036. In addition to that, when they open in 2024, all their other service vehicles, vans, forklifts, and cars will all be electric. So it addresses the pollution generation that the neighbors have been expressing for quite some time. They will also make some improvements on the landscaping, These facilities tend to be viewed as industrial, therefore you limit the landscape. But when you create a lot of cement coverage in an area, it does increase the temperature of the neighborhood. So by adding landscape, you're able to counter that increase in temperatures and try to zero the impact that you have. There are, for all transparency, still a couple of items outstanding between the neighbors represented by Leadership Council and the applicant. That includes the Community Benefit Fund partnership. That essentially is a fund that was created by the city of Fresno through the development of another distribution center that helps fund the improvements of the residential neighbors next door to do simple things like replace your single pane windows with dual pane windows to deal with the increased noise traffic that these trucks generate, replacing your water vaping cooling system with air conditioners to deal with the additional air pollution particulate that's generated, making sure that the light pollution is not going to people's backyards all night, even though these may be 24-hour operating facilities. And I know that there's also discussions around what zero emission means. For us, zero emission means electric, hydrogen, EV, natural gas vehicles. Folks are still trying to figure out whether that needs to be redefined as purely electric and battery. I fundamentally believe that's a decision for the Air District and CARB as a expert agency, not necessarily a city doing it project by project. And lastly, a couple of other things that they have to do with partnering with the neighborhood. We're all hoping that every business that moves into a neighborhood becomes a good corporate partner of the neighborhood. So with that, council, I will make a motion to approve this item, recognizing that there is still a couple of items that need to be resolved between the applicant and the neighbors. But these will be the following conditions that will be part of the approval process. So the motion would be a motion to approve with the supplemental conditions of approval as outlined in section 1 through 5 in the attached document that I will provide to the city clerk for the record. And I have covered these conditions in detail with the applicant, the neighbors, and the representatives. So it's not breaking news for any of them. They're fully familiar with these conditions. That's all for me.
I have a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Esparza. I don't see anybody punched up. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, the item passes as amended. All right, that's going to bring us to the contested consent portion of today's agenda. We do have 9 items to get through. We're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with 1B as in boy. That's a resolution for the Yosemite Area Regional Transit System, YARTS funding, and Council District 4, subject to mayor veto. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
Hi there. Question, it said that the county does not participate in this, and they had been participating in providing this service. Is that correct?
Correct. The county had been participating on a trial basis.
A trial basis.
But a very long trial basis. It went back to 2015, I believe.
Okay, so why are they not participating? Don't most counties participate in something like this?
Correct. All of the surrounding 6 counties participate except for Fresno at this time. Fresno was participating through a grant that they had, and that grant expired, and they no longer wanted to participate due to the loss of funds through the grant.
Okay. So are other counties that are participating, they're all grant funded or?
No, they're funding it through various ways within their counties.
Okay. Well, City Manager, I'm wondering, I don't mind our participating, but it's something that's a common pattern where we're doing things and the county's not assisting us. We're just taking care of things, whether it's homeless or trying to take people to Yosemite. It's the same old story from the county. So I'd like to know what we can do from an administrative point of view, if anything.
So I think what's in front of you today is we're asking for a resolution for you to support us going to the COG and the county and asking them to reconsider the decision to stop funding this. So right now, we're not asking for the city to fund it. but we wanted to go in hand with a resolution to go to COG and find a way, ask them to find a way to continue funding this.
Through the county, through Fresno County?
Through either COG or the county.
Okay.
Was the grant that the county had through COG?
That's
Yeah.
correct, yes.
Okay, yeah, then, I'm fully supportive of this. I would just suggest to the county that they be a participant rather than relying on the city of Fresno to do the heavy lifting on everything, whether it's homelessness or just taking people here. So I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilmember Bertefeld and a second from Council Vice President Perea. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Anybody punched up, City Clerk? Oh, okay. All right, seeing nobody punched up, no opposition, item passes 7-0.
Bertfield for supervisor.
You heard it here first, folks. Gonna move on to item 1E as in Edward, agreement with activated events for special event concerts, Boots in the Park at Woodward Park. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Bertefeld.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Butterfield. Gregory Barfield, Assistant City Manager, here to answer any questions you may have.
I'm fully supportive of this. I just want to make sure there's no issue with the off-site parking. I was reading about the parking and being able to utilize it. We have not had a problem with these events in the neighborhood, and I commend staff and I commend actually the promoters as well,
Absolutely.
which initially I was very hesitant about it, but it's worked out quite well. What's the plan in place? What will be the plan in place to make sure residents and neighbors are not impacted by this?
Sure, Councilmember. We intend to do, with the promoters, understanding that the items we did the last time he was out at the site will continue to be followed. So he's just asked this week if FACTS would extend our route from the from the Friant and Fresno stop up to the Audubon stop, which is our old stop. We've agreed to do that. He will also be working on rideshare opportunities as well as joint parking on third-party sites. But we know we have about 1,800 sites here, and at $5 a pop, parking on, in here in the actual park, and then having the shuttle service back and forth between the actual venue site in the front of the park and the rear of the park, where a majority of our parking is. He's going to continue to do that.
Great. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Bertefeld and a second from Vice President Perea.
I do have a question.
I do see Councilmember Arias punched up.
When are we going to have a rap concert again at Woodward Park?
As soon as the promoter approaches me.
All right, good deal. That's all I wanted to hear.
All right.
Seeing nobody else punched
No,
up.
actually, let me take that back. There is one I believe there's one for Cinco de Mega. One of the radio stations is doing something at Woodward Park Amphitheater. So they're older though.
That's going to be a quiet one, right?
Yeah, they're in their 50s, so they may not move and sound the way they used to.
Okay, thank you.
Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. That brings us to item 1G as in George, resolution for text amendment to the zoning ordinance to permit residential conversions in the office zone district and allow ministerial approvals. This was pulled by Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember?
Thank you, Council President. For now, I'll give the floor to the sponsors if they want to say a quick word, and then I'll ask some questions.
Okay. Councilmember Perea?
Yeah, so thank you. So a few things this item will do. One, it will allow permitted conversions of residential in the office zone. So it'll allow you to turn a vacant office building into a multifamily residential project. We're starting to see more of that all over the nation, especially here in California. And there's a bill right now in the state legislature to do that as well, now that we're starting to see just a higher rate of more vacancy with office buildings. The other part of the item is to do ministerial approval for, for mixed-use projects or residential projects in mixed-use zones. So what that'll do is, we talk a lot about how to expedite projects, how do we build more affordable projects, how do we do things quicker, how do we cut bureaucracy out of building more homes. This is the way to do it. We're gonna take this project from discretionary to ministerial. We're gonna do all the CEQA up front. In many cases, a lot of folks question, will this take away my ability to listen to my constituents? The answer is no. What this will do is we will build in a lot of that public outreach from the very get-go, and that'll be in the form of what's called objective standards. So, for example, a lot of folks will typically complain about traffic generation that a multi-use project might bring, or aesthetics. We can build in a lot of objective standards from the very get-go to help mitigate any potential impact that might come from a permitted by right residential project. And really what it does is it takes out NIMBYism, which I think is a big component of why we have such a housing shortage here in our state to begin with. So I'll stop there. I don't know if Councilmember Chavez wants to add anything at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President. Yeah, Councilmember Esparza, the intent of this was obviously, as my colleague described, to try to fast track as quickly as possible the onlining of housing, particularly along the corridors. As you know, I have a couple of them. And as we go through the post-pandemic, I think it's no secret, the vacancy rates along the corridors has gone up significantly, especially with a lot of folks working from home, doing Zoom meetings. The need for office space has really been reduced, and this is really an attempt to try to utilize those former office spaces as housing, which is right now we know that's what we need. So hopefully that kind of gives you a little bit of an overview. Maybe you have some specific questions or concerns. I know you represent a good chunk of the corridors as well.
Yes. So just taking a look at our general plan, the mixed-use zones are obviously all of the NMX, CMX, RMX. What other zone districts would this include? Staff probably answer that, or one of the sponsors.
Yeah, so this will include neighborhood mixed use, corridor/center mixed use, regional mixed use, commercial Main Street. And then the office component, that'll tack on commercial, regional, and office zoned land.
Yeah, so I do think the office-based portion of this is brilliant. I think we're seeing a shift in our economy. We're seeing a shift in vacancy rates, folks working from home. And so we want the easy ability to be able to convert those spaces as they become vacant and become available. My primary concern is with the secondary portion of the ministerial, primarily in the mixed-use zones. I believe council heard a similar proposal from the administration several months ago, or last year. I forget how long ago it was, but it was sometime last year. Council rejected the ministerial portion of the MUTA proposal based on our concerns that you touched on. Just what is our ability to hold some of these developers or folks accountable as neighbors engage us as the council member. And taking a look at the general plan, the easy portion to be able to distinguish is the purple along the in the general plan, which is the mixed use zones, the different shades of purple. On Shaw, it looks, on this portion of Shaw that you represent, Council Vice President, I think a lot of that is commercial and office, so that probably is taken care of on the first part of the text amendment. But I represent a large chunk of Blackstone. Council President represents a large chunk of Blackstone. Councilmember Arias, I think, represents a large chunk along the corridor as you come to south, the central and south portion. And I got some in Kings Canyon as well down there with Councilmember Chavez. So my concern is just, as projects are queuing up and residents have concerns and residents want input and residents want to be able to put conditions, et cetera, what is our ability to take action on their behalf, as opposed to just washing our hands and saying, well, it's out of my hands. I reject NIMBYism. I pushed back against it, and we've done some good housing projects in my district. Obviously, I'm one person and can't guarantee that all council members will do that going forward. But I do think there should be a process for residents to shape these projects as they come in. So the question is, what is the recourse? If we were to pass something like this and have a text amendment where you have ministerial approvals in these mixed-use zones along Blackstone, along Shaw, along Kings Canyon, and those neighbors, these are all directly adjacent to neighborhoods, and those neighbors have concerns. What is the recourse for those neighbors? What is the recourse for a council member to have some input and accountability?
Is that something you can answer, or do you want me to weigh in? I'm thinking of it as almost like let's say a zone clearance, for example, ministerial. For something in that case, we would be able to, or anyone would be able to appeal that to the Planning Commission. Would that be right? Or is that something that we could possibly draft into the text amendment when it comes back to us?
Thank you, Councilmember Perea. I'm Sophia Pagalatis with Planning and Development, and we're pleased to be one of the many sponsors on this proposed initiation for this text amendment. That would have been my suggestion, that details like this, this issue of community input also came up when we discussed the mixed-use text amendment back in October. And I think there were some solutions that we arrived at. So I think, this right now today is just an initiation. So I think details like that could be worked out as we work through the text amendment.
Thank you.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Sophia, but is it wrong to say that community input and ministerial approval are mutually exclusive? How do you have the sort of the bureaucratic ministerial no barriers streamline without the opportunity from neighbors and residents to weigh in?
Well, we are trying to streamline housing production here, certainly, but one of the solutions that we did discuss with the mixed-use text amendment was possibly building in the project review committee review as part of the ministerial process. They would basically be sort of eyes on the project to see that the project in fact did meet the ministerial requirements, and then the project would move on. So that was one solution that was discussed, but there certainly could be others.
Sure. Well, the project advisory committees are strictly advisory, is my understanding. Which is actually the reason I'm the only council member, I think, who does not have one. I understand the buck stops with me. I don't allow folks in Old Fig to decide what's going to happen down in the Roosevelt neighborhood. And so it's purely advisory. What I'm looking for, to potentially support this item, is some level of teeth, where we can have a streamlined process, improve the ministerial process, and kind of remove that red tape for these folks who are trying to build housing without completely pushing residents to the side who may have concerns.
Yeah, Councilmember Esparza,
Can we have city manager answer a portion of that question real quick?
Yeah, before he answers that, Council President, because I think to Councilmember Esparza's point, as we're working through this, and maybe Jennifer, as she's coming up, can explain what the legal parameters are for having maybe called ministerial light approach, where you would have that set of process where there are codes and standards that are adhered to, but the council member can have that opportunity to appeal it to the council as a whole. That, I think, we might be able to land somewhere in between that. Yeah. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. So currently a zone clearance, while a ministerial action, meaning staff cannot deny it if it meets the standards that have been set forth. I think what Sophia was talking about was having those standards baked in so that everyone was clear as to what those standards were. However, it is appealable. So a zone clearance can be appealed to the city, to the Planning Commission and to the City Council in our current code. So, Councilmember, to your concerns, perhaps we can bake into the requirements that there's a notification to the council district that an application has been received, so that you have an opportunity to look at it and see if you want to weigh in and you want to appeal that to the Planning Commission and City Council if you don't believe that those standards have been met, or if you have concerns about the project itself meeting the meeting any of the findings of fact within that particular project.
So that does sound good. Where does that fit in the process relative to a notification to the neighborhood? Or is there a notification to the neighborhood? with this level of ministerial approval.
So typically, a zone clearance does not have notification, but again, Councilmember Chavez mentioned ministerial light. I think the mayor also referenced that. So it could potentially be an opportunity to have a notification that a project has been received and will be approved, and have individuals have a time in which they can appeal that project to the Planning Commission. Again, the most important piece for us in terms of streamlining is to ensure that the project has very clear standards, that we're not placing conditions that are discretionary in some way. And this is how we can really cut down on that timeline from a mitigated negative declaration of 4 to 6 months or an EIR of 12 plus months down to a 30-day CEQA timeframe. It is really critical for us to make sure that we have those standards in terms of water, sewer, street standards all baked into the project when it's approved by staff, so that it is very clear and we already have assessed that from a CEQA standpoint.
So, Director, I think you're answering my question to ask again when Sophia was at the mic. You're telling me that these issues are not mutually exclusive. We can have some level of notification and transparency and input while still implementing this ministerial process.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the sponsors that we do include the notification to residents and notification to the council member with, just notifying them of the project, of the ministerial nature, and, what the level of recourse is available to them. So I'd like to offer that friendly amendment.
I'm okay with that, Councilmember. Would you be agreeable to the council office being notified first before any residents are notified? And that be the
Sure. Yeah, the order, I haven't really thought about the order, to be honest. But it doesn't hurt for the council office to be notified first, I suppose.
Vice President?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, we don't want to spring things on residents, and they had no idea is really the issue, and they're not coming to bang down Jerry's door. I cover the resident neighborhoods are majority around my district, along Blackstone, and so they're looking to their council member as the land use person with the most land use authority, and the city and the representative as to what and why and how did I not know about this? Why didn't you ask us what we thought? We didn't have a chance to weigh in. We would have advised, we would have said yes, but with X, Y, and Z. So I'm looking for what Councilmember Chavez was coined as ministerial light, is what I'm looking for. So I'd like you guys to take that into consideration, so that you can hopefully garner a unanimous votes when you come back in 6 to 12 months or however long it takes.
Awesome, thank you.
Second.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve item G, and then with the understanding that you received the feedback from just now and that you will bring us back an item that incorporates the discussion, and we will have another stab at the apple to rework things at that time.
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Arias, you're up, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Well, since we're in the feedback mode, I'm going to give you some additional feedback. We just discussed last meeting about Cesar Chavez Boulevard, and although we initiated the process 13 months ago, what we heard today from people is that they weren't aware of it. So now imagine that we ministerially approve a 500-unit apartment complex next door to their house, and they were never notified, and we as council members have to tell them we have no say in a 500-unit apartment complex popping up next door, and you got noticed after the fact. I'm very sensitive to that. As Member Esparza indicated, I'm the first one to fight NIMBYism. I've supported all the multifamily projects in my district, but there is some value in getting neighborhood input and addressing questions before a development permit is granted. Simple things like, where are people going to enter the complex from? Where are they going to exit? How far is the setback? what's the street parking going to look like, things of that nature. So I'll be looking for some more teeth, the ministerial light. I want to make sure that the council member of that area is on the hook and has the tools to be able to respond to concerns when they're brought forward. I'm also going to be looking for consistency across the city. If Blackstone in my neck of the woods has to take on high-density housing, Blackstone and the northern part of the city must also do the same thing. If Ventura or Cesar Chavez Boulevard is going to take on higher density housing, I expect that Herndon will also take it on. So I'm going to be looking for the specifics of the zoning maps to ensure that that's taking place across the city. It doesn't have to be today, but when you come back, I want to be able to demonstrate that we are increasing housing density in the umbrella of what the mayor would call One Fresno, which is everybody shares the responsibility of higher density housing. If we're doing it in office zoning, there is office zoning across the whole city, on Herndon, on Shaw, on Blackstone, on M Street. If you want to turn one of those big buildings on M Street into housing, I'm all for it. But we also have big buildings at River Park that can be converted into housing. So I'll be looking at the zoning maps to ensure that we're doing this across the board, because that's the only way we're going to build ourselves out of this crisis. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely our goal, is to have a very broad distribution of housing options across the city. Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Chavez, did you still wish to speak? I don't see anybody else punched up to speak. Did you still want to speak, City Manager? I have a motion from Council Vice President Perea. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0 as amended. All right, that will bring us to our next contested consent item, 1J as in John. That's actions pertaining to amending job order contracting agreements necessary to complete such projects as the Animal Center Shade and Turf, Police Department Vehicle Training Course repairs, Woodward Park diesel tank installation, and Fire Station 11 motorized gate and fencing. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I did have some questions for the administration. This job order proposal takes the job order authority from 1 million to 2 million. As you know, about a year or two ago, the administration and the city council entered negotiations and ultimately approved the project labor agreement for the city that limited job orders to $1 million, not above that. I want to confirm that the proposal today is not going to violate that signed agreement with our labor partners in the project labor agreement that is still intact in the city.
Good afternoon, Council Member. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. A couple items here in consultation with the City Attorney. The project labor agreement passed in 2020. The job order contract agreement here goes back to 2020 when it was originally approved by Council. The project labor agreement is actually approved after the fact in 2022. So the bid specifications, one, don't have project labor agreement language in them for that reason, because it's before. Second, the project labor agreement does talk about job order contracts very specifically and addresses it to where each individual project that exceeds 1 million would be subject to project labor agreement rules. Anything under does not. And the aggregate total of all job order contractors makes no difference. It goes by the individual project. So no, we are not in violation of the project labor agreement.
Perfect. So it's safe to say that each of these projects would be under $1 million individually?
Yes, and the vast majority of them are actually below 200,000. They're very simple, repair and replacement type projects generally.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Chavez. Any other discussion? Seeing nobody punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, Director. Next up, we have item 1M as in Mary, actions pertaining to the Parks Department Summer Swim Program with Fresno Unified School District. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President and City staff. My only question here is, the blue space is a fancy way of saying swimming pools that we provide access for our youth in the summertime. It's a very popular program. I don't have an issue with the context of the contract. My concern is that there's some language in the contract that suggests that going forward, the city would be able to renew these contracts without returning to council. That gives me a little bit of concern because this is a very popular program, and I wouldn't want the city manager on her own to decide to cut back the hours or the locations of the swim program, unbeknownst to the council, and then we have to feel all the heat, you know. So is that additional language necessary? I know that's new language this year. I'd like the council to continue to see this every year because it is something that we all enjoy communicating. It's one of the few positive things for the summer that we inform our constituents is going to become available.
Yeah, so Shelby McNabb, Parks Department. That isn't a necessary component. We could adjust action 2. So that would allow us to approve the agreement for this year and then just remove the language from that action, of course, according to legal, that would require us not to bring it back. So if we remove that, we'd come back every year.
Councilmember, the intent of giving the authority to extend for an additional year is actually the 180 of what you're suggesting. It's not to allow me the opportunity to not renew it. It's just to allow us the opportunity to roll over the contract. But I understand your obstinance and wanting to see, the worst, I guess. So obviously, I don't care.
It's not wanting, it's a trust and verified relationship that we
Well,
have.
I feel like I have.
Let me ask you this, City
followed
Manager.
through, yeah.
If we were to approve this, would you have the authority to reduce the hours and locations without coming to council?
I'll let them, not under the agreement is specific.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Aaron,
City
Parks
Attorney
Director.
Yes.
What we're seeking here is just use of the pool space. There's no hours here. It's just really pool space. We work with Fresno Unified on their pools for the various hours with their swim clubs, and so this is just approving the use of the pools.
Understood.
So what I could do is I could say, oh, I'm not going to exercise the extension of the contract. So if you're worried about me doing that without telling you all, then by all means take that out. I feel like I've demonstrated my transparency and when I am doing things and not doing things, but if you have a problem with that and you want to do the trust and verify approach, certainly take it out of the agreement. We'll bring it back every year.
And City Manager, it's not personal. As in my 4 years, I've been through 3 city managers, so things change and people move and go and do better things or worse things, I don't know. But I simply want to have understanding, if we approve this contract as is, you could, or your predecessor could select not to extend or to not utilize all the school sites that historically have been utilized. I just want the safeguard of that having to come back to this body and us making the decisions before we have to hear from our constituents that we may reduce hours of service. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve eliminating the language and requiring this contract to come back next year for approval.
Motion to approve. I'll entertain a second. Got a second from Councilmember Chavez. Any other discussion? Any opposition? One opposition from Councilmember Carbasi. Seeing no other, item passes 6-1. Councilmember Carbasi opposing. Thank you. Next item is 1T as in Tom. This is actions pertaining to mobile medical clinic operations to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, and I simply wanted to point this out. It's the 1T as in Tom. It's the services that the city will be hiring with the University of San Francisco Medical School to provide medical services to our residents as well as our homeless community. To our director, the Homeless Committee recommended that we incorporate services to the homeless population in the numerous shelters that the city is operating. Was that incorporated into the contract and scope of work?
So it was incorporated in the scope of work in that, Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. Councilmember, thank you for the question. And it was incorporated in the sense that it references the Parkway Drive region. So what we need to do is site by site, because we'll want to utilize sites that the city owns. That's the easy part. Sites that, for example, Fresno Housing owns, we're going to need agreements. And so we just need the ability to work through that without being too specific in the contract. But it does spell out in the scope Parkway Drive.
So if any council colleague or wanted to say, can you bring it to the shelter, my district, would you need new language in the contract, or would the existing language suffice to be able to make that adjustment?
The existing language would suffice.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. I don't see anybody else punched up. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0.
Council President, if I may, while I have the director here, I do want to say thank you for your work in operating the shelters and for the not CBOs. I know this morning we had to hear from people about the quality of breakfast. Just want to put things in context. 3 years ago, all those folks were simply in the streets. We weren't offering breakfast or lunch. We weren't offering a roof over their head. We weren't offering any social services. I struggle with the level of criticism that I heard this morning because I think we all have a responsibility as able-bodied individuals to do our part and not simply rely on any one government entity to get them out of the situation that took years to enter into. And speaking as somebody who has 2 siblings that were on the streets of Fresno, the first and the most difficult step is that individual making that decision, doing their part, and simply coming and criticizing the rest of the folks who are trying to help. And the one agency, in my view, that's doing the most that any agency has ever done, it's unfair. So kudos to you guys and to the organizations who are doing their part. And ultimately, people want a better quality breakfast, and they can walk over to Denny's and, buy themselves a breakfast.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's a team effort, and we're all in it, so thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Director. All right, Chief, you're up. We're going on to item 1Y, as in yellow. Authorize Chief of Police to execute MOU with Resiliency Center of Fresno to assist child victims exposed to trauma. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Council President, thank you. Police Chief, I saw your email. I just wanted for the record, this council has been very intentional that whenever we award money to nonprofit organizations that we're very clear about what performance, what services they provided. Based on the staff report, I didn't see that information, so I want to give you an opportunity for the record to explain what kind of services this organization has been providing.
Absolutely. Currently, they're serving about 227 clients. 111 of those are children. So our partnership with the Resiliency Center allows police officers who many times are the first people on hand to deal with people with trauma, victims, children. And the Resiliency Center will provide clinicians, counselors, resources so they can address that trauma. One of the negotiating factors was the fact that I did not want anybody turned away because of lack of insurance or lack of funding. So that's part of the agreement that they will not turn people away, that we refer to them. So the main focus is children involved with trauma. And there's not a grant associated to this. There's not, and it's an MOU. Simply if, I don't like the services being rendered, we can terminate the MOU and walk away.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. I have Councilmember Chavez punched up to speak, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
It was just in case Councilmember Arias didn't make the motion. I was going to make the motion, but he made the motion.
Duly noted. Councilmember Carbasi.
I wanted to put out the fire, but I guess we're okay, so we'll move forward. Thank you, Chief, and thank you for the Resiliency Center.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Seeing nobody else punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. That brings us to 1Z, as in zebra, actions pertaining to FPD helicopter Skywatch unit. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, there's plenty of fire here, guys. You guys can stick around and put it out. Chief, I noticed this is a pretty significant increase in cost and an aging piece of equipment for the police department. What is your plan to replace this helicopter? And when can we expect a $5 million bill? I'm assuming you and the mayor are going to come in asking for, your list of items, wish list.
Absolutely. Council member, my plan actually failed because my plan was to replace these when we had ARPA money around a couple of years ago. But I am making a recommendation that we do put together a replacement plan, a brand new helicopter. And keep in mind, the ones that we have are nearing 20 years old, should have been replaced at about 10, 12 years old. And we should have a staggered plan. It's too much of a financial impact to the city to try to replace both of them at the same time. So I recommend a staggered replacement plan, a new fully equipped helicopter helicopter would be about $5 million. But I can tell you that they're an incredible resource for our city. They help us find kids. They keep police officers safe. They help us they give us the ability to terminate pursuits because if a helicopter is following a vehicle, we don't have to pursue in a highly populated area. At this point in time, we break it up as far as the funding. $340,000 per year is basically what it costs to operate the helicopters. That includes maintenance costs and fuel. And then in addition to that, about $882,000 in all of the staffing. That includes a supervisor, mechanics, pilots, and then trained flight operators. They can go with the pilots and be trained observers. At this point, this is not part of my request for the budget, but I've made the city manager and the mayor aware that as long as we keep these aging helicopters, the maintenance costs will be significant.
Chief, has there been any assessment of whether you can join forces with the sheriff or the highway patrol with their helicopters, or have you guys done any assessment whether you each need your separate helicopter units?
No, I can tell you that the reason we have two is so we can always keep one up in the air available. Typically, when we do maintenance on one, we have a separate helicopter. I never want to rely on other departments. They have their plates full, just like we have our plate full. So I'd hate to put that burden on them, but no, there has not been a discussion for like a dual purpose. One of the ideas floating around there is to have a dual purpose helicopter with our fire department for wildland fires and rescues, in surrounding areas, but not with other agencies.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Arias. Second by Councilmember Esparza. I see Councilmember Chavez punched up, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld. Seconded by Councilmember Chavez. You're also punched up. You want to speak? No. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Okay, so question for you. So the new helicopter is $5 million. You want to stagger it in terms of replacing it. We talked about COVID-19 money for a mobile medical unit clinic, $1.3 million. We gave firm $459,000 today. How much money is left from COVID, even though COVID doesn't exist anymore? I mean, the pandemic has been ruled being over. How much do we have available to spend?
Okay, so first of all, I want to clarify that the two items that you approved today were specific sources through HUD that were specific to specific uses. The general ARPA pot of money, I think is what you're referring to, the 170. You will recall that that was all allocated in last year's budget. Having said that, you are correct, we have not spent it all, but we allocated it all into various pots, whether it be housing, public works projects, housing projects, et cetera. So as part of the budget process, we are compiling the list. We discussed this at mid-year to kind of give council an idea of projects that were funded, funding was set aside for, but that we have not yet been able to start, most likely because of staffing challenges, and then we could certainly have the discussion if we wanted to reprioritize those funding sources. So we are in the process of compiling that list. So for instance, if we have I'm just going to make this up, let's say we had $1 million for a project, we haven't even started design, so we've only spent $10,000, then theoretically that would be available. We have projects where we've designed, but we haven't started construction. So we're compiling that, and certainly there can be a policy discussion about whether we have higher priorities compared to where we were a year ago.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see, Georgianne, is how much money is left, what we've prioritized in the past. I think this council then can make decisions. Do we move forward with the same priority, or do we, for example, raise this at a higher level? I think we all today declared publicly at a press conference that public safety is our #1 priority. It is for me. It wasn't just for a press conference. And I've always been a fan of the Skywatch and the helicopters. I think they obviously play a very critical role in fighting crime and our police officers being safe and having eyes up in the sky. And so I'm concerned with, 2 helicopters that are 20 years old. And I think we ought to make it a priority. I think this council ought to make it a priority because I think, you know, we have money that we're forced to spend or give back. And I think we can find ways to maybe make this a priority and move this forward. Do you have any sense of how much ARPA dollars are left at this point?
Let me just address something,
Yeah.
Councilman Bredefield, because
Yeah.
I think it's important to know how much money of ARPA was spent on public safety. $2.1 million for technology and equipment, allowed them to become more efficient. $400,000 in police radios, $5.6 million for police vehicles, $300,000 to purchase alternative vehicles for their downtown officers, bikes, $400,000 to upgrade police training facility, $6.7 to upgrade the police headquarters, $10 million to leverage local and state dollars for the construction of a 911 center, $4.6 million in pay for police officers as part of a 3-year contract, as well as the money that was spent for intervention or prevention. So we, in my opinion, we did prioritize heavily. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I think it's important to go back and look at all the dollars we did spend on public safety, and that didn't include the monies we spent on the fire department because we used ARPA dollars to fund all of their drill schools when we added the firefighters under the 66 firefighters for the SAFER grant. 100% of that was covered with ARPA.
And I agree with you, Mayor, and I have no problem with the emphasis that we've done on public safety and spending that money. I think it's been justified. I think it's been the right course of action. But I am concerned, and I know you are too, as former police chief, you know, when you have aging helicopters. And I think you know better than maybe other than the police chief how important Skywatch is. And I just think we ought to be looking at that as well.
Yeah, and it is near and dear to me. I started Skywatch as a young...
I was on the city council when we initiated Skywatch.
So we initiated that with a fundraiser.
Yeah.
And we actually partnered with the county. We parted ways. We took the money we raised along with some supplemental law enforcement grant. We bought our first 3 Instrom helicopters. And then when you were on the council with your father, who took the initiation, Henry Sr.,
That's right.
to convert our Instrom helicopters to turbine helicopters.
Right.
And that's how long ago it's been since we bought those over 20 years ago. So we will come back with a replacement fund for urban patrol helicopters.
Good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by City Manager White.
Chief, I want to apologize to you today on behalf of the council, and I'll tell you why. You know, some political games, unfortunately, are played here where items are pulled, no questions of substance are asked, and the same person ends up supporting it so he can go on record as saying he's against PD and then for PD. And the thing is, that kind of stuff is what lends credence to the public that this council is nothing but a circus. Your time is really valuable, and you should be out there protecting the public. On the issue of using FSO's Eagle One helicopter, I will say this. Until this city council can do a better job working with our friends at the Board of Supervisors, I'm not going to ask you to do the same thing with the Fresno County Sheriff's Department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
City Manager, did you still wish to speak? Okay. Next up, we have Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Arias.
I just want to, for the record, note that the helicopters that we have right now actually have JD 051, 0514, and I think we should change it to PB, Taco Bolerama 052. So that's all I wanted to enter in the record.
Is that paint going to come out of the D5 budget?
It's Stewart's paint job.
Unless you want a Cesar Chavez helicopter.
Chief, I do want to honor the conversation by Member Bredefield and the mayor around the fact that we have committed significant resources to public safety in the police department. I am looking forward to the conversation. As has been indicated, we have set aside millions of dollars that are yet to be spent, specifically in the police department. It might be worth a conversation for us. Is a dispatch center that is yet to be constructed, yet to be designed? Is there money in that pot to fund a new helicopter this year and then make up the difference in latter years as that center becomes ready for construction? Those are the kind of decisions we're going to have to engage in discussions in the budget process, because we can't afford to do everything at once. We must figure out how to pay for things as we go. And the point of me pulling this today is that if we're not reading our materials and we're not asking these questions, we get blindsided with the $5 million bill one day because the helicopter stopped working. And that's when significant cuts somewhere are going to have to take place to get something that expensive up and running. We have to start planning for these kind of replacements, especially when we choose to have two $5 million pieces of equipment. They're extremely expensive to engage in by ourselves. So I look forward to the conversation in the budget process.
Thank you.
Motion from Councilmember Arias, a second from Councilmember Chavez. Seeing nobody else punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. That'll bring us to our last contested consent item, 1BB, as in boy, authorize the Chief of Police to enter into a cooperative purchase agreement to purchase Motorola APX 8000 all-band portable police radios for use SWAT. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, I got your email early this morning on this, but my question is more IT related. I've been getting reports that the radio system that we have in the fire department doesn't work in tall buildings, and we then require development to put extremely expensive, nearly $1 million worth of equipment when they build an apartment complex above 32 feet. I'm also getting reports from the police officers that our radios don't work in certain parts of the city. So my question specifically on these radios is, why are we buying and upgrading these specific radios for this unit only and not addressing the rest of our radio system, both in police and fire? So that's more of an IT question since...
Well, I have a little bit of background on that, and it's a great question, actually. But we're talking about two different things. The radio system is one thing, simply because we buy Motorola radios for our SWAT unit, which is badly needed. Last two call-outs that we've had, they've had some connectivity issues, and if there's one team that I cannot afford to not be able to communicate, it's SWAT, because obviously their main goal is the preservation of life, and their equipment needs to work. So we've identified basically the best radios that money can buy that are going to be effective. But that's one thing. That's just the brand of radio. The radio system, which is not controlled by the police department, that's an ISD question. The police department, the fire department are on the same radio system, even though it's a different channel. And that's a significantly larger question because it does need some significant upgrades. And I've gotten the same reports as you have. If you were to ask me what the highest priority item is as far as needs, not wants, for the police department and the fire department, it's probably going to be the radio system.
So with that said, City Manager, who in IT can speak to why and our radio system isn't up to par, and what's our plan to upgrade it?
So I'm texting Brian Horn. So Brian, if you're listening, please come to the council chambers. So this is I was going to.
Yeah, you can go. I was just going to say, our staff is meeting. We're well aware of it. They've met with Tate. They're meeting with Motorola, and they've met with a third vendor. They're well aware of the fact that we have an aging infrastructure, and we'll be looking at that. But I will tell you that to replace our radio infrastructure, depending on what vendor, could be $40 to $50 million. So when you talk about long-term planning, that has to be phased in over a period of probably 10 years.
And I'm not looking for an answer today, Mayor. I'm more looking for when do you anticipate getting a report to the council on what the long-term plan is to upgrade the radio system?
So they have been meeting with fire and with PD, and it has to do with the megahertz level and the band that they're operating under. And so I understand, I believe it's the FCC is kicking some government off of one channel. So it is something that it is a regular standing meeting that is happening to develop the long-term plan, trying to figure out if we should keep PD and fire on the same channel. So I can't tell you right now when they are working on the plan. I don't want to make up a date and just tell you you'll have it by a certain date.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot. A trade memo would be sufficient, but I know it's on the radar for all of us. I just want to start getting an idea. Are we going to have a discussion 6 months from now, a year from now? When do we start building this, long-term financing plan for the full system to be upgraded? With that, make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve by Arias. Second from Chavez. Nobody else punched up? Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
Thank you very
for
much.
your time, Chief. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to the general administration portion of today's agenda. We already heard item 3A, so we're going to move on to item 3B as in boy. Actions pertaining to the development of Avalon Commons Phase 1, a 60-unit affordable multifamily housing project to be located at 7521 North Chestnut Avenue in Northeast Fresno. This falls within your district, Councilmember Bertefield. Would you like to?
Yeah, I would like
Open
to just ask a couple questions. I spoke with Mr. Sky earlier this morning. I have a problem with the development simply because of the price. There are basically 60 units, 59 which will be affordable. There's 8 one-bedroom, 1 bath, 32 two-bedrooms, 1 bath, and 23 bedrooms, 2 baths. This project is going to cost $43,500,000, and that basically comes out to about $725,000 per unit. That's frankly the struggle that I have with this. It is extremely expensive. It's why I oppose some of the other quote-unquote affordable housing units that were at $560 some odd thousand. And I predicted these costs would continue to go up, and now we're at $725,000 per unit. Perhaps, Mr. Scott, you could talk about why some of the costs have gone up and continue to skyrocket, but Council, that's my struggle with this. The private sector can do this cheaper and build quality housing as well, and yet here we are spending $725,000 per unit for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit. So.
Sure, Councilmember, good afternoon. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. I will address your questions gladly, and I also want to acknowledge that Chief Real Estate Officer Michael Duarte from the Fresno Housing Authority is also here, and he can also speak, and we'd welcome that. As you stated, the costs have gone up. As I shared with you this morning, there are a few factors that influence the cost of these particular units at this particular development. You referenced a project that was in the 500s per unit. This is low 700s per unit. And the factors are these. Number one, the land acquisition costs in your district are different than in other districts. Mm-hmm. So that automatically is increasing the cost of this development per unit, just does. Secondly, this project will be conducted or completed in 2 phases. This is phase 1. However, in order to complete phase 1, the developer is going to have to complete a lot of the infrastructure that will be required for both phases in this first phase, meaning that the costs of the entire development can't be spread across all of the units over both phases. So that is a significant variable or factor that's increasing the cost of this particular phase of the development, and can't be overlooked. So land acquisition, number one. Number two, the sort of front-loaded requirements, conditions for the development for both phases, kind of landing on phase 1. That's another significant factor. And then thirdly, since the development that you referenced, we have continued to experience inflation. And so construction costs in general are up. But I would suggest to you that the first 2 factors that I mentioned are the biggest variables.
Okay. Well, and I understand that, I appreciate that. It is still a tough pill to swallow. I've questioned other developments that have been done privately. They're not affordable housing, but they don't end up being this kind of a sticker per unit. And that is my ongoing struggle with what we call affordable housing. So anyway, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure.
Is there a motion there, council member?
A motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from Council Vice President Perea. None of my other colleagues are punched up.
You can do it.
Is there any? Oh, public comment. My apologies. We'll go out to the public. Anybody wish to speak on item 3B? Anybody online? No? Seeing nobody wish to speak, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Is there any opposition on this item?
I'm opposed.
We have 1 opposed from Councilmember Bertefield. Seeing no other, item passes 6-1. Thanks. Thank you, Phil. Move on to item 3C. This is a submission and acceptance of the City of Fresno Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Annual Comprehensive Department Report for fiscal year 22 by the Finance Department. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Council President Maxwell, council members. Pleased to be with you this evening and present for your acceptance the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Of course, the materials in your packet. We also had a conversation with the Finance and Audit Committee on Monday as well, and so I'll provide another brief update here. So just for starters, yeah, if you don't mind, we'll get the presentation up there. I'm going to be on slide 2 to start and just provide a brief overview of what the Annual Comprehensive Report is. It's a financial statement required of all municipalities and is to be prepared in conformance with the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. It must be audited by an external auditor, and of course the materials that you have and what I'll be presenting on today is for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. You can go to the next slide, Brianna, or do I have the clicker? Do I? That's okay, I can just have you do it. It'll be quick. Okay, thank you. So on slide 3 here, just a high-level overview of the financials presented in the report. I won't read them to you, just make mention that both the net position for the general fund and all funds has improved. And I'll move to the next slide, where you'll see really what the auditor's responsibilities are with regards to the act for each year and what their statement or opinion was for this current year. Their job is really to express an opinion of the financial statement. This year, their opinion is unmodified, which is the highest level opinion you can receive. They identified no material misstatements or risks. There were 2 financial reporting findings that I'll go over in a couple of slides here. On the next slide, there was one new GASB pronouncement that was implemented this year. GASB 87 requires that municipalities record the change in the lease accounting, and so that was implemented, and frankly was one of the reasons, was a significant lift for the team this year in completing the ACFR. And then on the next slide, so for the next couple of slides, I'll slow down a bit. I won't read the information here, but again, this is the results and recommendations of the audit. Again, the overall audit opinion of the statements and the federal compliance components is unmodified. On this slide, you're seeing the first of 2 findings, and it relates to GASB 84, which was a pronouncement that was required to be implemented June 30th of 2021 and required that custodial funds are now brought onto the governmental-wide statements. And so what happened here really was that the pronouncement was not implemented in time. So I'm happy to report that it has since been corrected and implemented, but of course resulted in a finding, but that it's been corrected going forward. And then finally on slide 7 is the second finding, and there was, this relates to our schedule of federal expenses. So it's a report that goes in the audit, basically lets the public and our auditors know what federal resources the city has received and guides and informs their audit plan for federal programs. And there were 2 initially when the report was provided to the auditor that were omitted. One is the ERAP program, Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And the reason that was omitted incorrectly by staff is it's federal funds passed through from the state. And so there was some confusion on whether that should be included with the federal report or not. It should have, it is now. And so we've got that corrected going forward. And then the second relates to the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which you commonly know as our ARPA resources. There was a subset of those expenditures that were also omitted from the report. They should have been included, and they are now. I do want to make clear that in both these instances, it wasn't that expenditures were not made in conformance with the program regulations. They were just omitted from the CFA schedule initially. Again, both of those items have since been corrected, and going forward, actually the next item that you're going to hear from Alma Torres, the next item on the council agenda is some recommendations to resolve that going forward, and that's really the reason for that upcoming item. But with that, happy to take any questions. I do want to announce and make aware of our new Assistant Controller, Caleb Newfield's with me in the audience as well, so just want to introduce you to him and thank the finance team. They spent a considerable amount of time putting this report and the materials together for you. Roberta Cope, Suzanne Galvin, Scott Zuliski, Courtney and Phil Hardcastle, thank you for indulging me. They did an incredible job, and just am really appreciative of their work.
Thank you, Mr. Controller.
Council President, I'd like to thank the Assistant City Manager for the midnight email last night explaining my questions from the Audit Committee meeting. And with that, I'll make a motion to accept the report.
I don't think we need to have an action on this item.
You're just accepting it, that's right.
We'll go out to public comment at this time. Anybody in the audience wish to speak on item 3C as in Charles? Seeing nobody, is there anybody online, City Clerk? Seeing nobody online? All right, thank you, Controller,
Great,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Going to move on to our next and last open session item. That is item 3D as in David. Actions related to the reallocation of the American Rescue Plan Act appropriations in order to improve compliance reporting requirements. Good afternoon, Alma. Hi.
Good afternoon, council members. Alma Torres, Deputy City Manager with the Office of the Mayor and City Manager. So before you today is an item that would allow staff to reallocate funds that were established under the general fund for ARPA-related projects. If you recall, in 2022, fiscal year 2022, council approved several projects related to ARPA. And what we found, and in response to the audit findings, is that it is going to become a little bit easier to track in our new financial system if we set them aside in a fund that is specific to ARPA. So before you are three items, and that's the 28th, the 30th, and a non-AAR that will allow us to make these movements. Overall, it will be zero impact to the budget. It's just a reallocation of current appropriations. Some of it is going to be movement from the general fund into this new ARPA fund, and some of it is going to be reallocation within the ARPA fund and movement between departments. Is there any questions that I can answer for council?
Motion to approve the item.
I got a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Esparza. Anybody in the public wish to address item 3D as in David? Anybody online? Seeing none. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Bredefeld not present at the dais.
Thank you, Admiral, for explaining this in detail at the Audit Committee.
Okay, that brings us to closed session, folks. We have a few items on closed session. We will be back out afterwards to take the remainder of unscheduled communication. I do have the cards here. And will we be reporting anything back out? City Attorney, and do you want to list off the items?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Today, March 30th, 2023, in closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel. Item A, existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Central Valley NMTC Fund, LLC versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with labor negotiators, all units. Item D, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, PW Fund B, LP, Span Development, LLC, Robin W. Martella Trust versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Bakeman Water Company versus City of Fresno. We may have reportable items after closed session.
Council President?
Yep.
Before we broke for lunch, and I was, the problem when you thank individual people is because you always forget people, and on the emergency service dispatch, I neglected to thank the city attorney's office who moved mountains to get all of those documents in order for us to be able to approve that today. So thank you to City Attorney Jantz and his staff, Tina, Jenny, Mao, and the rest of the team. I neglected to thank them, and they were a huge part of us being able to have that on the agenda today.
Thank you, Georgiana.
Absolutely. We'll be back shortly after closed session, folks.
you.
Yes, Council President, thank you. Nothing to report out from closed session.
All right, we're going to resume communication. City Attorney, would you like to make an announcement before we go to unscheduled communication? Yeah.
Yeah, City Attorney, and let me just preface what City Attorney was going to clarify. There's been a lot of conversation out there about what streets are affected, particularly in Southeast Fresno, and I want the City Attorney to go over. So if folks reference the ordinance, page 2, point number 3, it requires the county to actually weigh in for any changes to happen. As it stands now, the streets that will be affected will be from, and I'm just speaking about Southeast, by the way, First to Peach. Anything east of Peach is actually shared jurisdiction, and it can't change without the County Board of Supervisors voting the affirmative. I'm not sure what the county islands are in Southwest. I'll let my colleague address that. But City Attorney, for the benefit of the public, could you clarify what that entails, and specifically that point on page 2, point number 3, for the folks that are here?
We just lost quorum, but I mean, I think we're okay. Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Chavez, you are correct. There are segments of Kings, or the former Kings Canyon corridor that have shared jurisdiction with the County of Fresno. And what happens at this point is we essentially communicate to the county the change that we've made and ask them to engage in terms of notice on the parts that may affect their areas in that manner. But you are correct. Some of the streets, I think it's after Peach, is within their jurisdiction, and that's essentially their responsibility.
Yeah, and for the benefit of the public, I did speak with the Board of Supervisors, and as of the notice we issued, they were not supportive of that. So I just want to make sure for the benefit of the public, you understand that. And wish we could have said that early on, but either way, it's your time to give your opinion and input. Thank you.
Alrighty, I do want to thank everybody for your patience today. I know it's been an exceptionally long meeting, so I thank you for bearing with us. We'll take folks in the audience first before going over to folks that are on virtually. I call the names that are listed on these yellow cards in front of me. I know a lot of folks might have left, but I will call them out in the order I received them nonetheless. First up is Debbie Christian. Good afternoon, Debbie. Thank you for bearing with us. You will have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Now, I just want to make a point, being that Kings Canyon is going to be the renaming of Kings Canyon. I just want to ask everybody in this room, including everybody behind me, can anybody have a little common sense in life anymore? If you want, the point of all this is to honor Cesar Chavez. Can you not do that in a win-win situation that doesn't create financial burden, headache, mental anguish, cost, an unnecessary cost by a beautiful monument with his life story, or the renaming of the soccer complex? Why were those not thought about instead of taking away history, of people's passions about their streets, of changing history? You can't change history. History doesn't ever change. And so that's my question to everybody here. Is there a more sensible way to achieve the same, to achieve the same process, or the same, to honor Cesar Chavez? Is there a more sensible way? If not, if so, why aren't we doing that? You know what I mean? Because it would be the same, it's still honoring Cesar Chavez in a way that everybody can enjoy. Why would you not do that, you guys? And why would you upset all the people that vote for you? And everybody, it's a win-win situation. Why would you not do that? Think about that for a second. And think about what would be the sensible way to do the same thing that everybody in this room is talking about. And, don't forget California. Why redo California? It's the same thing. Why rename anything existing? Why not, there's new names of streets and other things to do that makes more sense. And if you can say to yourself, this doesn't make sense, then I don't know. You don't have any common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next up, we have Avis Braggs. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Avis Braggs, native of Fresno, Southwest Fresno to be direct. You know, Miss Debbie that just spoke, I was trying to figure out how I was going to address this, and I wanted to address it in that same vein. I do feel that picking one topic, one group of people, one issue, placing it high on the record above other things that causes this rippling effect of negative results, it could have been done better. There are multiple of options and opportunities to serve your city. I was reading the city's vision and mission statement, and it says to have inclusion. And it says that the city is working on behalf of all its citizens, how to be inclusive, how to work things out, how to celebrate everyone. When you choose a race or a group or a city area over another, that pits them against each other. That's called divisiveness. I do believe, just like Ms. Debbie, that you have enough intelligence and resources that this could have been done better. It could have been done better instead of making rifts, divisions, and enemies of each other. Because, see, you won't feel what we feel out here in our community in the city of Fresno. You won't feel what Black people feel and Hispanics feel and Asians and the minorities. You know, I was also seeing that you were a twin city, that you had collaborations in Munster, Germany, and in France, and in Italy, and for the Armenians, and even in Tanzania. You have these outreaches because you wanted to reach out to have these collaborations. But even in your city, you're failing at collaboration. You could have done better. Thank you.
Thank you, Avis. Next up, we have Fanny Beard. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Okay. Hello. My name is Miss Fanny Beard. I have lived on California Avenue since I was 10 years old. I built my home on California Avenue, and that's all I know is California. It took me forever to get the spelling of that right. Then you want to come along and change it to see, however you pronounce his name, Chavez. And I don't feel that that's right. And I don't think y'all follow protocol because you didn't even notify. I did not get no notification stating that you wanted to change the name to Mr. Chavez. That was not right. And financially, who's going to finance to pay for all the stuff that needs to be changed? I'm on a fixed income. I don't have the money. I'm going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul to have to go change all this stuff, this paperwork. Because you know you got to go to DMV. You got to change it on your driver's license. You got to change it on the records of your home. It's at the bank. All this stuff has to be changed. Are you guys going to give money to change this? So what y'all have done is really wrong. And you did not put the people on California, Ventura, and Kings Canyon in mind. And then y'all did it secretly. Y'all went behind, y'all did it closed doors. Y'all didn't notify nobody. I never did receive no notification. I even asked my neighbors, and they said, no, they didn't even know that. So y'all were definitely out of line, and y'all need to reconsider it. I know that you want to honor the man, but you need to honor us too. Because I used to walk that street without from junior high, elementary, junior high, and high school. So anyway, does that bing mean I need to stop talking?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Delia Vasquez. Delia Vasquez? Not here. Next up, I have BT Lewis. Next up, I have Karen Musan.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you here. My name is Karen Musson, and I do have a few comments, so please bear with me. The names Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California are not offensive. They are not divisive, and nor are they accidental. They are inclusive and signify important natural resources essential to Fresno's founding and the religious values of the early colonies. They are important to Fresno's history, and they mark milestones in our diverse communities. On March 9th, the renaming of Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California avenues was placed on the council's consent calendar with no supporting citations or reports and limiting public comment, with a promise to the co-chair, Annalisa Perea, of another vote and continued community outreach before proceeding. There has been no community outreach. There has been no study. There has been no notice to property owners. There's been no environmental assessment, and there's been no fiscal considerations. This proposed project unnecessarily targets and burdens Fresno's oldest, historic, and most vulnerable minority communities of African Americans, Asians, Armenians, Hispanics, and East Indian descent, all who have suffered indignities, genocide, redlining, and hardships. The council's workshop last July provided specific recommendations and guidance for the street renaming of these three streets, Kings Canyon, Ventura, and California. That included public and community outreach and planning commission meetings with staff. I'm sorry, I'm getting really upset. With staff reports and environmental documentation, all of which were disregarded in this massive 10.5-mile project on steroids. I apologize, Mr. Barfield. Impacting 3,400, not 3,100 addresses, and including more than 1,000 business properties and owners. Businesses and families are already struggling to make ends meet. And as she already reported, the tax records, passports, agencies, licenses, deeds, permits, and time-consuming. 9/11 emergency calls are experiencing high call for service and updating Fresno's 9/11 system, and I just spoke with Todd Valeri. And mutual response will cause long delays and confusion and puts family lives and communities at risk. You've already noted your system is outdated, and he's already reporting strong delays. This is going to put more pressure on our emergency response. Public noticing and community outreach after approval is not due process, and it's not transparency. Respectfully, I ask that you reconsider your actions and rescind the approval of renaming to ensure the process protects the historical significance of the current street names and community and neighborhood involvement. I understand. Mr. Barraza was here earlier, said he had 22 businesses that he had spoken to. No, I am not done.
Well, unfortunately, you're only allotted 2 minutes. Thank you. Next up, we'll have Hester Hensley.
Thank you. This hurts so bad. this hurt us so bad that we just don't have the words that we could really express to you to get over to you how bad this hurt us as a community. I know that it don't bother you because you're not changing your street name. You're not changing your address. You're not changing, you don't have, it don't affect your driver's license. So just do the right thing out of respect. Respect us. It's not that we don't want to give Chavez his honors or what he's due, but we could do it in a different way. You don't have to do it this way. Like they said, why split up communities? Why hurt any of us? How would you feel? You don't want your street changed. If you did, then why don't we change your street, not ours? Please reconsider what you're doing. And you don't know how bad it hurt when you're forced to do something. And you're forcing this up on us. How would you like someone to force something up on you? It wouldn't feel good. I honestly wouldn't feel good. So really do the right thing. We as a group from Ventura, California, Ventura all the way out to Kings Canyon, we want you honestly to look at what you're doing. Respect us. We respect you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Hester. Next up is Bob Mitchell. Is Bob in the audience with us today?
Can you hear me all right? Used to be a way to raise this table. I forgot now. Oh, is that better? I don't want to kiss it, but I guess I have to. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry our district representative, Miguel Arias, is not present to hear his constituents on this matter. On March 9th, our representative, Miguel Arias, as part of his reason for renaming California, is the large number of Hispanics who live on California Street. He cited that, who performed the essential field labor work. The history of California Street began long before the period of time Councilman Arias presented to you. The West Side has always been a community of mixed Hispanics, Italians, Germans, Armenians, and African Americans. But it must be clearly noted that the majority population at one time was African American, and our history along California is long-standing and very deep roots. I recall families such as the Davises, the Michaels, the Howells, who lived on California. I also know that our businesses were located on California Street. Yeah, I'm trying to go fast. We had Rudy's Drugstore, Triangle Cafe, Ted's TV, gas stations, and they had Asian businesses on California Street. Renge's Drugstore, an Asian market on Walnut, a Hispanic company business on California Street. We ate our tamales from them. The largest farm labor contractor lived right off of California Street, had 6 buses which carried us to the field to do the work that was not termed essential, but we did it, all farm labor. We worked alongside of Hispanic people, Filipino people, all peoples. In closing, I would like to say, to eliminate the history of a group of people solely due to a demographic change in population is truly unreasonable. There's no fairness in it, and cannot in any way be considered just. When we were here on the 9th, Madam, I will close by saying I wish the representative from our district were here, because it is a shame that he allowed this to roll out in this fashion when it should have been much better done.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gloria Hernandez.
The sergeant and I were both on the police commission. Gloria Hernandez, thank you for standing strong and correcting wrongdoing from the past. I appreciate that from each and every one of you except Gary. Nationwide, we're working real hard to correct the history of all people. You know, I'm very insulted when they say that Chavez was not a person of interest. He was a veteran. He served this land, just like my 3 brothers volunteered to go to Vietnam 3 times. He not only worked for the farm workers, but he opened up our eyes to everybody. All Americans learned about pesticides in our food. His legacy continues by providing housing. Here in Fresno, the UFW Foundation has 5 housing units. Some are on the west side, and one is actually on Kings Canyon, now Cesar Chavez Boulevard. One of the things that they say, we don't live on Kings Canyon, but we damn shop there. We don't go to River Park. I don't go north of Shaw. All my dollars stay in Southeast. Farm workers have always been essential, then and now. And right now with the flood, they're still working out there in the mud. So I just want to thank you for standing strong. I want to thank you especially for correcting the history, because we fought hard 30 years ago, and we won it, and it was taken away. Erasing history, how can we erase history when it's just a street? It doesn't say it's a black street. It doesn't say it's a brown street. What we're doing is we're honoring a veteran of the U.S. Navy, and that shouldn't be forgotten. He didn't only work for farm workers. He worked for everybody. You're eating pesticide-free food because of Chavez. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I can't make out the name on this next card, but it looks like the address is 1440 East Pontiac. Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record when you come up? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, me llamo Guadalupe Gutierrez, and it's 1920 East Pontiac. Yes, sir. Yeah, I just want to thank City Council for the decision that you made. I was raised on the west side there in Sunset, and it's important that we work together, all of us. It doesn't matter what culture. When there's other street names, many times we disagree, but it still happens. It still goes through. So again, being here today, it's basically to thank City Council for the decision you made. Also, when La Señora Hernandez mentioned about not thanking Mike, Gary over here, yeah, you know, he started laughing and whatever. And anyway, or they were laughing up here. You know, the thing is that we need to work together and stay strong together. And when there's a street name and there's the self-esteem of different cultures and unity, Cesar Chavez was for all cultures, not only for one culture. He worked closely with Reverend Dr. King. And again, I mean, I remember when Les Kember was here on City Council also working with the Chicano community and other cultures also. You know, again, we all need to work together. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next in the chamber, we have Angel, 2050 North Fresno Street.
Hola, muy buenas tardes
Hello,
a
good
todos.
afternoon. Permítame hablar. Yo hablo. Adelante.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Ángel Noriega.
My name is Angel Noriega.
He vivido en esta ciudad
I've
por
lived-
más de 30
I
años.
lived in the city for more than 30 years.
Quiero agradecer
I want to be grateful
al alcalde,
to the mayor, in just a minute.
al
To the mayor,
alcalde
to the
Jerry
mayor,
Dyer, y a cada uno de ustedes
And each one
como
of you.
concejales por tomar la decisión
and making the decision
30 años después
30 years after
de renombrar el Boulevard
to name
César Chávez.
the Boulevard Cesar Chavez.
Vivimos en una ciudad
We live in a city
multicultural.
multicultural.
Todas las culturas
Todas
son
las-
importantes.
Todas las culturas, all the cultures are very important.
Todos debemos
We should
de
all
apoyarnos unos a los otros
support each other
y darnos la mano.
and to give each other a
Al
hand.
final,
Finally,
todos somos una gran familia,
we're all a great family,
la familia de Fresno.
the family of Fresno.
El 12 de octubre de 1993,
And October the 12th, 1993,
después de la muerte
after the
de
death
César
of
Chávez,
Cesar Chavez,
el Consejo de la Ciudad de Fresno
the
vota
county
para
council
cambiar las calles
voted to change
Kings
the name
Canyon,
of the street,
Ventura,
Ventura,
y California
California,
por César Chávez Boulevard.
to change it to Cesar
La
Chavez.
votación en ese tiempo
The vote at that time
fue de 4 votos a favor
was 4
y
in
3
favor
en contra.
and 3
La
against.
calle se nombró
The
César
name
Chávez Boulevard.
was named Cesar Chavez Boulevard.
Sin embargo,
Instead,
días después,
and days after,
el concejal Robert Smith
Robert Smith,
retiró su voto.
he
O
took his
sea,
vote away.
se rajó. Y como a muchos,
And like many,
me sentí triste
I felt sad
y frustrado
and frustrated.
y escribí
And I wrote
lo siguiente.
the following.
Alcalde y concejales,
Mayor and concejales,
alcalde y concejales, alcalde y concejales, mayor,
the mayor and to council.
alcalde y concejales,
The mayor and
nuestro
council,
pueblo
our town
no está loco,
is not crazy.
no hay Quinceaño ni Ventura,
No hay
ni California tampoco.
nor California as well.
La calle se llama en Fresno
The street in Fresno is called
César Chávez
Cesar
Boulevard.
Chavez Boulevard.
César Chávez Boulevard, vamos
Cesar
todos
Chavez
a
Boulevard.
marchar.
We're all going to march.
Arriba boulevaristas
Up to the
y
boulevard.
pescadores de fresa.
And those who pick
Como
a
dijo
great-
César Chávez,
like Cesar Chavez
nunca agachen la cabeza.
said, never lower your head.
Que vivan los campesinos,
May all the farm
que
workers
viva
live,
César Chávez,
and may God
que viva
live
Fresno.
Chavez,
Sí
Fresno.
se puede. Gracias.
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Xochitl Nunes. Next in the chamber is Patsy Montgomery. Patsy, you in the chambers? Not here. Next, we have Jim Marshall.
Yes, here I am again. I sure could have been done with this a lot earlier, but I think I'm probably the oldest person in this building. I was born in 1945, so I've seen a lot of Fresno, okay? And the Cesar Chavez movement was probably a good thing, but it had a lot of bad things. You know, they used the Teamster Union as their backstop, the people that kept people in control. And there's a lady that's in her 90s that her son was shot in Arvin at 17 years old. Their name is Terosian. You may have heard of him. His name was Atomic Terosian, a superstar at Fresno State, okay? And his mother is still alive today and lives on Kings Canyon. Probably means nothing to you, okay? But this is not the first time this street has been changed. Probably none of you knew it. And if I was a black American, I would be so upset. Because in the 60s, it was changed to Martin Luther King Boulevard. And it died under its own weight because nobody would change their address. Nobody. So if you'd like, you could go home, do your homework. But why they're being bypassed when they were first choice before, I have no idea. And I have no reason to stand here to lie to you about Mrs. Terosian or Martin Luther King Jr. And plus, I don't have a horse in this race anyway. I live on Temperance Avenue. But I was raised on Kings Canyon Avenue, right on the corner of Ventura and Kings Canyon when I was a young child. I went to Jefferson, and I went to Longfellow Junior High School. But before that, my grandmother was brought here from Oklahoma under the American Indian Act with 6 kids. So my heritage, half of my heritage is Cherokee Indian. In fact, I've known Mr. Chavez for 25 years, and he doesn't know that. I don't use it as a crutch. I've never used it as a crutch. I've always taken care of myself. But I think all these people are getting the short end of the deal. There's so many other places. Give them Huntington. Go ahead and give them, Holmes Playground.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for your comments.
Give them Veterans Avenue.
Appreciate them. Thank you.
There's nobody there anyway.
Next in the chamber, we have Albert Valenzuela. Albert Valenzuela, not present. Next up, we have Dr. Henry A.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm here representing myself. However, there are many other organizations and groups that I represent throughout the state of California and in the city of Fresno. I'm the California State President of the Black American Political Association of California, and also California Commander of the Black Veterans, National Black Veterans Association. A former city council member here that led the fight for you all to be sitting there in districts. Fresno was it didn't make any difference what area you lived in before. We fought that fight. I've been in West Fresno. What you're doing is setting up a situation for culture kill. And make no bones about it. This is not the end of this. I think that you should reconsider what you've decided to do. We have a lot of people, and some of them came earlier and made certain certain awareness of things that have been done and decided. This is arbitrary and quite unacceptable. I think you should reconsider it, and we're asking you to rescind that at this time.
Thank you, Doctor. Next up, we have Robinson. Sean Robinson. Afternoon, Sean.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Robinson, and this comment is on behalf of Tiffany Binion Magnum. Historically, change has been done to our communities and not with our community. The continued lack of regard and care for the community is appalling and one that most of you have identified with. I am one to call it what it is, and this action being taken by council is incremental erasure of the history and a multitude of cultures and faiths and backgrounds. It's the taxpayers' money and interest in which you swore to represent, yet the taxpayers has had no say-so in how these resources are used. We need our air cleaned up, streets fixed, homeless housed, an extensive amount of investment in housing and future for our youth. This is not a cross our community is willing to bear. But that would have been known if a conversation had been had with us, not our parents or grandparents from 30 years ago. Those of us who pay taxes today. Yet, there's this insistence on throwing away the confidence given by the people to represent their interests and for their well-being, for the interest of a small elite group of individuals who do not represent us, while each of you do. Meetings held 30 years ago and previous name and action taken, and most not by this body, are not under review today. They endured their processes. However, this action has been hidden from the community and millions of dollars being repurposed for an action that we do not support. While we supported the name of an existing school in honor of Mr. Chavez, we do not support any action taken without due diligence and due process by the community in which it will impact. We can work together with the council's committee to identify an area or street to properly represent Mr. Chavez, but again, that would have been known had a conversation been had with the community. The process for this particular action is flawed and intentionally and by design left out for the people you're supposed to represent. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that like that.
Thank you, Sean. Next up is Talia Avinas. Talia, not present. Rafi Simonian. Jackie Grazer. Good afternoon, Jackie.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my God, I didn't think I would ever get my card called. I want to start, Jackie Grazier, nice to see all of you. Thank you for hanging in here this late. I am very disappointed that Mr. Esparza, Mr. Arias, and Mr. Carbasi are no longer here, but hopefully they're listening online. I want to start by turning in. We have collected over 200 names on these petitions, and I would like to give this to the city clerk, if that's okay. She's got more there. You can sign that one. Thank you. And I personally have canvassed. I focused on, in my canvassing, from the Peach area to the First Avenue, which Mr. Chavez has, and the attorney has specified that this is the area that you guys are concentrating on now. Perhaps, we're not sure. Nobody knows about this. The people that I spoke to do not know what's happening here today. So I really want to speak about process. Okay, in the Fresno B, it says, under the city's processes, changing the name of an existing street can be done by resolution, a one-time action that requires majority vote of the city council. Has anybody fact-checked this? Because we have asked for the process from staff, from administration, from public works and nobody has given us a written, anywhere written down what the process is to change a street. So just because it's in the paper, I don't necessarily believe it. I know that you followed this process when you renamed Tom Seaver and Audra McDonald and yada, yada, yada. Those were ceremonial name changes. We watched the public works presentation that was made to everybody sitting here, with the exception of Ms. Perea because she was not seated yet. But we saw, Mr. Barfield said he had changed a street name with 17 addresses, and it was an enormous task, and this was going to be that project on steroid. So what I want to do is I want to ask Mr. Maxwell, Ms. Perea, Mr. Chavez.
Got 5 seconds to wrap up, Ms. Frazier.
Would you please rescind this and take it back to your constituents so that we may weigh in and follow the
Thank you, ma'am.
process that Public Works set forth?
Next in the chambers, we have Molly Anala. Molly, are you in the chambers with us? Is there a Holly in the chambers? Holly? No Holly? Is there a Penny Hagopian? Hello, Penny. Good afternoon.
Hello, representatives. Thank you for being here. You'll have to excuse my voice, but I would like to be heard. I've lived here for 30 years. My father-in-law and my husband, they lived in the house that I'm in now for almost 90 years. We were the first house to be built on Balch, which is 2 streets off of Kings Canyon. We were there before the street light was there. There's, like they were saying, there are Armenians, Italians, Germans, Jews, blacks, whites, of no particular race that they want to say. Why are we causing divide? You are supposed to bring us together as a community, as a city. This is causing nothing but dissension among us and hard feelings. There are so many other ways that you could do this. Name the freeway after Cesar Chavez. We honor police with certain stretches of the highway and the freeways. Why can't we do that? Why can't we build a school, another gifted school for the kids, named Cesar Chavez for gifted students? Put the money where it should go, not renaming a street that everybody loves, that everyone identifies with, that we have a park named for, or The street is named for the park, excuse me. Why waste this money when we don't have it to spend? And why weren't we contacted? I watched the news. I watched all the news stations. Nothing was ever said. We should have been involved in this from the very start. We should have been mailed something. We should have been notified in some way. It's not fair, it's not right, and we should be given our due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Next up is Valerie Davis. Valerie. Next up is Stan Santos. Good afternoon, Stan.
Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness going into this. Stan Santos with Communication Workers and the Labor Council. I want to remind everybody that Cesar was a national labor leader, and this recognition is overdue. Since it was robbed after being approved in 1993, I was in Delano for his funeral with 35,000 people. The Kennedys were there, hundreds of activists and national leaders, thousands of rural residents, campesinos, grieving the huge loss. So we launched efforts to name Cesar Chavez Boulevard. The city council approved, signs went up, and 5,000 people marched in celebration. Robert Smith claimed, in his words, his constituents opposed naming the streets for Chavez, and the issue was due process, echoes of the past. The signs came down. Fresno B. Eli Sentencich, a great man and a great writer, wrote, "They see all these new people coming in and they don't want to share the pie. We're still a redneck city. We're not Mississippi, but we're not too far removed." West Fresno leaders launched a recall, among them Julia Valderas, an Edison educator, Maria Hurtado, owner of Hacienda de los Amiguitos, Zeke Valderas, whose name adorns a Fresno elementary school, and many other leaders, many of them who are not with us anymore. I was surprised after I approached a group of young blacks pumping iron in the front yard in Sunset to sign our petition, and they did so immediately. Smith had done nothing for their community, they said. We acquired the signatures, but we decided it was too close to the end of his term. Robert Smith served from 91 to 94. According to the federal court, he misappropriated campaign money for personal use, committed extortion, solicited and accepted bribes in exchange for his votes, covered up his activities, and filed false tax forms. He was convicted of 14 federal counts, went to the joint, and Dan Ronquillo was elected to Fresno City Council District 3. I thank you for standing by your position, and I hope that we can reconcile this. If we have to come back,
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
I hope that we can reconcile the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next in the chamber, we have Olga Vale. Olga?
Good evening. This is Olga Valle, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for taking the courageous step in naming the street for Cesar Chavez. This is something for all our generations. We have a lot of people that have worked very hard and sacrificed a whole lot. Which one of our cultures, or who doesn't eat from our farm workers? Our essential workers that were harvesting and working in the fields. Toiling the fields while the California burned right alongside them, with the smoke almost suffocating them, with the waters up to their knees in the mud in the fields. Who doesn't eat from there? do the people from in California Street not eat there? Or is it anywhere that street is going to be named? Do they not eat there? Why? Why this upheaval? Why attack? Why this venom in our community when we've been asked to come together? It's not you, the council. It's the community that selects, that they know the power, but they choose to attack a culture. Talk about Cesar Chavez and they don't even know about him. They don't know that he's a veteran. But he's nobody. Well, yes, he is. And he means so much for so many of us. But attacking us like this does not bring us together. And I feel offended that the addresses were said for some of us. And for the people on this side, and I'm light. And yes, I am Wera. But you didn't say their addresses. I feel offended. I work on Kings Canyon.
Thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
Next in the chamber, we have Susan Rosendo. Susan? Are you in the chambers with us, Susan? No? Okay. Doris Ashley? Doris, are you in the chambers? Good evening, Doris.
Doris Ashley, and I'm opposed to renaming.
Miss Doris, I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer and ask the audience to.
Doris Ashley, that
Thank
better?
you. That's better.
I am totally opposed to you changing the name of the street of California. It has a history, and people have sad stories to tell about wanting to honor someone. Well, I want to honor my father. My father was a labor contractor. I worked in the fields. I lived on a labor camp. And Cesar Chavez came in and wouldn't let us go to work anymore. So my thing is, you're displacing, ignoring the history of the people that live there. California goes along with the state of California. It's California Avenue. It's a main drag through West Fresno. We've been isolated by the train tracks, the freeway. Now you have a wall of people. You put all the homeless people in all the hotels between North Fresno and South Fresno. Now you want to come along and take a knife to our throat and insult us by not showing any respect for our needs and our desires. I don't have anything against Cesar Chavez having some monument or something put up for him, but I do have a problem when he wants to come through the whole neighborhood and destroy what we have established over these many years. I think it's unfair. I think it was done underhandedly. I think it was no proper protocol used to do it, and I think it needs to be changed. The proper protocol should be put in place and step through it. I don't think you would make it through, because if everybody spoke up at their desires, it would not be on one group of people to throw a bone out for dogs to fight over. You come over here and change the name of a street. You got two cultures of people, basically, the Mexican Americans and the African Americans, and you have come through with a knife blade and slit our throats. And it's not fair, it's disrespectful, and your trust is something that you ought to be trying to maintain.
Thank you, Doris. Next in the chamber, Boy M. Boy M. Next up is Isaac Serratos. Isaac. Natalie Delgado. No Natalie. Jim Marshall already went. Brandy Nakaido. Brandy. Monica Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Come on down, Monica.
93720. I'm disappointed that everyone is not here, that this entire council is not represented. It's indicative of the lack of respect for the community, for the people that committed an entire day to this issue, and some of us a lifetime. My grandparents, farm workers, my parents, farm workers. I worked in the fields, and I had my children work in the fields. Anyone that knows about the LDS knows that they have the harvest of the grapes. So for anyone to have the audacity to think that one demographic is exclusively responsible for feeding this country is a total disrespect for the history of the United States of America. I'm an impromptu speaker. I competed in forensics, so there's nothing from extemporaneous, impromptu, LD debate, original prose and poetry, and dramatic interpretation. I can go there with all of them. Give me a topic. Mr. Bredefeld, I feel for you having to deal with people not giving you the opportunity to present for the entire city the representation of some of the ideals and ideologies that have lasted for decades, that the principles that we were raised based upon from our elders, our grandparents, and that we were responsible for upholding those responsibilities and those integral values that we have. I'm going to come back, and I'll continue to come back to these board meetings because I should have been on the council and I should have been mayor of this city because I've been attending city council meetings, school board meetings, county supervisor meetings since I was a child. And I changed my birth certificate to work, and I worked at the Fresno Bee as a senior in high school. You're not having much respect for us as a community. We have supported y'all. We supported your father, Annalisa, but when on the county supervisor, he didn't support me with CPS, then I told him that I wouldn't support your brother, and he didn't stay anyway. So I hope that you will finish out your term. I'm not attacking you, but for the people that voted for you in 93722, when your family already showed lack of commitment to complete your term.
Thank you very much.
I'll be contacting you, Tyler. I'm serious. We're going to really get busy because I got grandkids.
Next in the chamber, I have Aletha Lang. Aletha?
Hi, I'd like to start off right out of the get-go saying I'd really request a very brave council member to pull the resolution so that the community can have the meetings and it can do the process and then it can come back for a vote after the process. This is very large and requires the study and the CEQA process that major projects in the city require by law. And I think it leaves the city open for litigation. The statements from the dais from last time and in previous, there's been contradictory statements, and it leads to great confusion, and I think by the numbers of the people who have come up and spoken out shows that there is a great need and a desire to meet, become together to a way to honor Cesar Chavez in a way that does not hurt our historic communities from the east to the west. So I hope one of you is strong enough and brave enough to just slow it up and have it contemplated. Thank you.
Next in the chamber, we have Vice Mayor Pat Nolan. Rosemary Moreno. Let's keep it down in the audience, folks. This is your first warning. No more public comment from the audience. Please, Ms. Moreno, proceed.
Okay, thank you for letting us speak. That's always been our right in the United States, American citizens. And I'm so happy I attended today because everybody has an idea what we should do to honor Cesar Chavez. After today, I'm bewildered. We can name a statue, a highway. I had never known that, and I'm 78 years old. The reason that I think we should honor. And I want to thank all of you, even you, some of you that didn't vote for it. It doesn't matter. The point is that after today's meeting, people are trying to put us in our place, you know, and we know our place. We're moving forward, and we thank you for your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone in the chambers who hasn't spoken that would like to do so at this time? Okay, while we wait for him, we're going to take one of our Zoom speakers in the meantime. City Clerk.
Yes, first we have is Brandy Newsvies.
Hello, Brandy, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And I stand with statements by Gloria Fernandez. I want to continue about the importance of how we do things and ask that as you are looking at continuing to fund motels, that there will be accountability for that people are treated, those who are vulnerable are treated with dignity and ensure that they have fair treatment. Fair treatment in how discipline and how different things are handled. One of the people, I did have a chance to say before, but one of the people who went to our warming centers told me that he was previously in one of the shelters and then he has cancer and he had some issues and had to go to the hospital and was told at the hospital that he was no longer able to be at the shelters because they believed that they could not take care of him. And he said, I can take care of myself. I didn't need that, but he needed a warm place to be. And he is very cold with the closing of the centers. Regarding that, I am very grateful that the warming centers were extended for as long as they are because of the need that we realize that we have there, and for the staff who is amazing, and for the community around who supported it. It did feel cruel to hold a press conference about having more shelters when over 150 people had to leave in the rain that morning when it closed for the last time, and were confused, and coming back that night was horrifically painful. No one else was out there. Very few people were out there, but other unhoused people and me, to see people not sure what to do that are going to centers because it was raining, it was cold. They were wondering why I didn't wait a day. But it also shows that we have a need that needs to be met with more places for people to go at night, innovative solutions like safe camps.
Thank you, Brandy. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Curtis Snowden.
Hello, my name is Curtis Snowden, and I'm from Mendota, and I've been knowing California all my life. In Mendota, you know that it's a farm community, and all my family have worked in the farms, and we've been in the streets, and we all know.
Please speak a little bit closer.
We all
to the
know
microphone.
California.
Thank you.
I mean, that's what I grew up on, and I don't see why people want to come to the west side and just change up things that means a lot to the people that's been living there for years. And I live in Fresno now, but I didn't. But I do know California. I do know the things that are going on, like where I'm living now. We had to stay there because, we'll go through some things, but people have been breaking into houses, stealing stoves, taking countertops, taking cabinets. I mean, just doing all kind of things. I think you guys should reconsider your decision because you're going to hurt a lot of people. And I know you guys are doing your job, but you got to consider the people that lives there and has been there for years and their family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snowden. City Clerk, any additional virtual speakers?
Yes, next we have Lisa Flores.
Hello, Lisa. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I got a real quick question before I start. Is this only about Cesar Chavez Avenue or is it everything?
It's unscheduled.
Okay, great. First off, let me start with Cesar Chavez. I love Cesar. However, I think what the bigger issue here is you had this naming project 30 years ago. When you took it off the shelf, there's some issues that arose and needed to be addressed and looked at again. I mean, 30 years, you really need to dust it off and look at it at a new lens. And one of the bigger issues that I see and I hear and I've been hearing all day is the fact that the city never notifies people correctly. Hopefully one day that you guys will get it right. And my issue is, how does the city go about creating a environment in the community of reconciliation between the different groups? How do you do reconciliation? Because that's what Caesar would do. Caesar would say, let's sit down, let's talk this out. Let's handle this in a peaceful, loving manner. And you guys need to learn from Caesar's actions. Also, too, the other day on Monday, I was up at like 5:30 in the morning driving around. And I want to thank Public Works. They were out there filling potholes. I was surprised. However, the potholes they need to fill is, I believe, in your district, Maxwell, on Ashland and Dakota, between the 41 and 168. They're awful. I thought I was going to fall into a sinkhole and never reappear. It was very jarring, and you might actually owe a chiropractor copay for me. Then the final thing I want to ask is about the spring runoff, and how is the city going to handle? Is the city looking at being impacted?
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate your comments.
By the spring runoff?
Do we have anybody else queued up to speak?
There are no more comments.
I do appreciate everybody's patience today. I know it was a very long meeting. It's a very passionate issue. I appreciate hearing from every single one of you. The time is 6:05. We're going to adjourn today's meeting. Thank you.